Good morning, Chatty House. What do we got? Ramsey, number one on the board. What's going on, friends? Kyle is diligently working on something.
What's up, everybody? Oh, I was a little concerned that I couldn't hear you, James, but then I figured out why.
Oh,
We're good now. Okay, I got to go back into my hole here.
all right. Uh, 9:59:31.
All right, 10 to the legal. Let's party. Good morning, everybody. It always works out like this. Where you get a chance to get into work early. I was here 2 hours before the show today. Took my time getting stuff set up. It was so nice. I got to sleep in a little bit today because my other responsibilities here at the station were pushed aside. So I got to come in at 8:00 instead of getting out of my other responsibilities at 9 and then hopping over here and kind of not scrambling, but definitely like on a little bit of a time crunch. So naturally, a couple of the things I wanted to do this morning got punted, and I was trying to get them done real quick before the show started, and I didn't. So it's fine. It always works like that. Every single time I'm like, yeah, I'm going to got in early. I'm going to get a bunch of stuff done. No chance. I'd fool myself every time.
Yeah, I get here early. I kind of meander. I drink a couple of cups of coffee. I get settled in. I turn everything on. And then I just get ready for my day. I'm sort of more of a relaxed, zen out guy.
Yeah.
And, I kind of get in my own head.
Sure.
Studying some stuff. And yeah.
All right. Well, hey, welcome in, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Final show of the week. James and I are going to be off Thursday and Friday. We'll pick it back up Monday with you. But we're getting you ready for the long Thanksgiving weekend. Hopefully, nobody's working too hard over Thanksgiving, whether you're traveling and listening right now, whether you're hanging out at home, maybe you're working as well. Maybe you're running around getting stuff ready for Thanksgiving. We appreciate everybody hanging out with us here on this Wednesday. The Kings face the Pelicans tonight, the second time in 3 days. Those two teams have faced off. We're going to dive into that. We'll dive into the Thanksgiving football slate, including a huge game. Huge, enormous, massive game.
Huge.
Between the 49ers and the Seahawks. I'm trying to be better about labeling games a huge game. Because no, you can get in the habit of it. And you know this, you've covered an NBA team forever, and I think it's a little different in the NBA because there's 82 games. So game 20 is very rarely going to get labeled like a huge game. But in the NFL, because the games are so scarce, and because now with just the one seed getting the top seed in each conference getting the bye in the postseason, and that bye being so important, like every game feels massive. So I'm trying to really scale back my use of the word like, oh, big game this weekend. Because, I mean, really, you need all of them.
Yeah.
But this one in particular, 49ers at Seahawks, this is what classifies as a huge game.
For me, this is over the top, gigantic game. This is that game where you have an opportunity to put a stamp on your season and say, look, that little hiccup that we had, that 3-game hiccup, it's over and it's done with, and we're ready to be back on the plus side. This would be their third straight win. this is one of those things where you start to look at last season and their 9 straight wins to finish off the year.
Mhm.
And you're like, okay, who is this team? Is this who they can be?
Mhm.
And if they do take a step back, like what kind of step back is it? Is it one of those games where they don't show up? Is it one of those games where like they just get beat by a bad play or they can't come up with a big play?
Yeah.
Or is it a game where Brock Purdy doesn't have the ability to lead to a late
Yeah.
game score? So there are different ways that this can be big. But when you look at this 3-game stretch, like I don't want to say that the Niners aren't going to make the playoffs if they, but if they went 0-3 here, it would be catastrophic.
Oh, dude, that's even 1-2. You split with Seattle and you lose to Philly. You're not getting the 1 seed, but you're at least like, okay, division's still in play. Everything for the most part is fine.
You're still in it. Yeah.
You probably don't love that you're losing to a decent Seattle team and then a really good Philly team, because that just kind of knocks you down a rung in the contender tier to me. But yeah, if you're going 0-3, I'm not saying punt the season, but that gives you not only puts you in the back seat in the playoff hunt, but also makes you wonder, like, okay, if you can't beat Seattle and Philly, who are you going to beat that matters?
That's true.
Like that's the more catastrophic thing to me.
And I would say this too: if the Niners somehow go 3-0, they're by far the best team in football. Like if they somehow go into Seattle, win, go into Philly, win, come home and beat Philly,
Yeah,
they're the best team in football. And I don't think we're back to team of destiny.
and in that stretch of games, and I mean we'll talk about it plenty, but I don't care how they win. Like I don't need style points in that anymore. If they go 3-0 and win every single one of those by 1 game, like yeah, that's the best team in football.
Yeah.
Right now I have them 4? I got them 4.
I think
if you knock off Seattle twice and Philly, that's super impressive.
I think I have them back up at 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair. That I can see that. I just go by, I mean, like I said, I've seen the Niners look worse across 3 games in a row than the teams ahead of them. So that's just kind of, but to me, outside of the Eagles at 1, because they're 9-1 and they went to the Super Bowl last year, they're at the top. If you want to mix and match the other 4, I'm not going to like argue super hard.
Yeah.
So that's just kind of where I land. So we'll have plenty more on this Niners Seahawks game. Really interesting with the way the practice report shook out yesterday, or over the last couple of days, I should say. Who's practicing, who's not. I think both teams are going to be a little bit banged up. And I refuse to make this like I've been on shows before where people are like, hey, what we're going to do on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving is we're going to bracket the Thanksgiving sides.
No.
Or who are your top sports turkeys of the year? Roger Goodell. Like it's always that same. So I refuse to do that.
No, it's Rob Manfred and John Fisher.
Oh, for sure. But they go beyond turkey. I don't want to insult turkey like that. So here's the 2 Thanksgiving things I want to do. I want to ask you what your Thanksgiving Day routine is, because I'm always so interested in this, because I have friends who are like, I don't do anything. That is the job of the chef in the family. I sit on the couch all day. Then there are other people who are very involved, people who run errands. I whatever you want to do.
Mine's chaotic, Kyle.
The other thing, I can't wait to hear about it. The other thing I want to do is I think at 10:30, I have written out a list comparing Kings players to different Thanksgiving dishes. Okay. And I'm really excited for that. That's coming up at 10:30. And then at 11:30, we will have KJ Wright, former Seahawks and Raiders linebacker. He is going to hop on with us and talk about this Niners-Seahawks matchup. I'm also going to ask him a couple questions about that Niners-Seahawks rivalry that he was a part of, because it really feels like that was peak NFL, that Niners-Seahawks rivalry between 2011 and 2013.
Yeah, I wanted that's a good question. And then also, especially after Tom Brady's comments yesterday about the NFL just not being the same and not being as high level.
Yeah.
He had some decent points in there. Like I listened to it, and like some of the players that played in other generations couldn't even play in this generation.
Yeah.
Like who they were has been stripped out of the game. And, like how, you were taught how to take a hit. You were taught how to fall. And now he thinks that a lot of that's taken out of the game. And so you got guys getting hurt because they just aren't doing the basics that they used to about how to play football and how to not get crushed every single time you're out there.
That's why it's always funny. Dante Whitner is on the coverage for NBC Sports Bay Area. He's on the Niners pre and post.
Wears an ascot like nobody else.
Dude, my man can dress, right?
Yeah.
But Dante Whitner was with the 49ers like a decade ago.
Oh,
and could not play now.
He killed people.
He would be he would be a linebacker now.
Oh yeah. And even still,
and his style of play wouldn't go
all the time.
He got flagged quite a bit in the early 2010s.
Yeah.
And it's only gotten I hate saying soft because the NFL is not soft, but it's gotten softer.
Yeah.
It's trended more toward the soft end of the spectrum. It's not.
Yeah. Every week there's someone who hits somebody. And the problem that you have is that if you've been a football fan forever and you've watched forever, like, and you see a hit, you're like, oh, that's a flag. We're already conditioned with like what's legit and what's not. And there is no more jarring the ball loose. And I do think that like there's a reason why wide receiver numbers are skyrocketing and why I draft all of them in fantasy football. It's because you can't touch them and you can't hit them. And, Tom Brady made the point, like there were spots on the field I can't throw to against this team because I'm going to get my player injured and I'm going to lose him for the game because he's going to get popped by, player X.
You know what's fascinating about that is this year, yards per reception is the lowest it has been in NFL history.
You know why? Because they're not going deep. They do all these under routes because you can't hit somebody. Yeah, it's really interesting. Yeah, like I wasn't offended by what Tom Brady said at all. I hope a lot of players aren't, but I would love to ask KJ Wright about this.
Yeah, definitely. That'd be a great question because he played in that era.
Yeah,
he was kind of at the tail end of that. He was in that Dante Whitner era.
Yeah,
where it was definitely a little softer, but you definitely still saw some big hits. It didn't. Whitner's hit on Pierre Thomas in the playoffs, where Pierre Thomas fumbled for the Saints right down there near the goal line. That's a 15-yard penalty today.
Oh yeah,
like easy work. So yeah, would love to ask KJ Wright about that. That's coming up at 11:30. Let's get into the Kings injury list real quick because
it's not great.
No,
we do have a little bit of updates though.
Okay, great.
Our friend Chris Biederman is there.
Former friend. He shall not be named. Go on.
Okay, he went to the dark side. That's why he's the former friend. But he's there in New Orleans, and he said that no Keegan Murray at shoot around this morning. But Sasha Vezenkov and Trey Lyles were both full go. We've got Sasha Vezenkov on the injury list as questionable with a thumb issue. We've got Chris Duarte on the injury list with a finger issue, hand issue. We've got Trey Lyles, who has not played a game this season, who does look like he will play after injuring his calf right before the start of the season.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing for the Kings. And then, of course, we have Keegan Murray, who's questionable with a lower back issue. This is a problem for the Kings. Now, normally I would say, like, look, if a guy doesn't go to shoot around, he's not going to play. I'm not going to make that distinction today with Keegan Murray. A low back is something that if you show up early for shoot around and he's getting treatment, he's going to get treatment all day. And you don't want it to be something that, he's sort of questionable and maybe he'll play, maybe like there's going to come a point in the day where you get him warmed up, you give him treatment, you're going to look at it and you're going to make the call, and you don't need to shoot around because he's going to go out if he does play and defend Brandon Ingram, which is the toughest guy you got to play against.
Yeah, he's listed as questionable. Would you call that truly questionable, or would you lean more doubtful?
Well, at this point, I mean, if he didn't go to shoot around, I'm going to say he's more doubtful than he is questionable,
but not full doubtgive.
No,
somewhere between doubtful and questionable.
Yeah, I mean, a back injury with a young guy. We're talking about they're gonna give him treatment all day, and there could come a point where he goes, "Hey, look, I feel really good. Let's do this." There's also a possibility they're like, "Look, we're just going to sit you for a couple of days and make sure that you're good to go," especially with a couple of in-season tournament games coming up on Friday and Tuesday.
All right. Speaking of injury reports, a couple of really interesting names popped up on the injury report for the 49ers and the Seahawks for tomorrow's game. We will talk about that. I shouldn't say the injury report, the practice participation reports, the injury report, the status report for Thursday's game will come out a little bit later today, and we'll get some answers on some of these players. We'll talk about that. We'll also dive into this Kings-Pelicans matchup as the Kings face the Pelicans for the second time in 3 nights tonight. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader.
What's going on, Chatty House? Good luck to you all of you out there that are going to Thanksgiving this weekend.
Yeah, please travel safe.
Travel safe, but also this stupid cold that's going around. Like,
yeah, Soren, it got me.
You're probably gonna get it this tomorrow. Just everyone know you're probably somebody at your Thanksgiving is gonna bring the cold, and you're gonna get the cold.
I'm in a weird space where, like, when you feel like you're like, oh God, I'm out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I feel like a fraudulent cold has hit me. Like I can hear it.
Oh yeah,
in my voice, but I don't feel it.
A fraudulent cold.
I have a just stepped on ass cold. Also, Rob, are you telling me if the 49ers win their next 3, and again, if you have to use that word because it's the future, you wouldn't call them the best team in the league? That's crazy.
Really? No.
Rob's a hater, though. I honestly respect Rob's commitment to hating.
Okay.
The 49ers could be 17-0, and he'd be like, yeah, but who they beat? And I respect that. But yeah, no, you have to say if when you're talking about games that haven't happened yet.
Yes.
We also said if they lose all 3, they're going to be in a bad place.
They're going to be in a bad place. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's...
And they could. They definitely could.
How many games would they have left? Okay, so what are they right now?
7.
7 and 3.
They're 7-3. They have 7 games left.
Okay, so
they
if
go 3 and 4.
If they lose 3, you'd have 4 games to recover and somehow turn yourself back into a contender, which would mean you'd have to beat Baltimore.
Yes, you would have to beat Baltimore. You have 2 division games left against Arizona and LA, and you have the Commanders in Washington.
Okay, so I don't fear those other 3.
The Cardinals with Kyler. 2 minutes. The Cardinals with Kyler are always tough on the Niners. So that one's kind of scary. I don't think the Rams are bad. And it's just like division games are weird.
Yeah.
You got to get... Again, if they want the 1 seed, they got to win all 3.
Okay, so according to NBA stats, check this out. Bam Adebayo limits his opponent to 16.7% field goal percentage in pick and roll scenarios.
Oh my God.
And restricts them to a 28.6 field goal percentage in isolation plays.
Oh my God.
That's solid.
Oh my God.
Solid to quite solid.
Oh, we got to talk about that Pacers-Hawks game from last night.
Oh, yeah.
Holy crap.
That game was stupid. I mean, it just like...
That game is why League Pass exists.
Yeah. They're literally like the 2019-20 2019-20 Sacramento Kings under Dave Yeager. That's what they are. They're just like, let's just run out there and be ridiculous.
They have an offensive rating of 122.7 and a defensive rating of 120.6. Last night, I looked this up. Last night, so it was the 6th time that a team has scored 152 in regulation and lost. Denver has done it 3 times.
Ouch.
Denver was also one of the teams that won while allowing 152 plus.
Okay. I know the Clippers are up there.
In regulation.
Regulation. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a bunch that have gone to OT and double OT.
What was that, 176, 175?
Yeah. 10 seconds. Here we go. Yeah, dude. That Pacers-Hawks game last night was nutty.
Wild, man.
The Hawks became... I looked this up last night. Okay, so first fun fact about... If you missed it, The Pacers beat the Hawks in Atlanta 157-152 in regulation. That was just regular time, no overtime, nothing. So it was the 6th game in NBA history where a team scored 152 or more in regulation, a key here, and lost. It's happened a bunch of times in OT and double OT. You, James, and some people in the chatty house mentioned the Kings and Clippers last year. Clippers scoring $175 in double OT and losing, but in regulation, okay? So the Pacers became the 6th team ever to allow 152 points in regulation and win. The Nuggets have scored 152 points in regulation 3 times and lost.
Okay.
They were also on the winning end of one of those. The Nuggets have been involved in 4 of the 6.
Well, that's because the late 80s, early 90s Nuggets didn't play defense. All they did was run up and down the court. It's like Alex English, and
2 of them were 1984, and I think 2 of them were 1990.
Yeah. Okay. So like Fat Lever, Michael Adams, again, Alex English. That's all they did. They just we don't care about defense. Yeah.
No F's to give.
No, they just
incredible.
Run and gun. It was a lot of fun to watch.
Strangely, of the 5 games previously that happened before last night, only one Eastern Conference team had ever been involved.
Oh.
And it was Washington against Houston in 2019. So this was the first time that 2 Eastern Conference teams had scored 152 plus in the same game.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, I don't know why it is, but Eastern Conference basketball has always been more slowed down,
Weird.
More plodding. Isn't it weird how
really strange?
It's like you have to stay up late to watch the fun basketball.
The Pacers had an offensive rating of 144.8 last night. That's
wow.
Sick. Tyrese Halliburton, 11 of 18 from the field, 9 of 15 from 3. He had 16 assists and 37 points.
Yeah, he's good, man.
Buddy Hield, 24 points, 6 of 6 from 3. Hit a huge 3 over Bogdan.
Yeah.
Incredible.
And that's why, I mean, you got to love it because it was like high level fun basketball.
That was okay. So that's the thing is it wasn't a layup line.
No,
it wasn't. It was just guys hitting tough shots. Like there were so many tough shots in that game. I really enjoyed it. I had a great time. Trey Young had 38 points, 8 assists, 1 rebound. Get in there, Trey. Bogdan, 26 off the bench, 10 of 15 from the field.
Yeah. He's been good. I have him on my fantasy basketball team.
Yeah. Anyways.
It's fun to have, some of the former players so you can just kind of track what they're doing. You don't have to look it up every day.
Yeah. Yeah. Cleveland Philly was a good game as well. That one went to overtime. Cleveland pulled out a win in Philadelphia. That's pretty impressive for them. But that Pacers Hawks game was game of the night last night. Shout out to League Pass.
Again, I think everyone should be watching these end season tournament games because for some reason,
dude,
there's a couple of them that are just crazy good. And of course, the Pacers stamped their ticket to the quarterfinals, I guess, last night with that win.
I'm rooting hard for the Pacers.
Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't love to watch a Pacers Kings in season tournament finals?
I need it so bad. One, so the NBA can sit on the Pacers Kings. What's the lack of national hullabaloo that they're missing if it's like Lakers Celtics?
Oh yeah.
And I want to see how ESPN and the league would cover a Kings Pacers in season tournament final.
Okay,
I need to see it.
I do too.
I think they'd be really uncomfortable.
It would just be the whole time. It would be like Sabonis versus Halliburton, or they would do like the guy they left behind.
Yeah,
it would be the whole time. You'd just be playing up this narrative. And you know what? Like, look, at this point, I'm going to do this, Kyle, right here today. Mm-hmm. I'm going to declare the Sacramento Kings the winner of the trade. I'm also going to declare the Indiana Pacers the winner of the trade. I'm going to declare that both teams won the trade. That's it. Both teams won it.
That's not like I was listening to the Ringer NBA show today. It's called Group Chat. It's Justin Verrier, Rob Mahoney, and Big Waz New Lambre. And they're talking about they each brought a player to the table. It was their potluck. They bring a player, a take, and a team, or something like that. And I believe it was Rob brought De'Aaron Fox, and they basically had this discussion about like he is one of the top guards in the league. He's playing at an MVP level. Like Like this was the whole thing, and that inevitably led to the De'Aaron Fox Tyrese Halliburton discussion. And like the crux of it is they were never going to work together.
Nope.
And so the Kings sent Halliburton to a place where he could thrive on a team he could thrive, and they got back the perfect complement for De'Aaron Fox. And then they talked a lot about the Sabonis Fox 2-man game and how important it's been for both players and really kind of maximizing what they're going to be in this and that. Good players individually, now like MVP candidates because of how they exist together. And it was a really good discussion. And it just lends to what you said. There doesn't have to be a loser in a trade.
Yeah, this is the one where I don't know that I've ever seen something like this before, where there are two, like both teams won. I mean, the Kings went out and snapped a 16-year playoff drought. They snapped it. Sabonis was a centerpiece. He's an all-NBA player. He could make the Hall of Fame. Same thing with Halliburton. He can make the Hall of Fame.
Yes.
And he's going to be the most charming dude in the league for a long time. Like that guy can flat out talk. So like, look, as in my point of view, you also have to remember that the Kings were able to move off of Buddy Hield's contract. That does actually matter. And did you spend that money on Sabonis? Yes, you did, but that's okay. Like, you were able to land Sabonis on a 4-year extension onto this year's contract. He's going to be a King into his 30s. Look, you won. The Kings won this deal too. They're one of the best teams in the Western Conference, and they're one of the best teams in the Western Conference because not only is Sabonis excellent, but he made De'Aaron Fox that much better.
The Kings with Tyrese Halliburton and De'Aaron Fox would be okay. They wouldn't be awful. They wouldn't be winning 20 games, but they'd probably be like a fringe play-in team.
Yeah, like 38, 40 games.
Yeah.
And then someone would have to get traded. That's the way those things work.
And the Pacers would be significantly worse. Like the Pacers would be worse.
Oh, yeah.
And so when both teams get better from a trade,
winner,
both teams win.
Winner.
It's just not hard.
No, I agree.
You don't need to hot take it, man. You don't.
No, yeah.
49ers Seahawks injury report. That's what we were supposed to talk about here.
Oh,
so the teams didn't practice on Monday, so they have to put out a projected participation report. So DK Metcalf was not on that projected participation report, which means he was a full go, not on the injury report.
Okay.
Yesterday, he shows up as a non-participant in Seattle's practice with a toe injury. So this might be a matter of he tweaked something and they just gave him the day off on the short week, or this could be a real issue for them because if DK Metcalf doesn't play and you have Geno Smith, who's limited on the projected report and yesterday with a right elbow and tricep injury, he got hit while throwing against the Rams. If you have a banged up Geno Smith and no DK Metcalf, that takes a lot of the teeth out of Seattle's offense. Oh, and Kenneth Walker, their starting running back, hasn't practiced at all with an oblique injury.
I don't think Kenneth Walker's going to play. No, I mean, like I watched him get hurt in that game, and it was weird. You saw him. He was getting ready to like try to cut through a small hole in the line, and you saw him grab his I think his left hip area. You could see him like, and he hit the hole and kind of spun and rolled over as he hit people, and then was like, oh no, I need to go.
Yeah.
So you could see that he did damage to the oblique right there in the play.
Really weird. Yeah, and of course, the fact he hasn't practiced is
and he's on my fantasy team too. So I watch Kenneth.
Very closely.
We yell for Kenneth all the time.
Very closely. So it looks like he is not going to play. DK Metcalf, TBD. Geno Smith probably going to gut it out. He came back at the end of that game the other day and had Seattle in position to hit a game-winning field goal that was pushed wide right. But it looks like he'll probably play. So if it's no DK Metcalf though and no Kenneth Walker, like I said, that Seahawks offense has a lot less teeth. For the 49ers, left guard Aaron Banks was back in practice yesterday. He was limited. Shanahan said he has a chance to go. It sounds like Spencer Burford, the right guard, is not going to play. If neither of them plays, and they have, I genuinely, I have no idea who would start at the other guard spot.
That's not
Seattle.
good.
That's really bad. Seattle's defensive line could really eat.
I mean, if you don't know who's starting, that's a big deal, Kyle.
I genuinely think if you said, "Hey, Kyle Shanahan, truth serum, who's starting at right guard," he wouldn't know.
Who does he have?
3 guys on the practice squad. One guy named Jesse Davis, a veteran journeyman, and 2 undrafted rookies. One guy named Corey Luciano, who started 1 year at center for the University of Washington and is now playing guard in the NFL. And then Il Manning, who started for 4 or 5 years at Hawaii at left tackle and is now learning how to play guard in the NFL. Both undrafted rookies.
It seems like they should have gone out and made that trade with the Vikings to
Boy.
go get that left guard.
Yeah.
Just saying. Just saying.
Tough. All right. So that's what's going on with the Niners. We'll talk about Talanoa Hufanga's injury in a bit. They replaced him on the roster with an offensive lineman from the Jags practice squad, but Shanahan didn't sound super confident that he was going to be up to speed by Thursday to play. Trey Lyles is coming back for the Kings, though. In other injury news, some good injury news. We'll talk about what that means for the Kings. And I want to compare the Kings to Thanksgiving dishes. And I put this together this morning, and I'm really excited to share it with you all. And I hope you're excited to hear it.
I'm excited for you to share with us.
As long as you're excited.
That's all that
We're
matters.
the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Yeah, I looked. Their defensive line has more more sacks than the Niners.
Yeah, their defensive line was really good, particularly early in the year. Boye Mafe figuring his life out was a big deal for them.
Yeah, he's good.
I'd be really surprised if Ben Barch plays, but maybe he does.
Anyone got any crazy Black Friday deals they're going to do out there?
I'm not going to say the name of the store.
Okay.
But my wife had to return something to a store the other night. And so we went in, and with the return, they gave her like a coupon. And so we're just kind of bopping around the store. They already had a bunch of their Black Friday deals just like out.
Okay.
Which is nuts, but whatever. I bought and again, this is retail price, which is super marked up. So then they can mark it down and be like, look at this great sale, when really it's not a sale. But anyways, the retail price on the things I bought was like $185, and I spent $54.
Oh, you save money by spending money,
Dude,
Kyle.
Right. I'm losing money if I didn't get anything. I got my favorite candle that they sell at this place. It is legitimately has been for like 10 years. It's I go and grab one every year. Then I got this sweater and another sweater.
I need to get a candle because like Sean and Brendan do podcast candles on the King Speed podcast. They each have a candle that they light, and I never do. I think it's funny, but
don't buy one. I'm your guy. I got you.
You're my candle guy.
I got you.
Oh yeah.
I got you.
See, James has. I have people for everything.
Mm-hmm. You're not a candle guy.
You're not my candle guy,
bro. This is not a bit. Like this kind of half started as a bit, with me and my Dead to Me podcast co-host, but I'm a big believer in scents just in general, like making sure that like your home smells good.
Oh yeah.
And so I have candles going a lot, and I have the Bath and Body Works, like the wall plug-in things.
Okay.
I forget what they're called.
Yeah.
But I have those. I make sure that like the scent matches the season. That's a big thing for me.
Okay. Yeah. So the wife, she does a like on the stovetop, like potpourri like thing. Like potpourri. There we go. It's got cranberries, it's got oranges, it's got cinnamon sticks, like all like fresh. And then it just sits there and simmers on the stove all day long, every day. Yeah.
That's the move. And it probably smells great.
Oh, the whole house smells like Christmas.
Yeah, man. I do fall. I have a couple of fall candles.
Okay.
After Thanksgiving, I'll move into the Christmas candles. There are specific Christmas scents. It smells like Christmas tree. There's like different sweet kind of like cookie type scents.
Oh yeah.
You know what Christmas smells like. So I go with those. After that, I go to more winter scents, which are sort of fall scents. A fall scent we'll do in a pinch in the winter. And that's usually through like February or so. And then you move into spring candles. Those are going to be your like linens and your more kind of flowery scents, and then you
Okay.
move into summer scents, which are going to be like your lemons.
You've thought about this a lot,
Bro,
Kyle.
it's not even, like I said, it started as a bit, but now I very much mean it.
All right.
It's your lemons, you're into your like coconuts.
Okay.
Bath and Body Works, and again, this is just now a plug for Bath and Body Works, but they have one that's they're not the only, they're just the place that's closest to me, so that's where I go typically. They have one called Waikiki Beach Coconut that is out of control. It's my favorite summer scent. So there you go. And that runs usually through September with the way the temperatures are here now. But once we hit October, that's when I move into my fall scents, even if it's still a little warm out.
Katrina says you're her candle spirit animal.
Let's go. Oh, my bad. Let's go. I light them. We have to.
I always think of Jan from The Office.
Bryce gets me. Oh, here we go. That's so locked in. You got me rolling on candles at the break, bro.
Wild candles.
You thought I was joking when I was like, I got you on your podcast candle.
All right, I'm in.
All right. I'm going to get you several. I'm going to be like, I'm going to label this. I'm going to label the top and be like, here's a summer scent. This is a spring scent. This is a fall scent that'll do in a pinch in the winter, because there are fall scents that don't play in the winter.
Oh, okay.
I got to,
like the pumpkin spice.
Pumpkin spice, not a winter scent, fall scent.
There we go. This is
now
serious.
Now,
Kyle.
like fallen leaves, or there's like sweater weather, like flannel. That'll play in the winter as well as the fall for me.
Flannel, the candle.
Mm-hmm.
It smells like flannel.
I mean, it smells like essence of flannel. If you hold a flannel candle to your ear, you can hear grunge music. It's really cool. Right.
You're gonna make me cough, Kyle.
Trey Lyles. Speaking of candles, Trey Lyles. No, all right. Trey Lyles. Focus in. Set to return tonight for the Kings. This is a sneaky big deal, I think.
I think it's a really sneaky big deal.
So maybe not even a sneak. You just think it's a big deal, not even sneaky.
I think people around the league don't understand what Trey Lyles means to a team like the Kings.
Sure.
What this does is it just gives Mike Brown so many different options, right? You add in a guy like Trey Lyles, and you can play small ball 5. So you can cut your lineup to super small and super fast. Like we were talking about it. Look at the Minnesota matchup on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
What if you go Trey Lyles and Sasha Vezenkov, or Trey Lyles and Keegan Murray, and drag Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns away from the basket? And just think what that opens up for guys like De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk. Like it just changes everything. And so, yeah, I'm all in on the Trey Lyles return. This is a big deal. Trey Lyles was excellent for the Sacramento Kings last year. He's going to come in hungry and ready to like earn his spot in the rotation.
Mm-hmm.
And like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, I would say, I don't know where he fits. Like, how are you going to plug him in? But at this point, like we know what JaVale McGee is. And against certain centers, I think I'm okay with JaVale McGee coming in and playing some minutes against Rudy Gobert if Gobert is just dunking on you the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
But outside of that, like this team with their speed, their quickness, their versatility on the offensive side of the ball, Trey Lyles can shoot the ball. He can take it to the rack. He's a good rebounder.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good passer. Like these are all things that Trey Lyles just naturally fits in and can do. He can set a big screen. And I even, I like the matchup against him and Zion Williamson.
Mm-hmm.
Like Zion's big and tough, but Trey Lyles is a good mixture of like a solid, sturdy dude who can, take a hit and stay with a guy. And I'm down. Like, it's not like if you let Zion go in space and he's just running to the middle, it's over for whoever it is. Right?
Sure.
But if you're playing man on defense and you're, keeping a body on a guy, I like Trey Lyles in that situation, especially to slow a guy down. And then if someone can cut off that left hand of Zion, you just make him a lot more defendable.
I kind of wonder if we see Sabonis with Lyles a lot tonight.
Yeah.
Like, is that the adjustment for Zion? Is just putting a couple of more big bodies down low?
Yeah, because, I mean, Zion's not going up and dunking on everybody in the lane.
He can, but that's not what he did the other night.
Well, yeah, but he can in, like, if you let him loose and he's running at the rim.
Yeah.
Right, either in transition or in a breakdown situation on the defensive end where he's on the perimeter and he takes somebody off the dribble and you just have like a free run at the rim. But outside of that, like, you don't see him go up. He's a guy who's got all these crafty little flips. We talked about it yesterday. You know, there's those guys you play against, and you're like, how in the world? Like, there were 3 shot blockers waving at the ball.
Yeah,
and you're like 5'7", and you somehow contort your body and flip a ball up and it hangs on the rim for 2 seconds and falls in. Like, that's what he is. He's one of those guys that just has a knack for putting the ball in the basket when he's surrounded by people. And that's what makes him so tough, because he's so, wide. Like, he's such a big, strong guy, but broad shouldered, and he's tough to, like, it's tough to block him. But what you have to do is you have to cut off his lane where he's going, and you have to take a charge. And I think Trey Lyles will take a charge. And I think Mike Brown, you're going to see him up off the bench cheering on his guys so loud when they finally take a charge against Zion in this game, because I think you'll see it probably 3 or 4 times where they really try to stick their nose in there and take a hit.
It's just so tough with him because he, like you said, he is so big.
Yeah.
Like, he's not 6'10" or anything, but I think he's listed at 6'8".
I think he's more like 6'6".
But I mean, he's just, like you said, he just creates a little bit of space with that body contact and gets a shot up. He's a really, really tough guard, but I think it gets easier if you have a Trey Lyles and a Domantas Sabonis. That's 2 bodies on him. Yeah. And like I said, tonight I want to see the Kings just get the ball out of his hands.
No, totally.
That's
I'm with you. Get the ball out of his hands, make him into a passer, make somebody else beat you. Because this team, while they hit shots against the Kings last game, they're not typically a spectacular 3-point shooting team without CJ McCollum. So, yeah.
So I think it's an interesting fit with Trey Lyles tonight, because if you have no Keegan Murray, it sounds like Sasha Vezenkov is going to go, but who loses minutes aside from JaVale McGee with Trey Lyles back?
I think that's right away. It's Trey. I mean, it's JaVale, but then after that, I'm not sure. Like, I think it's going to be a little bit of everybody. Like, I think we're going to see Keegan Murray's out. So, he's not out. He's questionable, but if he is out, well, there's 30 something right there. So in the first week here, we don't know what it's going to look like, but eventually, once everybody is healthy, I think we'll probably see a little bit less of Harrison Barnes, and we'll see more of Keegan Murray at the 3. We'll see more Kevin Huerter at the 3. Like, I think you're just going to have to, manipulate your lineup here a little bit. And again, I think we're going to see less and less backup point guard minutes for whoever that is. So I think we're going to see Duarte play alongside Malik Monk more. I think we're going to see, sort of an accumulation of guard play, especially if you have this opportunity to go small ball and really push the tempo.
This is another one of those, we talk a lot about the Mike Brown all-in thing. And this is a perfect example of where that manifests to me, because it sounds like, based on what you're describing, and I think what Mike Brown probably because in an ideal world, you have your starting 5 and then you have your rotation of 4 or 5 guys off the bench, and you just do that every night. But it's pretty rare in the NBA that you can just do that. And it's going to be more of a mix and match and matchup based, and okay, who's hurt tonight, who's available. And I think that's where the all-in thing kind of comes in, where, okay, hey, you're plugging Trey Lyles, a significant piece, back into this rotation. Can you do that without losing Chris Duarte or Harrison Barnes or whoever's minutes are going to, JaVale McGee, whoever's going to lose minutes because of this? When they are called upon, are you still going to get the same production out of them? And that's why all those players that I just named, Chris Duarte, like, clearly he had a role, it went away, and then he starts the other night and has his best game of the year.
Yeah.
And then Harrison Barnes is not a player that I would worry about if his minutes get cut down or his role gets changed in some way, I'm not worried about Harrison Barnes moping.
Yeah, I fully agree. Harrison Barnes is going to be a team player no matter what. And even like tonight, if Keegan Murray is out, as we suspect that he probably is, I think don't be surprised, people, if Kessler Edwards is your starter. Like, don't be surprised if he starts tonight alongside Harrison Barnes at the forward position, and because you're going to need his length and his athleticism on Brandon Ingram. And that means that, unfortunately for Harrison Barnes, he draws a short straw, and he's going to have to defend Zion, which, of course, one guy can't defend Zion by himself. But, like, I think Harrison's played really well defensively this year.
Yeah.
And, like, the last thing I want to do is, put Sasha Vezenkov out there and with a bad thumb and say, hey, here's Zion, go ahead and deal with him. Like, good luck with it.
Enjoy.
Or here's Brandon Ingram. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
So, I guess the other thing you could do is you could start Chris Duarte and shift Kevin Huerter to the 3 and say, hey, like, good luck with Brandon Ingram. But this is what we're going to start with, and see if Kevin can slow down Brandon Ingram a little bit. Again, we're looking at a 6'9" guy versus 6'7" guy, but I think that Kevin Huerter outweighs Brandon Ingram by like 15, 20 pounds.
Ingram's just such a tough guard, man.
He is, but
I'd throw Duarte on him too.
Yeah,
like, just give him some different looks, because I think he and Zion are the kind of players that if you keep throwing the same thing at him over and over again, they're going to figure it out.
Well, that's
they're
why
score a bunch of points.
I think that's why there was a lot of frustration watching the game the other night against New Orleans, that they never made the adjustment. That no one ever stepped in and took the charge.
Yeah.
And I know Mike Brown, I know he's yelling and screaming to somebody step up.
Yeah.
Somebody step up and cut off the left side. And they never did it.
Yeah.
And so I would like to see how they're going to handle this.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating seeing this second matchup in 3 days. This is one of the things I do like about these little 2-game sets. It's just the game within that. I don't want to say the game within the game, but the strategy across the 2 games.
Yeah,
because it's just pretty rare that, like, you get to get playoff style adjustments within the season. Because it's like you'll see a team and then you won't see them again for 6 or 8 weeks.
Yeah.
Whereas this, it's like, okay, play them one night, you get one day to kind of figure it out and try again the next night. So it'll be interesting to see how Mike Brown and his coaching staff go about defending Brandon Ingram and Zion Williamson after they both went off on Monday night. Okay.
You ready for this?
I am. I'm really excited about it.
We get some breaking news here.
Oh,
Hall and Oates are in a confidential legal battle that has led Daryl Hall to get a restraining order against John Oates. There's a restraining order, Hall and Oates restraining order. What is happening?
Oh my God.
That's awesome.
We got Hall and Oates beef?
We got a Hall and Oates beef.
60-year-old dads everywhere are ruined.
Just crushed. It's a good segue into what's coming next.
It is. Speaking of beef. That's not speaking of beef. Stupid.
Speaking of 2 turkeys.
I wanted to do something Thanksgiving related. And I have decided to compare the Kings players, or some Kings players, to some Thanksgiving side dishes. I think I got most of the classic side dishes covered.
Okay.
I don't have the entire roster on here. So I had to pick and choose in some. And if there is a side dish that your family has yearly that I don't have in here, I apologize. And also, this is not here's how I feel about these dishes. So I don't care that you don't like green bean casserole. It's about the explanation.
Kyle and I love green bean casserole.
We're big GBC guys. Maybe you're not. Whether you like green bean casserole or not is irrelevant to the conversation, though. And whether I like these dishes or not is irrelevant. I'm going just the explanation is the bit. Okay. Here we go. De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox is turkey. And again, if you think turkey's dry and it sucks, fine. De'Aaron Fox is turkey because it's a staple. It is to most people what they associate with Thanksgiving. It is the on the table every year, and that's De'Aaron Fox to me. He is head of the table.
Okay.
He's right there.
He's the centerpiece.
Thank you. Centerpiece is what I was looking for. Not head of the table.
The thing right in the middle.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Right in the middle.
Whole holiday revolves around that.
Yes.
Okay. And again, if you do prime rib or ham, I don't care. Okay.
Everything else is an accoutrement.
Right. Okay. Demonis Sabonis, stuffing.
Oh.
Because a necessity, it elevates the turkey. Whether you stuff it or you call it dressing, I don't know. I don't care. Dressing to me goes on salad, but I'm not going to, again, I'm not here to argue. But also, like, paired with the turkey, really, really good. By itself, good, but like, it needs something. So the turkey and the stuffing, they pair together. Domas and Fox pair together. Bang, bang.
Okay, I'm with you.
Kevin Huerter. Kevin Huerter's the gravy, and here's why. I feel like it really ties everything together. Like, he can make or break a game. Kevin Huerter can. If he goes 2 for 11 from 3, it's like, oof. But hey, on those nights where he's going 7 of 9, really hard to stop. And sometimes gravy sucks. There's bad gravy.
There is bad gravy.
But also you get an elite gravy and you dump that over your food.
Over everything.
It ties it all together. I feel like Kevin Huerter is the piece that ties really everything together with the Kings offense. Dribble handoffs, the corner threes, when he's getting rebounds, he's dishing assists, he's getting into the mid-range, he gets a little floater game going.
Okay.
But there are nights where he's just not going to be very good. And on those nights, it's tough for the whole dinner.
Okay. I'm with you.
You rock with it? Okay. Keegan Murray's mashed potatoes.
Okay, that's what I was thinking you were going to do.
Okay. Chance to be elite.
Mashed potatoes are my favorite thing, and my mashed potatoes are elite.
Excellent. So chance to be elite, right? Some nights, sometimes it's like, not my favorite, never terrible, but like, not my favorite mashed potatoes. And you think that the mashed potato can exist by itself, and you think the mashed potatoes could maybe someday be like the 1 or the 2 in a dinner, but it's like, you know what? Really better with the turkey and the stuffing. It's really better within the confines of this, and they're great by themselves. But within the plate, the mashed potatoes have a really, really high ceiling.
Okay. So for me, it's always a second helping of mashed potatoes, but I need a good gravy with that mashed potato. I'm a big mashed potatoes and gravy guy, not just mashed potatoes by themselves.
Of course. Harrison Barnes is a dinner roll because it has to be there.
It's your delivery.
It has to be there. And depending on the dinner roll that gets brought, you're like, damn, this is a good dinner roll. Then there's sometimes you have it and you're like, could have done without it. Like, this is on the plate, but you know what? It's
okay. So
I want this dinner roll to do more for me.
This is where we differ.
Okay.
JaVale McGee would have been the dinner roll.
Oh, I've got JaVale coming up.
I get you. But I'll tell you why. Because I have 2 Thanksgivings every year, which we'll get into later. But I can't waste. I can't. The dinner roll looks good. It smells good. It's sitting there. You need a dinner roll because there are dinner roll people at the table. I don't eat a dinner roll because that's like filling up on soup before you get your meal at a restaurant.
That's the thing is you don't want too many dinner roll. You don't want too much dinner roll.
Yeah. So a lot of times I will pass on said dinner roll because I know I'm going to save that for mashed potatoes.
Right. See, you pass on dinner roll because you know what? Maybe there's something better.
Okay.
Just like we sit here and go, you know what? Could the Kings upgrade at the 4 spot? Yes, I'm just saying.
Okay.
Malik Monk is mac and cheese because there are nights where that is elite and the star of the dish. Then there are other nights where you're like, who made this? You're uninvited.
This is separated and greasy.
And then mac and cheese wonders, you know what? Could I be the star of a different dish? Could I be a star of a dish at a different meal? And you're going, you know what, mac and cheese? Maybe. But you're at home right here. You're at home right here, starring in that second plate. Okay, gravy, mashed potatoes, turkey, stuffing, here's the mac and cheese now. And the mac and cheese is now the star.
And I get it because mac and cheese, you could go like, hey, you could add a little bacon to this mac and cheese. It'd be a little different, a little prosciutto. How about that? You say, you can do like a shrimp with mac and cheese. You can add that in here. You can do like a chicken or a steak mac and cheese.
Sure.
You can just like
Do
throw
a
it in
little bit
there.
of everything.
A brisket mac and cheese. Like,
Love a brisket mac.
right? So
Mhm.
he's saying like, look, I go with everything.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I can be a lot more. I'm with you. Okay.
But you're like, but you're right here.
That's a good one.
And then there's the nights where he goes 1 for 9 from 3. That's when somebody's like, you can put peas in mac and cheese. Like, knock it off. Stop trying to put vegetables in my mac and cheese. Davion Mitchell's cranberry sauce, because at my house, cranberry sauce is not on the table. Davion Mitchell no longer in the rotation. I'm sorry. That's how it goes.
Cold world at Kyle's
It'd
house.
be like that.
I don't know. Cold
like
world, Kyle.
A cranberry bliss bar from a coffee shop, great. The cranberries, is that like
cranberry
a sauce?
lemon bar?
Yeah, the cranberry lemon bars that Mrs. Ham made, delightful. I'm there.
Oh.
Cranberry sauce, get it out of my face. It's just not in the rotation for me. That's why it's Davion Mitchell.
So I've never been someone here. This might actually fit in here. I've never been someone who would put cranberry sauce on my plate while I'm eating Thanksgiving dinner.
Mm-hmm.
But after I'm done, I would prefer that to one of the delicious pies because I don't like crust.
Oh.
So it's one of those
You
things.
just eat cranberry sauce just by itself?
Yeah, I'll just sit there and eat cranberry sauce by itself, whether it's the
out of the can.
Either one.
You just can't.
I can sit there and I can just like sit there with a fork and just like, all right, thin slice, thick sliced out of a can, or like if someone makes a really good, like homemade cranberries everywhere, like maybe a little orange peel in there, a little zest in there, like a good one. Oh, I can do it.
All right, man. For me, it's out of the rotation. All right, I was looking and just making sure I didn't forget any Thanksgiving sides. So I clicked on an article on some website. And one of the third things, like right there at the top, was cauliflower steak.
What?
That's JaVale McGee. Because, like, bro, what's happening here? Like, what is this? Like, what do you, and then you take, and you're like, hey, you know what? I kind of see it. Like, okay, maybe I can rock with it. And then no. Why is this? What is happening?
Why is that?
I don't love this.
That doesn't fit here.
I don't love this.
Okay.
Like, okay, maybe for a very special reason, somebody will want a cauliflower steak so you can have one for those 3 minutes a night.
Or those people that don't participate in eating meat.
Yeah. And so that's a very special, like, again, that's 3 minutes when your centers are in foul trouble against Nikola Jokic. But for the most part, I'm not going to
waste my calories.
This doesn't work.
I'm not going to waste my calories. Okay.
Chris Duarte for me.
Uh-oh.
Okay. And this is for me personally. And I think this is going to be controversial. But again, this is my list. If this is different than your list, that's fine. Chris Duarte for me is yams or sweet potatoes. Because there are times I eat the sweet potatoes and I'm like, damn, I see the vision. I want more of this. And there are times you see that with Chris Duarte. And then there are other times where I'm like, I don't need this anymore. This is committing 8 fouls per 36. This does not belong here. I don't want it anymore. This is out of place. This doesn't fit.
Okay.
You see where it fits in the context of the dinner, but it's like, you know what? Not for me.
I don't like
maybe
it
a different dinner.
at all. So like there are like I might use that for someone else, but like I'm not a sweet potato or yam.
And there are people who are like yams are elite. That's the De'Aaron Fox
marshmallow thing and all that stuff. No, I don't touch any of it.
Okay. Colby Jones.
I know where you're going.
Is the pre-dinner charcuterie board. Okay.
Oh.
Because it's like, you know what? Not ready to be at the dinner table just yet. Not the dinner table. But dude, love having it around.
Okay.
Love having the pre-dinner charcuterie board because that goes out about 11 o'clock. You pick at that. For me, dinner this year will be at like 3 o'clock because I have a 49er game to cover. But the pre-dinner is one of my favorite parts of the day. Even though it's not part of the dinner, it's still one of my favorite things to see out there. It looks great. It's versatile, salty, sweet. You see where all the components could come together.
I also think that there are some people out there who eat too much of that, and then they can't really do the dinner. They can't really optimize the dinner, and they're always thinking about how good the charcuterie plate is, and not really understanding that it's not part of the dinner yet.
At least not just yet.
Not just yet. Okay, I'm with you.
My last one, Jordan Ford. I just picked Jordan Ford. Is pumpkin pie. Because when that comes out, that's when you know the dinner's over. It's cleanup time. It's mop up duty.
It's like Jalen Slauson.
Yeah, Jalen
is-
Slauson goes here.
Is cherry pie.
Cherry pie.
Yeah.
Kessler Edwards in some instances.
Apple pie.
Apple pie. Just like, oh, these guys are on the court. All right, hey, wrap it up.
Wrap it.
This one's done.
It's done.
We're all done here.
Someone's over there sleeping on the couch already.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
They're already done.
I love it, Kyle.
So, all right.
Did we miss anyone? I think we missed people.
So. Yeah. So
maybe
that's
we
it.
did.
That's the Sacramento Kings as Thanksgiving side dishes. Thank you, audience. All right.
You didn't give anyone the green bean casserole.
Oh, I missed the GBC. So I was.
See, that's got to be your favorite.
Well,
Kyle.
okay, but I had GBC in here for 2 separate ones, and then I liked different explanations for them better. That's super funny that I didn't even get to green bean casserole. What a dunce!
All right,
what a dunce. Alex Len is green bean casserole because you get green bean casserole once a year, and every once in a while you're like, man, this is good. Why doesn't this play more? Yeah, every time I have this, it's good. Why don't I get more? Why doesn't this play more? It's not elite. It's not perfect, but you know what? It's really good in this instance. And then you go, I'm going to have this a different time of year. And then the game goes on and.
Well, I enjoyed this, Kyle. I don't know if anyone else out there did, but I enjoyed this.
Good. I'm glad. We have to break right now. We've got 49ers Seahawks, Thanksgiving football, and MadProps coming up next on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, ESPN 1320. I'll be right back.
Oh. There we go. Oh. Yeah, there it is. We forgot about Sasha. You know what Sasha is? He's like the beets. Like, I don't know if you guys, or carrots. Like, you know, they work sometimes, they don't others. And you're still intrigued. And people do fancy him up in different ways. And you're like, I don't think that that's normal. That was fun. Were there appetizers? Well, the charcuterie board. So that's where I am. I'm the charcuterie board guy. Oh, that's great. Joel Embiid will miss today's road game versus the Timberwolves on the second night of a back-to-back due to left hip soreness. Who out there has like the morning appetizers? Is there anyone out there who has a good one? My mom. Okay, so I'm Czechoslovakian. I'm a quarter Czech. My mom is half. My grandfather was full. My mom makes kolaches, which is a Czech Danish, and she'll make, I don't know, probably 50 or 60 of them. And that's what we have during the morning on Thanksgiving. So does anyone have any morning? Do you make anything special for the morning of, Kyle? So when people show up, like before the charcuterie board, they show up at like 9:30 to start helping and all that stuff. Do you have a Danish or a strudel? My mom makes kolaches, which is Czechoslovakian Danish, and I get those because I'm Czech.
That's Sasha Vezenkov because it's like, wait, what are you doing here?
Yeah, it's like this is.
Wait, where are you from?
This is weird. Yeah.
Hey, honestly, Gilbert, same.
And what about like ham?
You?
No, ham.
Out there taking charges. Oh.
No, like as part of Thanksgiving, because we have a Thanksgiving ham as well.
No, of course, yeah.
But I can't do ham without like a quality mustard.
Hey, do you know what? Do you know what's ham?
Uh-oh.
Tyrese Halliburton.
Oh. He's the one that probably he doesn't fit, but
Right.
he probably could also
great at Christmas dinner.
he could also just take over the whole dish.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, he could just be a replacement for turkey. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I like ham way too much to make Harrison Barnes ham.
We how much time do we have here? I always make these statements and I'm like
15 seconds.
Okay, I won't make that statement then.
Yeah, pocket it till the break. Yeah, man. Hour number 2. Taking you right up to noon where D'Lo and KC will take over. Having a good time talking Thanksgiving food.
Yeah. And Miss Mac brings up Coach Brown is red wine and all the assistants, all other alcohol. I think Mike Brown is a red wine because I need wine at Thanksgiving because on more than one occasion, Kyle, it's just overwhelming and I don't want to be there anymore because there are people that you only see once or twice a year and you're like, okay, I've had enough. I've had enough of this person or that person. And I need to escape into a bottle of wine.
That's excellent.
And so, yeah, I think it's kind of the thing that, it has to be there. It has to be there.
I'll go mimosa in the morning and then I'll sip on, like, I will nurse a like dark, heavy beer through the early afternoon. And then once dinner starts, I'll go to wine.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'll start with you got to keep it light. You got to do a Pinot Noir. You got to do a Chardonnay to go with your turkey.
Sure.
Something nice and light.
It's just my folks and my in-laws and my grandma coming over this year. So I get to avoid the like family members that I need to drink to be around. I don't have many of them.
Oh, I got a few.
But I've gotten very lucky. Like the nightmare family stories, I don't have any of them. I like my family.
Oh no, I've got some.
So, but every once in a while, it's like, you know what? I'm going to need a few drinks to be comfortable here.
Yeah.
Want to remind everybody, speaking of Thanksgiving, that you can listen to Thanksgiving football right here on ESPN 1320. Washington at Dallas. Coverage for that one begins at 1:00. And then we've got Black Friday college football at 8:30 a.m. That's when coverage begins. So if you are out and about doing some shopping, running some errands, whatever you're doing on Black Friday, tap into ESPN 1320. We've got TCU at Oklahoma on Friday morning. And then Saturday, your Sacramento State Hornets are in the FCS playoffs beginning at 9:30 a.m. on Saturday. Sac State is at North Dakota in Grand Forks, North Dakota. Going to be freezing, 36 degrees at kickoff for that one.
Oh, that sounds unfortunate.
Go Hornets. Stingers up, baby.
No. No, Kyle.
Your deep attachment to UC Davis not going to let you. Let's get into some keys for the Kings game on tonight. I was going to say on Friday, but it's tonight's game. What do you got? And I know we talked about this one a little bit earlier, but you got to slow Zion down, man. That's just, you can't.
Yeah, you got to force him to go right.
Yeah.
Like, hey, are you going to beat me? Beat me going right. Like, how is that going to happen? Like, I don't think he can. You didn't make it hard on him. You didn't force him to shoot jump shots. Keep him away from the basket. Zone up if you have to. Do whatever it is you have to do. Keep him away from the basket and don't let him go to the left-hand side.
Yeah.
Like there are certain players that there's no way to stop them when they go left because, they have a jump hook or whatever. And it's just like, they're really high quality scorers. But Zion's not doing that. He's just hitting you with like power layups to the left. So figure out a way to stop that. He's a freight train and he's spectacular. But it's pretty simple. Like make him be a 3-point shooter.
Yeah.
Make him do something different.
Sag off a little bit.
Yeah. Make him do something different and just dare him to beat you in different ways as opposed to just doing the same thing you do every time. I want to see the Kings like have 3 guys standing in the middle of the key locking arms. Like, here he comes. Everybody shift right, shift right, shift right.
It's just like there's charge on
Cut him off.
all of them. 3 fouls at once.
Yeah. So that would be my first key.
Okay. I think also going at him defensively. I know he's not like a bad defender, but trying to maybe get him in some kind of foul trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's always a possibility.
Yeah.
But like, you don't even remember him really as a defender in this game.
Yeah. Right.
So I think my second key is hit your 3-point shots.
Yeah. 11 of 45 is not going to do it.
No. I mean, this team has to, they have to be up around 35, 40%, 38, like sit right around there, and that's fine. You need Kevin Huerter to come up big, especially with Keegan Murray out. You need Harrison Barnes to step up. You need Sasha Vezenkov to hit some shots, to space the floor. All of these things matter. And, the Kings really, Malik Monk, you can't have De'Aaron Fox fall in love with the 3 and go 2 for 12 again. That's just not okay.
Yeah. You mentioned Harrison Barnes. This is the kind of game where if Keegan Murray is out, it's like, okay, now Harrison Barnes moves up a rung in the
Pecking
offensive touches pecking order. Thank you.
Yeah.
And he needs to take advantage of those. Like if Brandon Ingram's guarding him, like he can push Brandon Ingram around a little bit.
No, I
take
think
him
so.
to the rack.
Yeah, take him to the rack. And, for that matter, take Zion to the rack.
Yeah.
Go get him in foul trouble.
Yeah.
Like that's the way you can beat him. And then if they want to clog the lane with Valanciunas, okay, Domas needs to sit at the 16-foot mark and just hit those shots.
Yep.
He does. Or go out and start hitting the threes like he has all season long. Like space the floor a little bit too if you're Domas.
My key to the game is Harrison Barnes going over 13.5 points.
Oh.
That's one of my keys.
Okay.
Gotta go over that mark.
Yeah.
I think the opportunities are going to be there.
He had 16 last game, right?
Yeah.
I thought he was pretty solid. I even took him in my price picks, and he was I think the one person that actually
big winner. Nice.
Covered. Yeah. So what else do we got? My third key, don't let go of the rope.
Yeah.
Like this is a tough stretch for the Kings. They're in game 5 of a 6-game road trip, and this team took you to the woodshed on Monday. Like, don't let that be who you are, where a team like Houston thumps you twice.
That's it.
Where a team like Golden State gets you twice in the first week of the season. And, like the Golden State thing, they were much closer to Golden State than they were to Houston. And that doesn't make any sense. Like, this is a team that's at 500. If you want to be a team that's at the top of the Western Conference standings, right now the Kings are 5th. If you want to be that team, you want to talk about it, then you got to go out there and beat teams like this.
Yeah.
And you need to make adjustments. And I know you're banged up, but so are they. Like CJ McCollum's not playing. Like that's a really, really good player that makes him much better because of his ability to space the floor. Like go out there and beat him. Like stop making excuses. I haven't heard a lot of excuses, but stop saying we just got out coached. We got outplayed. We got out, they beat us up. Like that can't be who you are.
It becomes a little bit of a concerning trend if they go get housed again tonight. Because that's what happened in Houston. And if all of a sudden it's like, hey, every time the Kings go on the road for more than a couple of games, or if they get beat by a team once, then they're just going to get beat again. Like that's not good signs.
No.
Especially with a game in Minnesota coming up on the last game of the trip. That's going to be a really tough game. You have to go get this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we told you at the beginning of a 6-game road trip that the Kings could go, that they would split, you'd be like, okay, that's not great because what was it? Lakers, Spurs, Dallas. So that was your first 3.
Yeah.
And then Pelicans, T-Wolves. I mean, realistically, if you said, hey, you're going to go 500 on the trip, I think a lot of people would be like, okay, that's not horrible. Like we would take that. But if you go 3-0 to start and you come back 500 on the trip,
that's tough.
Now we're talking about a different thing. And also that sets you up to on Tuesday, if you want to play in the in-season tournament, you have to beat without any question, you would have to beat Golden State on Tuesday. If not, you're not getting in most likely.
The good news is I think they're going to boat race Golden State.
Oh, okay. That's good.
But we can talk about that on Monday and Tuesday. I guess Tuesday is when that game is.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest thing for me is like you can't go into this game and whatever it was that ailed them against the Rockets that caused them to lose worse in the second game than they did in the first one. That can't happen. And maybe having De'Aaron Fox there, because that's the thing is I think Fox is the kind of player who's just not going to let that happen. Well, I don't think he's going to have another awful game like he did. And I think you're going to come out. If you bet or whatever, and you can get De'Aaron Fox over on his first quarter point total is, I'm taking that. I think he's going to come out fast. I think he's going to set a tone.
Okay.
And that's going to be, if they go down early, like that's where you start to see them let go of the rope a little bit, I think. So got to start fast. That's my key.
Okay.
All right. We got MadProps coming up next. Kings game, 49ers game, stats from each. Which one will be higher? James and I are going to run through that. I would love to see you participate at youtube.com/ESPN1320. And we will be back in just a moment with some MadProps. Here we go.
Candles by Jan.
Jandals.
Oh. Oh yeah, Jade McDaniels is out for Minnesota.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Still?
No, he will be out Friday.
Ooh, dang.
Yeah, I think he's out for a little while.
Christian, did you see this quote about Christian Wood playing the Mavs?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Knowing it's my former team, I definitely want to go at those guys. And then Kirk Henderson, who's he with? Mavs Moneyball. He quote tweeted it and said, "Christian Wood every fourth game." Knowing it's my former team, I definitely want to go at those guys.
Yeah, but he's on 10 teams, I think.
He's been on so many teams.
Yeah, I mean it's a lot. I'm almost there. Christian Wood. Yeah. Philly, Charlotte, Milwaukee, New Orleans, Detroit, Houston, Dallas, LA. 8 teams.
Dang.
And he also played. He had a season where he didn't play anywhere and played in the G League and Pro League somewhere else. Yeah.
Oh, money coming in on the Niners today. Line moved from 6.5 to 7.
Uh-oh. We're going to have a Kings Beat podcast tonight after the Kings game.
Oh.
Yeah. Me, Sean, and Brendan will have a show later on in the evening. Yeah, that's good. Having 3 on a pod is really difficult because it's hard to match up schedules.
Oh, dude, totally.
Did you see Brock Purdy was the NFC player, the offensive player of the week?
I did. I wrote about it at NinersWire.com.
There you go.
That was part of the reason I did not have. I had music that I wanted to play for that last segment about the Kings and side dishes, but I didn't get the music ready.
Oh, that's too bad. Music accoutrement would have been nice.
Oh, 5 seconds. Here we go. Yeah, it is. Let's do some MadProps, man. We're going to take the Kings game.
I'm in.
Tonight. So Kings play tonight and Friday. So we're going to take the Kings game tonight. And then, of course, the 49ers game in Seattle on Thursday. Huge game for the 49ers. So the way this works, if you're unfamiliar with MadProps, is I make up 2 stats and James and I pick which one of those will be higher between the Kings game and the 49ers game. So our first one this week, just if you're not familiar and that explanation didn't make sense, here's an example in our first one. 49ers Seahawks total points. So the total points scored in the 49ers and Seahawks game, or De'Aaron Fox points and assists tonight.
Oh, I'm taking Niners Seattle total points.
Okay.
I got this 31-21.
Oh, that's a lot. That's 52. That's really high. I think it's going to be lower scoring. I think it's going to be something like 24. You can pick. I was just digging around on the internet the other day. If you want to bet the 49ers and Seahawks game to end at exactly 24-19 49ers, you can get it at plus 30,000.
What?
Yeah.
For like $3, please.
Yeah, it's $10 and you win $3,000 if 24-19 hits. So that's the range that I think it's going to be in that 43-44 for the total. I think De'Aaron's going to have a huge night tonight. I think you're going to see him at 35, 36 points. I think he goes 7-8 assists. I think it's going to be really close, but I'm going to take De'Aaron. I think this is going to be a double birds, De'Aaron Fox MVP level game.
Okay. The Sacramento Kings need that.
I know. And
I
think
they need to roast this team like they got roasted the other night.
I agree. And I think De'Aaron knows that, and I think he's going to have a big game because of it. So I'm going to take De'Aaron Fox points and assists more than the 49ers and Seahawks total. Moving on, Christian McCaffrey touches. So this is receptions and carries. Or Domantas Sabonis points plus assists.
Well, I'm taking Sabonis.
Okay.
Sabonis did not have a good game. He finished with 18.
Yeah.
That was not a good game at all. Combined. He had 10 points, 8 assists, right?
Yeah.
I've got him at, I'm going to say 22-9.
So I had 19-9 were my which is 28. I think the Niners are going to lean heavy on McCaffrey, but here's why I'm picking Domas. Because if I think the Niners lean on McCaffrey, but I think about 28 is maybe like the max that they're looking at for touches for him.
Okay.
Whereas 28 for Domas is like not minimum, but if he had 25 points, it wouldn't shock me.
Okay. I know, like, Valanciunas plays him tough. He's one of the big, strong guys, ground-based guy, but he's also really tall. So, and these two know each other so well because they played together on the Lithuanian national team forever. So, like, they're friends. They know each other. They know each other's game. They practice against each other. I just think you're going to see, we've seen those moments where, like Sabonis just plays at a different level where all of a sudden he's like, oh no, I'm taking over. I'm going to be physical. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Yeah. That's where I kind of think we're going to start seeing Sabonis tonight.
Okay.
At least I would hope, because that's what you need on again, to avoid having the Houston Rockets situation all over again.
There's definitely a chance that I'm just going to whiff big time on this one, but whatever. Juwan Jennings receiving yards or Trey Lyles minutes.
Oh, that's tough.
So it depends. So here's where I said I had Trey Lyles in my brain in the like 18 to 20 minute range.
Yeah.
And Juwan Jennings over under on receiving yards is typically in the 15.5 range.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Like, Jennings can have a game where he has a couple of extra catches.
Right.
And it's different. But yeah, I'm going to go. Oh, man. I'm going to go Trey Lyles.
Yeah, I'm there too, because if he goes for 23 minutes, it wouldn't surprise me. If Juwan Jennings has 23 yards, I'd definitely be a little bit surprised.
I would be surprised if it's 23, because I don't know that Mike Brown has clearance for 23 minutes for Trey Lyles. But now, like, the minutes, like, I haven't heard this, but I wouldn't be surprised if he is on a minutes restriction. He's been practicing hard for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw him, maybe it was 3 weeks ago, but it was all in the half court. And then this last time everyone saw him, it was in a full court setting where they're making him run up and down and do the same type of workout, but, you know, on a full court setting.
Those game movements are just a little bit different though.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't surprise me if they're like, hey, give him 15 to 18 tonight and we'll see how he responds.
Yeah.
Before cranking those up. Okay.
Yep.
49ers sacks. So sacks by the 49ers defense or Harrison Barnes assists.
Oh, I'm going Niners sacks.
Yeah, I think I am too, because I think you're going to see more of a scorer, Harrison Barnes.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I would be surprised.
It's going to be like 3-2 kind of
yeah,
thing.
2. Yeah. I think the Niners will have 4 to 5 sacks.
Ooh.
I don't think that that Harrison Barnes will be at that assist wise.
Okay. Deebo Samuel touches. Again, we're going to touches. So receptions and rushes.
Yep.
Or Malik Monk 3-point attempts.
Man, these are tough.
I know, man.
These are tough.
I make them up and I don't have good answers.
Wow.
I'm stumping myself. Do you know how hard that is?
Yeah, I'm going to go Deebo.
Okay.
Deebo.
I think I'm going to go Monk 3-point attempts.
Ooh.
I think you're looking at maybe 4 catches for Deebo and like 2 rushes.
Okay.
So that's 6. But he also kills the Seahawks. So maybe they crank the carries up a little bit. Whereas Malik, like 7, 8 threes. Okay. I'm sticking with it. I'm sticking with Malik 3-point attempts. And then last one. Seahawks punts. So punts by the Seahawks.
Okay.
Or Davion Mitchell points.
Oof. I'm going Davion Mitchell points.
You think you're going to get a decent game out of Davion?
I think 7. I don't think
7. Oh, yeah. No, they're not going to punt that many times.
No.
I'm going to go Seattle. I think Seattle probably punts 5 times, and I think you're looking at like 3 or 4 points from Davion.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what I'm rocking with. Partly for the bit, so we pick different ones.
Okay.
So we're different on the first one, Niners Seahawks total with Fox points and assists. You have Niners, I have Fox. And then the last 2. So Deebo touches or Malik 3-point attempts. You have Deebo touches, I have Malik 3s. And I have Seahawks punts. You have Davion Mitchell points for the last one.
Okay.
Mixing it up.
Awesome.
Yeah, man. I love doing this bit. And it just gives me something to do at the end of the night where I just go dig into the box scores and
try to find something.
I haven't had any bang on the number yet. I've had that a few times at my old station when we would do this.
I thought we had one in week 1.
No. I've not hit the exact number yet.
We thought that there would be one.
Yes.
Yeah.
I picked one in week 1. You last week correctly predicted the total in the Kings Spurs game.
Oh, that's right. Was it 249?
249.
Yeah.
That was spot on.
Okay. Yeah. I think I'm going to
go. And you picked, the impressive part about that is you picked that without knowing what the over under was.
Oh, yeah.
You said that number, then the total was 248.5. Really impressive.
Okay.
Vegas is ridiculous.
Yeah, but like there was a point where I would, like look at those things a couple of times here and there, like when I was younger.
Yeah.
So I kind of have an idea of what the point line might be. I know like teams average and stuff, but like the numbers in my head, I got a lot of the numbers in my head.
When do the Kings play the Pacers? Speaking of point totals,
that's a good question. When do they play the
That's
Pacers?
one of the. So there's a couple games I've circled this year because with my schedule, with how it is, it's really hard for me to go with where I live and then my schedule. It's really hard for me to go to Kings weekday games because I wake up so early, get out of the arena so late. It's like I'm not getting home till midnight and then I'm up at 3:30. That's tough for your boy. So I've circled a couple of weekday games later in the year.
January 18th.
What day is that? That's
it's
a Tuesday.
Thursday.
Because then they play the Spurs the 25th at home.
Yes. No. January 25th is at Golden State. That's the start of another 6
Oh, when do they play the Spurs?
That's a 7-game road
17th? They play the Spurs in January, I believe.
They do. No.
They don't?
No.
When do they play the Spurs at home?
February 22nd.
Oh, February 22nd.
And that's a Thursday.
Oh.
Oh, and then they got him on March 7th at home. And that again is a Thursday.
Jeez.
Boy,
I'm going to have to take a Friday off.
These Thursdays.
That's fine. I just want to see Wemby once.
Yeah. Well, I guess you could just stay. You'll have to stay.
Yeah, I could just crash. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. Crash at Dame's house.
That's easy. Just going to invite myself on
the you can sleep on the big white pool table.
Yeah, there we go. Throw a sheet on it. All right. KJ Wright, former Seahawks linebacker, former Raiders linebacker. He is going to join us next to break down this 49er Seahawks matchup on Thursday night in Seattle. KJ is doing a ton of work in media. He's doing a podcast. He's doing radio. Really smart football mind, and he played against Kyle Shanahan offenses. He's played in Seattle for Pete Carroll. Really, really interesting guy to talk to about this. Really looking forward to this conversation. That's coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
How long is this break?
Good question. 1, 2, 2.5. Ooh, 3 minutes.
3 minutes. All
Ooh,
right.
broke a little early. That's okay.
I'll be right back. I've got to plug in.
Okay, good luck.
Yeah, I got to plug in my laptop.
Oh, wait, hang on. It's longer. Oh, no, that's the last break. 1, 2. Yeah, about 3 minutes left. What's our last break? 1, 2. Sorry, everybody. 3. Oh, 4 minutes. Okay. Not yet. It wouldn't shock me if this came eventually, but I think Kessler's issue is that he doesn't play enough to develop the amount he needs to develop to take Harrison Barnes' spot. And it's not like Harrison Barnes is bad. If Harrison Barnes was actively bad at basketball, I think we would probably see a bigger push to replace him. He's just not like outstanding. Oh, hang on. KJ's calling.
That's good.
All right, we got KJ.
Sweet.
Recording that.
I don't know is the answer. I don't think.
I don't think so either. Like I said, if Harrison Barnes was like actively bad, then maybe, but he's just not.
No.
He's what he needs to be.
I'm not sure why Kieran DeBeam is telling us he had goat meat today. Not sure.
So Ramsey, I bought this to be petty because this was 2016, which was the same year that the Warriors blew a 3-1 lead. So Cleveland blowing a 3-1 lead is the reason I have the 2016 World Series hat. I waited so long for this to come out or go on sale. I mean, okay, here we go. Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Talked plenty of Sacramento Kings today, but now let's look ahead to the Thursday night nightcap. 49ers, Seahawks, and we're going to do that with former Seahawks linebacker, former Raiders linebacker, KJ Wright. He is a Super Bowl champion. You can hear his podcast, KJ All Day. You can listen and watch that on Spotify, YouTube, Apple Podcasts, and wherever you get your pods. You can also hear him on Seattle's ESPN 710 AM, the KJ Wright Show. He's on Instagram, KJ_Wright34. That's also where he's at on Twitter. KJ, thank you so much for hopping on with me and James today. How you doing?
Fellas, doing well. Back at home with the family. Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, of course. Man, really looking forward to this game tomorrow night. Brock Purdy and the 49ers heading up to Seattle where, you and the 49ers have had so many great battles there over the years. I want to talk about Brock Purdy first, though. What are your thoughts of him as a quarterback, as somebody who played the game and knows ball, but is not necessarily in the sphere of the San Francisco 49ers? What are your thoughts on Brock Purdy?
I'm a big fan of Brock Purdy, and what his best trait that he has is that he's simply a winner. The guy's 13-4 as a starter, and I know facing this Kyle Shanahan type offense, he comes to the line of scrimmage with 2 or 3 plays in his headset. and he's the guy responsible. So when he gets to the line of scrimmage, sees what the defense in, he has to put all 11 guys on the same page and make sure they have the best play call, make sure they execute on that down and distance. And so for him to come on the scene, 7th round pick, back against the wall, earn himself a starting spot. I love Brock Purdy, and he utilizes his talent so well. You got Christian McCaffrey who does his thing. You got the weapons on the outside, but he protects the football. He's also a guy that can be explosive down the football field. We saw what he did last week, just getting the ball down to George Kittle, getting it to IU deep. And so he's super talented, and all this stuff. He's a game manager, Mr. Irrelevant. It's time to put that noise to rest. The guy can simply play some big-time football.
When you're watching him play, KJ, it is those intermediary. Boy, I can't say that word today. And the deep passes that he's really living in. It's not just a bunch of like dink and dunk stuff. How would you, if you were asked by Pete Carroll, how would you slow him down? How would you slow down this offense? Where would you go? Because it really is a high-powered, crazy offense. I mean, he's on pace for 4,500 yards.
So anytime you face a Kyle Shanahan offense, the most success that I had is when you have got to, I promise, you have got to throw this man some curveballs. If you come out there and you line up and you're over cover 3, like they saw on film, like they practiced all week, this play caller will pick you apart. You got to bring some fire zones on 1st and 2nd down. You got to go cover 2 on a 1st and 10 when it could potentially be a run, but if they pass it, he's going to be shocked when he see 2 high safeties and linebackers playing underneath. And so you got to switch it up. You can't just line up in the same old stuff that they see on film. It's really a chess match that you are playing with the Kyle Shanahan type of offense. And so if it's Brock Purdy, I'm trying to get him in a 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, make everything look the same on defense, but we're going to do different stuff out of this look that we're bringing on the table. And so 1st and 2nd down, so you got to earn your money. If you're defensive coordinator Clint Hurt of the Seattle Seahawks, you have got to earn your money on 1st and 2nd down, earn the right to rush the passer, and find a way for the young quarterback to make some mistakes on 3rd and plus.
Talking with former Seahawks Pro Bowl linebacker KJ Wright. What is it about like Kyle Shanahan's offense? Because we always hear like, oh, Kyle Shanahan's offense is so difficult to stop. It's so different. Obviously, the Niners have incredible playmakers, but what is it specifically about what he does as a play designer and play caller that makes life so difficult for a defender?
So from a linebacker standpoint, what he does so well is that he keeps you so off balance. There's times when I step on the football field and I'm playing an opponent, I can come to the line of scrimmage and I can tell you exactly what play they're running. And my 10 and 11-year career, anytime I played a Kyle Shanahan offense, I could never tell you what the play was just by lining up at the line of scrimmage. And so he keeps you so off balance. The motions, the shift, the fake toss, run a boot action off of it. He's just a trendsetter when it comes to calling plays. And from a linebacker standpoint, it is a nightmare. I got to play the run. I got to play the power. I got to play the toss. Now I got to play the toss boot. Now I got to play a play action. He's throwing it right behind me. And so he knows who to attack on defense. He's going to find a way to set you up. He's going to do a play maybe in the 1st quarter and come back in the 3rd quarter off of a similar look or on a completely different play. And so I can never just get a beat on him as a linebacker. And when I say he's the best play caller, hands down, he's the best play caller.
When we look at this Seattle offense, they've had some, they've had some success. It maybe isn't as good as it was last year, or doesn't feel that way, but they still have a ton of weapons. How do you think that they're going to attack this Niners defense, and how much do you think that Hufanga's absence is going to be sort of the soft spot that they really look to exploit early on?
I mean, you're being really nice with our offense. I thank you for being so friendly. But let's be honest. Jason Myers, our kicker, has scored more points than our offense these last two games. And I look at our offense, and we, like you said, we have a DK Metcalf. We have a Tyler Lockett. We had a Geno Smith that we extended, who coming off a Pro Bowl season. And we have just not quite put it together, in particular in the red zone. We're getting down there. We're making stuff happen. But we'll get in the red zone. We have still yet in week 11, week 12 to find our identity and who we are as a football team. And so I'm excited to see if we can get this figured out when we do cross the 25-yard line. We have a young rookie named Jake Bobo, who I'm excited to come and make some plays. We have Zach Charbonnet, the rookie running back who needs to be our red zone threat. And obviously with the injury to you guys' safety, that will hurt a little bit. But with this defensive line, with those linebackers you guys have, in my personal opinion, you guys are the best defense since the Legion of Boom era, obviously that I played in. And so it's going to be hard. It won't be easy because you guys are stingy. Y'all create turnovers. But if we get down the red zone and find our identity, then I truly believe it's going to be a ball game.
You know, yeah, I'm glad you bring up the Legion of Boom as we talk with former Seahawks linebacker KJ Wright, because Bobby Wagner is still out there playing at a high level. He's back in Seattle now. What is it about playing alongside him and what he does on a field that makes him a future Hall of Famer?
I kid you not. I remember asking Bobby, like my third year in the league. I said, "Hey, bro, do you think you can keep making like over 100 tackles each and every year?" Because at this point, I didn't reach 100 tackles ever. I was like, "Bro, how do you do it? And do you think you can sustain it?" And I kid you not, this past game when we played the Rams, he eclipsed 100 tackles for 12 straight seasons. And this man is so consistent. He works his tail off each and every year. I can't beat him to work. When I play with him, I try to beat him to work every single day. I set my alarm for 3:30 in the morning. Bobby Wagner is in the building. And he stayed healthy. He knows how to take care of his body. But I kid you not, guys, the way that he studies, his attention to detail, the way he practices, he doesn't miss practice. The guy's always at practice. He's always at walkthrough. And just, my friend for life, and I just had the honor of just having someone to compete side by side with. Like, we competed on the field, but it was always love. For him to do it for 12 straight seasons, I mean, Bobby has at least another 3 more in him.
Man.
Yeah.
Incredible player.
Absolutely incredible what he's been able to do at age 33 still. KJ, I want to ask you, Tom Brady made some comments yesterday, and I'm not sure where these comments, I wasn't paying attention as to who he was making these comments to, but he talked about how the game has changed so much and how, whether it's coaching or the development of young players, how it really has changed. But the thing that I keyed in on is how the game has, they just don't officiate it the same way as they used to.
Yeah.
What's a personal foul, what's not. And he talked about how, guys like Ronnie Law, Rodney Harrison, like these guys that were hitters, like they couldn't play in today's game. And, they would just get suspended. They would get penalties every single time up and down the field. Just in your time of not just playing, but watching it morph over even like the last 10 years, it really does seem that we've seen such a crazy shift. And how difficult is that as someone who played at a high level to watch it shift and get away from, really the brand of football it was before?
And think about it, like fans, they are drawn to this game because of the gladiator mentality, because of the physicality of the sport. Like, you are out here, you want to hit guys, you want to smack guys, you want to have that highlight type of play, especially as a defender. And when I saw what happened to Patrick Mahomes and Fletcher Cox the other day, like, what are we doing here? He took one step and he shoved him, he pushed him. And that's a 15-yard penalty that allowed the Chiefs to continue their drive. And I just look at the rules that they're making. I'm all for player health and safety. I'm all for it. But they're throwing guys out left and right. They're finding running backs now. You saw they finding like Josh Jacobs like 2 weeks in a row for just lowering his head in the line of scrimmage. What else is he supposed to do? And so I look at the people that's in position to make these decisions. We need more former players in Roger Goodell's ear. We need more former guys in those decisions saying, hey, this is what the game needs. This is bad for the game. This is good for the game. And so it is really hard to watch, especially they're throwing guys out left and right. And so they do need to get back to what people fell in love with, because right now people aren't enjoying the sport.
Yeah, I know they can't, and that's a great answer. And I know they can't necessarily like legislate intent, right? But it feels like the ejections and the fines and stuff have just gotten really extreme. And my biggest issue with it, because like you said, KJ, the player safety is number one. But at the same time, they're trying to have guys are bigger now, they're faster than they've ever been, and they're trying to have these officials make these like bang bang calls on the field. To me, if you're going to be ejecting guys and affecting guys' pockets and fining them, you need to be able to watch replays and slow it down and check all these angles instead of just doling out these flags and ejections and fines.
Listen, I met with Goodell during the draft. I met with him during the draft and we talked. I said, what happened to that year where we went back and reviewed holdings? when we reviewed if this is the right decision by this referee. And according to him, it's like it slowed the game down, and it really didn't make a big difference. And like obviously they went with the call that the referee made majority of the time.
Mm-hmm.
And so I do believe we need to give that another shot. There's a lot of plays that I'm seeing. Like the ref, he's messing it up. We had a pass interference against the Rams against Devin Witherspoon. Puka Nacua literally just fell. He stumbled, and they called a pass interference.
Nuts.
They got a touchdown the next play in the end zone.
Man.
And so you want to get this right because people's livelihood is on the line. There's a lot of money, a lot of playoff implications. Super Bowl is obviously on the line. And so you want to get it right with these referees. And I think the only way to do that is to review these penalties, especially when it comes to ejecting the guy.
Talking with KJ Wright, former Seahawks linebacker. Last two quick ones here for you, KJ, before we let you go. I know you're with your family and want to get you back to that. I really appreciate you making time for us. Does Seattle get a win tomorrow night?
Don't do me like that. It's going to be challenging. We haven't quite put together a complete game, and the teams that we beat the Commanders, we beat the Panthers, we beat the Browns, who didn't have a starting quarterback. But when we played a decent team, it's been rough. We lost to the Rams, obviously. We lost to the Bengals. And so we're playing a really, really good football team. If we can figure out our red zone woes, yes, we will win the game.
Got it. All right. Red zone scoring. Key number one from KJ Wright. Okay. And last thing here, KJ, Thanksgiving tomorrow, you can have one Thanksgiving side at the table. What are you bringing?
I'm bringing my midnight snack, which is always my go-to. Give me some gumbo. It may sound crazy, but I want me some gumbo around 9 o'clock after I eat my turkey and dressing. So that's my go-to after I eat my Thanksgiving traditional food.
I'm so happy you said gumbo. That sounds incredible.
I want gumbo.
That sounds incredible. Hey, KJ, thank you so much for hanging out with us for a few minutes today. Go enjoy your time with your family. Enjoy your Thanksgiving, and we'll talk to you again soon.
All right, gentlemen. Have fun tomorrow.
Yep. Thanks, man. Red zone scoring. You heard it. KJ Wright, former Seahawks Pro Bowler, Super Bowl champion. And like I said, you can hear his podcast, KJ All Day. You can watch that on YouTube. You can listen to it, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts. You can also hear him on Seattle's ESPN 710 AM with the KJ Wright Show. KJ_Wright34 on Instagram and Twitter.
He's really good.
Great guy.
Yeah.
Really great guy. I appreciate and respect. I understand what a former player is like. The team I played for is awesome. I owe them everything that I have in my life. I'm going to ride and die with them. I'm going to pick them every single week. Okay. I respect a former player who's like maybe they'll win. I love the objectivity.
I don't even think that he was saying maybe they'll win. I was surprised. Like, it doesn't sound like he has a lot of faith in what's happening right now.
He was trying to avoid the soundbite going out of him being like, they don't have a chance.
Yeah.
He was like, it's going to be tough. If they figure out their red zone scoring, they'll win.
Well, I mean, like, look, this is a Niners in Seattle. And I think that that's the biggest thing. I think that playing on Thanksgiving Day might actually be a little bit of a blessing.
Oh, how come?
Because you're going to get, I mean, we're talking about a 5 o'clock start, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to get a bunch of people who loaded up on turkey, who've been drinking all day, who are watching football. Then they get to the game. I mean, we're talking about a metropolitan city where, the stadium is right downtown. So a lot of people aren't going to be commuting. They're going to hop on a bus. They're going to, take an Uber. They're going to take whatever to get to the stadium. And I think you're going to have a lot of people who are a little tired, got a little tryptophan going. I would be surprised if the intensity and the noise level is the same as it always is there.
Oh, okay.
But not to that's a great crowd. It's probably like one of the best crowds in the NFL for noise level and everything else.
Yeah.
But I think that playing on Thanksgiving Day might actually be advantageous on the road for the 49ers.
I hadn't thought about that. What would I do? I'm trying to think, as you were talking there, I was trying to think of what I would do if I was going to, if the 49ers and Seahawks were playing at Levi's and I was going to go. What would my Thanksgiving Day look like?
Oh, yeah.
Because I think at that point,
horrible.
You're punting a traditional dinner and you're just tailgating with Thanksgiving food.
Yeah, but I think that's what makes Santa Clara like such a pain in the behind. Like it's so difficult to get to. It's so difficult to get in and out of the arena. Like that's not Seattle. I think they like you can take the metro to the stadium in Seattle.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because I have an hour and a half drive to Santa Clara, easy.
Yeah, an hour and a half drive, but you got to be there 5 hours early.
Yeah, so probably pulling up at like 1, leaving the house at like 11:30, pulling up about 1.
Okay.
Get done tailgating about 4, get into the stadium.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds rough. Oh.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be one of those days where a lot of people are sitting at home, they're having a good time. They're like, "Hey, let's go. We got tickets tonight. Let's do this."
It's either gonna be what you're saying, or people are just gonna be crazy amped.
Yeah, because I mean, it is
they're gonna be
Thursday
drinking
night.
since noon.
I mean, it is Thanksgiving. It is like you could get that sort of noisy, like a big performance by the crowd.
Yeah. Brock Purdy, remember last year with a broken rib and busted oblique, went into Seattle and won on a Thursday night. So we've seen this before. It wasn't Thanksgiving, but this was, remember that game last year where the Niners went into Seattle Thursday night. Brock Purdy didn't throw it all during the week. Like his first throw came in the tunnel before the game started, just to make sure that his body worked. And then they went out and won. I think it was 21-13 was the final there.
It's not great.
It'd be the first time if the Niners win tomorrow. It'll be the first time in franchise history that they've won in Seattle in back-to-back years.
Wow.
Never done it before.
It's a hell of a stat, Kyle.
It's insane. And like, I know that Seattle won 1 million games in a row between 2012 and 2020. Like Seattle just owned that. I think they were like 15-2 against the Niners in that stretch or something insane like that.
I need to look up how to make gumbo so I can so I can get a gumbo pot going. And I think gumbo is one of those things where it's okay to throw whatever you want in it, right?
Yeah.
So I think that like I could dice up some leftover ham, throw it on in there. I could dice up some leftover turkey, throw it on in there. I think you could make a post-Thanksgiving gumbo that would be
gumbo.
Yeah, I mean gumbo it's one of those things where you need some like andouille sausage and stuff, but you got to find okra if you can. But yeah, I might be down to make like a big pot of gumbo. Oh, now I'm thinking.
As I say, you're on this now. You're tapped in.
Yeah,
because you're making gumbo on Friday.
What I could do is I could put a gumbo on early. Well, I mean, if we're talking about midnight snack gumbo, like what he's talking about,
that's a good point.
I could put a gumbo on early tomorrow morning and have it slow cooking all day. And then when I get home at like 7:38, I could throw in a bunch of the extra meat stuff, let it cook for another 2 or 3 hours. And then we're talking midnight snack gumbo.
You're just scarfing gumbo.
Now I'm scarfing gumbo. Then I have gumbo all day Friday.
That sounds really good.
We have an idea here, Kyle.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll go gumbo, but definitely a post-Thanksgiving soup sounds awesome.
Yeah, I make an incredible chicken soup, which I could actually cater. We could use turkey instead.
Yeah, for sure.
So maybe I do it. Maybe I do that.
All right. Let's pick the Thanksgiving games real quick, and then we'll talk about the Kings weekend action ahead. The Packers at the Lions. That's your early game, 9:30 a.m. Packers at Lions.
Who do I got? Lions.
I'm going Lions big.
Yeah, I'm going Lions big too. I just don't think the Packers are very good.
The Lions are always like a weird Thursday game, but that's because the Lions have always been bad.
Always.
And it's always been like, be careful picking against the Lions on Thanksgiving. But this year the Lions are good.
No,
so
I'm down with I'm all over the Lions.
I'm taking Detroit.
Yeah.
I should have done this with the spread, but it's fine. Commanders and Cowboys.
Cowboys. I don't think the Commanders are very good.
Yeah, the Commanders are sneaky, but the Cowboys aren't losing to them. Micah Parsons might have 4 sacks. Sam Howell holds the ball for so long, and the Cowboys pass rush gets home. So I think the Cowboys, here's my prediction. I think the Cowboys beat the Commanders so bad that Ron Rivera gets fired.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I think is going to happen on Thursday. And then 49ers at Seahawks. I'm going to pick the 49ers.
Yes.
Because I think they're better. But I don't think they cover. The line is up to 7. According to ESPN's Joe Fortenbaugh. A bunch of money came in on the Niners to push that spread from 6.5 to 7. I don't think they win by a touchdown.
Okay, I'm gonna amend my earlier prediction as far as point totals. I'm gonna say 31-17.
Jeez.
I
would be really surprised if the Niners hung up 31. Yeah, that's just a tough place to play, man. And maybe I'm just scarred from more than a decade of the Niners just getting their asses kicked every time they went to Seattle, even
Okay.
when they were good. So they got smoked there in 2011, 2012, and 2013. And I don't, or maybe it's, did they win there in 2011? No, they lost. Did they? No, they lost in 2011. But either way, I'm so scarred from years of them going up to what is now Lumen Field and just getting smoked. But I think they're better. They're the better team for sure.
They're a lot better, I think, right now. They're just especially a much better team.
If DK Metcalf doesn't play and if Kenneth Walker doesn't play and you got banged up Geno Smith, I don't know. I think Pete Carroll will have a little something on defense. That's why I don't think they score 31. But I said 24-19. That's about where I think we land.
Okay.
All right.
Interesting. I think it'll be just a bigger win.
And a quick reminder that you can listen to that Commanders and Cowboys game right here on ESPN 1320 kickoff set for 1:30. All right.
So wait, there's only 3 games on Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Oh. I thought last year there were 4. It was pretty solid starting at like 9 o'clock and going all the way through 9:30 and then boom, 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 boom.
Maybe I don't totally remember.
Yeah.
All right. Kings weekend action today at the Pelicans. Friday at Minnesota. Do you consider that game against Minnesota a measuring stick game? It feels like one to me. It feels like an early measuring stick game.
I want to see where the Kings are at health-wise.
Okay, that's fair.
I mean, yeah, maybe. But again, they're going to be missing McDaniels. So, yeah, I mean, I would think probably a little bit of a measuring stick game.
To me, it's not like if they lose, it's the end of the world and, oh, my God, they're frauds. But if you keep it, if it's just a tight game where they hang tough with or beat Minnesota, I think that's where you'll start seeing the top 3 in the West talk nationally.
I also would have liked to have seen Embiid play against Minnesota tonight because I think Minnesota could be riding in on a little bit of a little chest puffed out stretch.
And that's when they get punched in the face.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. And Minnesota's defense legit. Now worse with Jaden McDaniels out. Jaden McDaniels is a really good defender, but I'm interested to see how the Kings offense does against a very, very good defense. All right. That does it for us. James, thanks so much for hanging out on a Wednesday.
Yeah.
This is a lot of fun. Thank you. Got me a bottle of wine. I appreciate it tremendously. Thank you for that. I can't wait to dive in. I will send you a photo when I pour a glass, whether that's tonight or tomorrow. Strong chance it happens tonight.
Oh,
really strong chance.
Are you going to make a little New York sour with that?
No. I have cheap wine that I make a New York sour with. Come on.
All right.
I'm not going to do good stuff in there. That does it for us. D-Lo and KC next. Enjoy your Thanksgivings with your families and your friends. Enjoy your good food. Boom.
Thanks, Chatty House.
There were a couple of these chats I wanted to get to real quick. Hey, Manny, this looks disgusting, and I hate it. The Falalala Latte candle is delightful. Shout out. I would love this, Alfonso. I'm going to work on it. Great idea. And sorry, Michigan, but as part of a bit, I am a big Ohio State guy this weekend. So, yeah, sorry about it. All right. See you, everybody. Have a good holiday.
Yeah, but it's like, oh, no. Like I had to load stuff up at Costco yesterday, and almost didn't make it. Like I looked at the water that I threw on the bottom, like, oh no. Why did I do that? Hammer. Hello, friends.
What's going on, my brother?
Oh, this is me.
Oh, Marquette won.
What's that?
Said Marquette won. I didn't even get a chance to watch the game last night. The college game. I'm only talking to myself. I'm the only one that cares about this shit.
The North Carolina game was on earlier.
Are they in Atlantis? In the Bahamas?
Maybe.
I think they are.
Well, that would be nice. Go to college and you get to go to the Bahamas, all expense paid for a basketball game.
Yeah.
That doesn't say entitled or anything.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're in Atlantis. Feast week.
Bottle of Pinot for each of you.
Oh man.
Oh, man.
Nice of you.
Enjoy your
Thank you.
Thanksgiving.
Appreciate you, my
Yeah,
guy.
Sam. Very nice of you. Might be into that before the show ends. Who knows?
Yeah, me and Kyle thought about just cracking it while we were doing a drunk show. I will see you guys at 3.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
From home.
I don't know what we talking about at 3 o'clock. Just be prepared for anything.
Well, we got the game starting right afterwards, right? Is it 5 o'clock?
It's 5, yeah.
All right. You gonna have a little crew here?
Yeah, I'll have them in for a few minutes.
Oh, look at them waiting
They ready.
and watching.
They ready.
Come on, boys.
Oh, snap.
Come on in, boys.
You guys ready?
What's up, squad?
What's up, guys?
What's up, fellas?
Ooh, that boy iced
out, man. I see him. I heard him. Ooh-wee.
Way to be sick.
Bean, what's up, baby? You gonna be right over there by KC.
What's up, man? You over here with me, man? What's up? You over here with me? You ready to rock? Did you watch Kansas and Marquette last night? That's what we talking about. That's what we starting the day off with. What?
Hey man, we gotta get logged in, man. Come on now.
Come on, guys. This is an ESPN audience.
You didn't watch that? Oh, man, I don't know what to tell you, man. You have to figure out something to say.
Yeah, Dave's working on something, man. Dave's working on
You guys
something.
You guys come over here, man.
Get over there by KC.
Come over here.
Our crew is back. Look
Yes,
at that.
sir.
The
Come on,
crew
get in
is
there, man.
back.
Get in there.
The
There you
crew
go.
is back. Look at that squad right there.
Just in case they don't know, everybody got to know who you are. Say your name. Go ahead. Speaking to the
Y'all
mic.
forgot your names?
Oh, them lights is on. Y'all ain't ready for them lights.
Nigga.
Jamal Murray.
Jamal Murray's your name,
Wow.
sir.
Wow.
Oh my
JaVale
God.
McGee.
Yo.
I like that. I like that.
Marcus Joquavius III.
Yo,
My name's Eminem,
well,
Marcus.
not the real Slim Shady. My name's Kylian Mbappe. No, I'm Slim Shady. I'm Skittle.
Yo, wow, man. Yo, wow. How y'all doing today?
yo,
About to
which
start the
one's
show.
Cooper?
I'm Eminem.
Hey, raise your hand if you're Cooper.
Oh,
He's not
Okay.
here.
hold on.
Hang on.
Shush.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Sir. What's up?
Yes, sir.
We headed into that holiday weekend. Come on, man.
Yes, indeed.
What's up, baby? Welcome in here to the Thanksgiving Eve, November 22nd edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barnes.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Reach me.
Yo, we got the bloodline in here with us.
Bloodline is
Yo, we got the stars of Take Your Kids to Work Day are back.
seriously. We're like on the right. So give me your real names right now, so people know who you
There's
are. Go ahead.
there's millions of people listening right now.
Your real name. If you don't give me your real name, I'm gonna tell you leave.
Fine, my name is Cooper Palmore.
There we go.
My name
Cool.
is Dominaden.
That's not your name, sir.
That is Brexton.
There we go.
It's Aiden.
Cooper, is today your birthday?
No.
When's your birthday? It's
They
what
gotta
day?
hear you. They gotta hear you. You
My
gotta.
birthday's December 10th.
My birthday was
Better
earlier.
than
You
yell.
didn't give me anything.
When was your birthday?
Wait, September 10th.
Yo, you gotta see.
So their
these
mom.
guys.
These are the Kelly Boys. That's what their new hip hop name is. The Kelly Boys. And I'm gonna tell you something. Your boys need the belt. I'll tell you that right now. Your boys need the belt. They coming in here. They wilding. What was your name during the commercial break a minute ago?
Me?
Jaquavius.
The SoCal cousin. What was your name? No, say that in the mic.
Come
man.
on,
Come
man.
on, man.
Come on,
Marcus
man.
Aquavius the third.
Y'all got
Come
you
on.
got a wild group of boys.
Hey, they
right
iced
here.
out too. You guys gotta go to the YouTube. Check them out, man. Come on, man. They iced out,
Hey.
man. Come on,
Hey.
man.
Yeah.
These guys, yo, it's crazy.
It's a wild group in here, man.
These are my boys, though.
They got
It's my boys.
I know. You
Your
know what they
cousins here too?
You know what they said the second I walk in the door? Where's KC? Like, man,
They did not say that.
yo,
I did.
thank you.
I did.
Thank you. JaVale McGee said it. JaVale McGee said it.
Yeah.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you guys a question because this is a sports show. Be ready to talk.
Okay.
What you think about the Kings so far? What you think about De'Aaron Fox? Is he an MVP candidate?
Okay. All right. See, y'all, you were all talkative and excited last time. Now you're like nervous. Now you come back.
He kind of sucks at.
He don't suck at nothing. What you talking about?
He sucks at shooting full court.
Who's great at shooting full courts?
LeBron.
Stop. When was the last time you
This
saw
is
LeBron
why I
make a
don't have
full
no
court
kids
shot?
right here. This is why.
On YouTube.
Stop.
This
Stop,
girl
bro.
got,
Stop.
This girl
Stop.
got 3 of them. This is why I don't have them.
Stop. What y'all think about Domas? Domas is the truth, right?
I don't know who Domas is, but
Come on,
whoever
man.
he is, he sounds like he sucks.
Come on, man. Come on. Hey, man. Hey, you see that door? You can go right out that door talking crazy about the Kings again. I don't care if you're a kid or not.
Hey, Cooper, we might not see you before your birthday, man. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Cooper.
We're glad y'all could come back in here and hang out with us.
Leave him hanging.
Y'all want to chat Light the Beam before you go?
Light the beam?
You guys said you needed to hear me, so thank you, Like the Beam.
All right, there we go. We got that Cooper special. You know what it is. Light the beam, Chance. Light the beam. Light the beam.
All right.
Oh my God.
Y'all think these 3 are going to behave at lunch? Oh, man. Kelly, you're a saint. My God. My God. All right, y'all. Kelly's boys.
Oh my God. Yo,
All
these
right.
guys.
Thanks, Kelly. All right.
What's his name? Jamarcus Jacavius.
Bro. Yep.
I'll see you next time. By the way, my real name is
Your mom would whoop these kids.
That's right.
What the hell?
That's
My mom would whoop these kids.
Yo, all right, man.
Your
All right.
mom.
Yo.
Your mom.
All right, y'all, man. I'm gonna see y'all, man. I'm gonna see y'all outside in the lobby,
Your mom
man.
is so fat.
You are about to
Yo.
be forcefully removed from this room.
Oh,
Yo. Hey, that's why right there. Never let Kelly disappear. I will beat all 3 of their asses. All 3 of them.
I whoops kids.
Dude's talking about my mom would be whooping these kids. Dude's I would be whooping these kids. This is I ain't gonna look at this. Hold on. Let me go to the wide screen here real quick. Look at these. Look at these. Look at these kids right here, dude. I swear to God, man.
No.
You about to get a Thanksgiving ass whooping. That's what y'all about to get. You about to get a Thanksgiving ass whooping.
There's some wild boys right here, man. I'll tell you this.
Crazy thing, like their mom is just the sweetest, chillest, like she's an assassin on the sales side, but she's like, just look
in the gritty in the window. Oh man, Thanksgiving Eve, man. You know, kids are off of school. They coming home.
It's gonna get worse. My sister's coming in later.
Oh, it's lit.
My nephew, I don't know who's all coming. We have a whole crew here later.
One of them got yanked out.
I'm about to break open this bottle of Pinot James brought us. Go get whatever Aaron's stash of seltzer wines they have in the refrigerator.
I come in and I'm like, oh, my homie's here. And Aaron's there. He's like, yeah, they're all yours.
Jesus. I swear to you, think I'm playing. I walk in the door. Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, where's KC? How about you kiss my ass? Oh, punk ass kid. Kelly, don't clip this part for Kelly. This is all fun and games.
Hey man, these kids is hilarious.
Jesse, you having kids, bro? You and Crystal?
You know what? I am, but
Yep. That's it.
They'll
That's
behave.
your life.
They
That's
will
your life
behave.
right there.
they'll behave.
Kyle, you and Heather, y'all in on this?
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
I'm telling you,
Yep.
they'll behave though.
Me.
Reese is just fine, right?
Me-
Now, Ryan, I don't know, Ryan.
Oh,
Ryan gonna be something else.
Ryan gonna
I don't
own
know.
you, bro.
I don't know, man. Right. And she
Reese
be
is a
having a little
great kid.
sinister laugh already. She's like, I'm like, oh my gosh. This is gonna be wild.
Oh man. Hey,
That's my baby though. That's my baby.
I guess when you have kids, you have to love them. That's why I don't have any. I'm not going to be forced to love no crazy kid.
Oh man.
Hey, I'm with Securing the Beam. I bet that German Shepherd ain't never done you wrong. Securing the Beam. I'm with you. I got my lab.
Hey man, I love dogs. You just never know about animals. You just never know. You never know when they're gonna turn on you.
Man, Sprout is not turning on anybody. What you
I don't
talking
think
about?
she is either. But I'm just saying, you never know.
He ain't got pet alligators walking around. Like ain't Floyd Mayweather
Swamp
or pet
people.
tigers.
Swamp Thing? What was the name of that show? I think it's
I don't
Swamp
know.
People. That's my show. It'd be crazy though. It'd be crazy the alligators that be in there. They just be kind of lingering, and I don't know why they're in those places. But
I bet I can finish this before the show's over.
hey, CV asked if am I still afraid of birds. And look, man, I got.
You should be afraid of birds. How many did you kill at your house?
I didn't
over the
kill
summer?
any of them. All right, I didn't kill any of them. It was the heat index that did that. But I don't trust no animals, man, because we think we know. Oh yeah, if you just rub them here, that's gonna. You don't know that. You don't know what might set them off,
bro. You
crazy? Nah, bro. Nah.
We
don't even know humans. How we gonna know?
Let's be clear.
How we gonna know animals?
Let's be
We
clear.
don't even know humans.
Let's be clear. You're more frightened by Sprout than them three little badasses that just left this room.
Yeah, because I got a belt for them kids. I'll have a belt for Sprout. I'll have a belt. Hey, you guys talk about
room.
I meant to ask you guys this. It's been a couple weeks now. You talk about snowfall, and they had the tiger going through Compton or whatever.
Yeah.
Did you see the lion walking the streets of Italy?
I
see
missed that.
Didn't see that.
A couple weeks ago, there was a lion that like broke loose from the circus, and they had just walking the streets.
They still got animals at the circus.
I
thought we.
I don't know if it was
that a
zoo
while
or
ago.
It's not as big, I don't think. At least here, I don't think the circus is big here anymore.
They ate that man in Las Vegas, and we didn't learn.
That was
called
a tiger.
content.
Huh?
That was a tiger. Got his ass.
Yeah, it was a tiger.
I seen a couple in the circus when they get the guy. The lion gets the guy. And
I thought we
they
did that.
did.
Maybe the Italy circus. Is
yeah, we
different.
know what to do because we're trained professionals and we know what to do. And this is all you got to do to get little Jimmy the lion to calm down. Yeah, right.
Here's the thing.
Right.
Here's the thing. God bless that brother in Las Vegas. But if you get eaten by a tiger because you're trying to make a tiger jump through a hoop, that's your fault. It's easy. It's your fault.
So what are you doing in Italy if you're walking down the street and you like the lion's right there? You taking off because the lion's gonna catch you. What are you doing?
You just casually turn around. Just keep it moving. Just turn around, slowly walk away.
You just pray. Turn around. Turn my back.
Walk into.
Isn't that a sign of you can't turn your back on them?
No, I don't think you can look them in the eye. There's more kids here. Oh my gosh. Well, at least they didn't try to come in here. They look different though. They looked well behaved. I don't know whose kids those were.
There was some in here. They were cool. They were chill.
Okay.
I saw something where it was like a jaguar or a cheetah, and like you had to back up because they said don't turn your back on them. I think so. You had to back up facing them, and the jaguar was like it was crazy the way he was like trying to scare the human off. Like he would like glide on his tail at like 100 miles per hour. I ain't even gonna lie to you. It was crazy. I don't mess with animals, man. I don't.
See you. See, you do this sometimes. You go from you go extremes. We're talking about dogs. I brought up a German Shepherd and Sprout. Now you're talking about lions walking down the street of Italy.
I like I said, I like dogs. I do, but I didn't see dogs turn.
You seen a regular dog who's just loved their owner. All of a sudden, just decide I'm gonna eat his arm off.
Not the owner, but like the kid.
Well, was it Cooper?
Stop! Don't do that.
Was it cool? Well, them kid, maybe Aiden, they might have been pulling on the lion's tail. Hey, if you pull on the lion's tail and you get eaten, it happens. It happens.
Securing the Bean talking about I'm tripping. What are you talking about? Yo, who could pull it up where nothing happened? I think the jaguar. Now, see, here's the other.
No, I think
thing.
he's talking about you tripping on your take about animals turning. not tigers, not lions, but like dogs.
Also, and like I said, dogs ain't never.
I ain't
turned on
saying never.
nobody.
More.
What are we
more
talking
often
about?
than not, they don't.
All right. I love them. I love them from a distance, though.
Okay. You had a dog?
That was a little baby.
Was it an animal?
It was a Shih Tzu.
You can't say that on the radio, can you?
I'm talking about a dog. That was a little bit. That wasn't gonna do nothing to nobody. But like, oh, let me get this bully that got like muscles looking like goddamn Aaron Donald out there. The pits that be looking like Aaron Donald. Like, nah, bro.
Oh no, I ain't doing that.
Keep him away from me.
Things are friendly, unless they raised by the wrong people. Bro, you had a dog. Your mom had a dog, right? Those are two different dogs.
Retriever.
Yeah.
Casey was a really nice dog.
And for those who might be confused, Casey was the dog's name. It confused me too.
Yeah. Kenny
I didn't understand why Cheryl and Elk Grove was telling me about Casey going potty in the house. I was like, hey, look, we can keep some secrets between us, but dang. Hey, it's what y'all get. You tune in the day before Thanksgiving.
And
We got you.
You know
We
what
here.
the real killer is? Because oh yeah, Ryan got to get a pet. Ryan got to get a pet. You think
agree.
Ryan gonna take care of the pet or
No.
me?
Well, I think Jasmine's going to.
No, you think Jazz gonna take care of the pet
Yeah,
or me? Who's taking care of the pet?
You gonna be
me?
here all
I ain't even
day.
asked for the pet, and guess who's taking care of the pet?
Well,
That's the other thing. I don't want nothing to do with that.
Man, heartless. Man, Peter going.
I'm gonna send her over to your house if she want a pet.
That's fine.
She can spend time over there. We ain't getting no pet at the house.
Come hang out with Uncle D-Lo.
We ain't getting no pet at the house.
That's fine. That's just fine. CeeLo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. We just getting started. I peeped out the Benedict Biederman's Twitter account, and shout out Chris, man. He's working hard in New Orleans.
Yes.
Doesn't look like Keegan's going tonight.
Nah,
he didn't go through shoot around. So we'll get you caught up on everything going on with the Kings. We're just getting started. It'll be an interesting 4 hours here with D-Lo and KC.
Kids.
There are kids everywhere, dude.
This isn't even bring your kid to work day.
There's hella kids here. There's more kids here than adults.
Facts.
There's like Aaron, Rich, and like 9 kids. It's ESPN 1320. Yeah, no, she told me.
Oh man. Woo. Yeah, Mr. Rancho. Mr. Rancho, no. Look, I love him, but my kids are tough enough to take care of. I need to take care of another mouth to feed. I love them though. They are very, very nice, very friendly. My 2 dogs, they loved me. Somebody, what was I was listening to Bill Simmons, and one of the ladies was trying to talk about how he needs to get a cat. Now, I'm not interested in a cat. I know Miss P is a super cat lover.
I'm out on cats big time.
Not interested in a cat. No.
A cat can turn on you. A dog won't.
No. They all will, or all could.
But
There's cats in the neighborhood though. Hey, I don't say nothing about them as long as they do their job. Do what you're supposed to do. We ain't got no issues. You know what that is.
D-Lo and Casey brought to you by Planned Parenthood.
I've never seen you so mad.
Really?
Like your face, like not active, not. I've known you've been mad about things, but I've never seen you so outwardly, expressively mad before. Yeah, I thought, dude, that was
nah.
crazy.
Kelly's my girl. I guess we could leave this here on Hoop all day.
The third place game. Wow.
That court's sick.
I do like the key.
I was gonna say something insightful when I got in here, but I can't remember what it was.
That was a
right on cue, Miss P with the with the cat pick. We in here, man. Appreciate you being with us. Our main man, Kyle Madson of the Insiders.
Real quick, can I give a shout out to the Big Sky champion women's volleyball team at Sac State? Shout out to them, man. Big ups. They're playing right now. That's the only reason.
Okay. All right.
Big Sky champions, man. They got a couple of MVP candidates for the conference. Big ups to that volleyball team, man.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. That's what's up. We welcome in our good friend Kyle Madson. The Insiders in here to D'Lo and KC. Do want to mention a couple of things. Your podcast partner, Chris Peterman, is on the ground in New Orleans. I know. That's how I feel. We mentioned this before the break. Looks like Keegan Murray's probably not playing tonight. He didn't go through shoot around. Trey Lyles did. Sasha did. And Chris Duarte did. So I don't know if those three equal to Keegan, but it's good that like some of the depth that the Kings lost in the first half of that game will be back pretty quickly.
Yeah, for sure.
And of course, now all eyes will shift to Keegan Murray, who, again, we pointed this out, the Kings play again Friday. It's been a brutal stretch of basketball in terms of games played in a short period of time. And then they'll have a couple of days off before the Warriors in the in-season tournament at the Golden One Center on Tuesday.
I think Trey Lyles coming back is going to be just enormous if you're missing Keegan. I don't think Trey Lyles is going to play 30 minutes or anything crazy like that. But when you talk about just replacing his shooting, replacing some of the things he can do on the court, like Trey Lyles is one of the guys that I'd trust to do that. And then if Duarte's healthy, then I think you're good to go.
Duarte and Kobe Jones too. Kobe Jones, I always like his minutes.
Who starts?
Off the top of my head, probably Duarte if Herter's good to go, which he should be. He played.
Yeah, all indications are Herter's fine.
James said not to be surprised if Kessler Edwards starts.
I could see that too.
And that's who started the second half the other night, but that was without. I can't remember.
Duarte was out.
He was out by the start of the second half.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can see Kessler Edwards though.
But when someone like James says something like that, it's like, oh, okay. He's not just. I don't think he made that up.
Well, so like Trey, that's out of the question.
Probably
Trey at the 4, Harrison at the 3.
Probably.
Yeah.
In his first game back, I think so.
Okay.
Probably try and ease him in a little bit.
Yeah, Rich.Ripley at Odyssey.com asked me this earlier. He's probably on a minutes restriction, right?
Yeah.
Only because it's the calf versus an ankle or a
and
whatever.
game minutes are just so much different than practice minutes. And so I think just making sure he's good to go.
And just the sheer volume of time it took. Like he hasn't played a regular season game yet.
The thing I would say about that is maybe the reason why it took so long is because they wanted to make sure he came back without a minutes restriction.
That's a fair point.
There's just game shape though, right? Like that's one of the things with James Harden playing.
He could throw up, yeah, for sure. he could puke. If the Kings are playing the way that they're supposed to, he could absolutely.
I wasn't talking about that. I was just talking about the minutes he's going to play.
Well, no, but like he's going to be if the Kings play the way that they are supposed to, and Trey's going to factor into it, like he's going to get gassed.
Yeah, for sure.
Unless he's been practicing a lot more, like with contact than we're been made privy to. I just imagine, but just the timeline when he went back to contact practices versus their schedule. I don't know how much they've been really practicing since Trey got cleared.
This was I don't know. I don't know how they go about it. They may have a minutes restriction on him, but I think back to De'Aaron. De'Aaron didn't have a minutes restriction when he came back.
Right, right. Which is why I wonder. And again, I have no idea. But De'Aaron's ankle versus a calf injury. That's the only reason I thought it was interesting.
De'Aaron also had like a full camp and games under his belt when he got hurt, preseason and all that. If Lyles is just now coming back after what's it been, 2 months?
No, it's been about a month. He played. He got hurt in the last Warriors game, preseason game. He felt something in his calf in that warm up.
It's like 6 weeks in?
Yeah, it's been about 6 weeks.
So I mean, he's gotten nothing. That's one of the things with James Harden has been like getting in game shape. So I just kind of wonder what that looks like for him, for Trey.
And shift to the 49ers, short notice. They're short.
No, Jesse Kyle, they have the clock. For
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
how
start
much
it.
49ers we're talking? What's
Tap it in.
Run the clock.
we're going way over today.
Sure. Well,
Wait.
I mean, they play tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going.
Yeah,
way
we're on Friday's schedule
Yeah,
today.
we're still in
Yeah.
30 minutes from Kyle on a
Well,
Wednesday.
That doesn't matter. don't we usually talk like 2 minutes of 49ers when he comes in on Friday?
Yeah.
Well,
that's
yeah,
that's a
their
good
running
point.
bit. That's why I say stop
I
the
got
clock.
you.
But we're talking a lot of 49ers today. It's a
We
big
have
time
to.
game.
It's
Big time
huge.
game.
I mean, I don't know what else to say about the Kings and the Pelicans right now. I do have some questions about the Pelicans because, I mean, I do think they might pose some problems. Like I felt that
kind of a matchup problem.
Yeah, I felt that the other day.
Mhm.
But you can't come out of that game going, oh, the Pelicans are just that game is trash. Throw that away. Let's see what this looks like. Like
Right.
I still think the Kings are going to face problems whether they were 100% or not. Like the Pelicans are a problem.
That's the thing is the Pelicans talent level has never been a question. It's just, is Zion on the court or not?
Hmm.
Is it Brandon Ingram on the court or not? Like that's always been the question with them. When they're healthy, they're very good.
Yeah.
Weren't they in first place like into December last year?
Yeah, and then Zion got hurt. The
Mhm.
thing that I always worried about
Or
with
top
them,
3?
and
Maybe
I've
not
said it a
first.
number of different times, is we haven't seen them play well with Zion and Ingram in there at the same time. I think
Mhm.
they pose problems stylistically
Mhm.
with how they play together. Usually when they go off, one's out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And the other one can do what they're supposed to do. The other day, they were both there cooking. So, and even they've both been relatively healthy this year. And I think they're below 500. I think they're 6 and 7.
I think they're back
right
to
now.
500 now.
Maybe 7 and 7
Yeah.
after that win. So,
Yeah.
we'll see.
I don't think they're going to score 61 again combined.
I hope
Ooh.
not.
That'd be tough.
Well, good to go now to the 49ers.
Yeah, I think
okay,
now. Okay,
no,
now
yeah,
restart the
absolutely.
clock.
Okay. All right. There's
one last thing real quick. No,
You
I'm
talk
joking.
about you talk about like matchup problems. I mean, you have now this is the case for Seattle as well. This isn't a problem exclusive to the 49ers, but it's one of those games where it's short week. It's
Mhm.
Thursday.
Mhm.
It's division rival.
Mhm.
There's all of those kind of X factors at play here. And all right, if it's 9-8, just go win the game and don't really take anything from it. The unique thing is, and if they play again next Thursday.
No.
Is that right?
No, just next regular Sunday.
Oh,
Yeah.
next.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
my fault. I thought they played back to back
After
Thursday.
the Philly game that Sunday,
Got you.
Yeah,
Got
this
you.
is their
So 2 of the
second
next
Thursday
3.
night game. They're done.
which is a crime.
2
Oh,
Thursday night
Yeah,
games.
well, we got to play 2 Thursday night games.
Crazy. Although getting the mini bye before playing Philly is a big deal.
Part of me
Unless
wonders,
they lose to Seattle, and then it doesn't matter.
Part of me wonders if they asked the 49ers, they said, look, you can either go overseas or you can have 2 Thursday games. Pick one.
Yeah,
I feel
probably.
like the Niners pick 2 Thursday games.
I could see that.
Does the league dictate who goes overseas? I thought the team could reject that. Am I wrong?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
The league can't reject. I mean,
I think
I'm sorry.
I don't know
the
how
team can't
much.
reject
I don't
it.
know how much like wheeling and dealing goes on. I know the Niners haven't been on Hard Knocks.
Yeah, the Niners
Because they've been like
skated on all the stuff that you're supposed to
they've
do
been
in the
like
NFL.
they've been like we'll go to Mexico City instead. We'll play an international game instead of going on Hard Knocks.
Mm.
So I don't know if in that instance if the NFL just says nope you're going overseas, or if the Niners go, hey, what if instead of going overseas we played on Thursday night twice and played on Christmas?
Yeah.
If that was the NFL going, okay, like that works.
Mm.
Or
Because I think they do work with the 49ers for the schedule in like the first 4 or 5 weeks, like because of
getting the
sun and
back-to-back
all this other stuff.
and getting the back-to-back East Coast games.
Yeah, I think the Niners, I think it's been reported they've actively said like, hey, we'll play on the road early,
Mhm.
more times than not, so they don't have to deal with the sun thing and all this other
Yeah.
stuff. So
And I think they do that with every team. They take it into account as much as they can.
I know how much 49ers fans love Ofunga. How big of a loss is that? Like on the field?
Okay, so
yeah, don't be disrespectful, Kyle.
no, I'm not going to be disrespectful. I'm just like he stinks. No, he's a good player, and he was an All-Pro last year, and a really good player. And losing him is not a good thing. However,
Yeah.
I don't think he is irreplaceable in the way Nick Bosa or Fred Warner are irreplaceable.
This
for
is
defense.
this isn't just like his popularity like outweighs his.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's always how I took it. Like this fan base has been in on him.
Well, yeah, and he's awesome, especially at USC. He was like a defensive player of the year, or outstanding.
He's one of those hard work. Like the Kings fans would love a guy like who played like him. Like that's the type of player like Kings fans love on the Kings. Like that's what he is to the 49ers.
He's a dog,
but he's good.
You guys tell me if I'm wrong. He's almost like Debo on the defense. He's a playmaker. Debo doesn't run the best routes. He's not like this stud wide receiver. He's not I don't look at him like Justin Jefferson, and I don't look at Hufanga like, even though he wasn't all pro, whoever the best safety is, right? But they're playmakers. They are playmakers. They change the game with their plays from time to time.
Yeah, in both directions though. And that's kind of the thing. So the Dante Pettis touchdown against the Bears in week 1 last year was Hufanga just vacating that half of the field because he went to go chase Justin Fields toward the other sideline. He leaves that area. Dante Pettis scores a touchdown. There was one against the Raiders that happened the same way, and there was another one. I can't remember who it was against, but there are plays that he's going to go get an interception. He's going to be around the football. That's what he was really good at SC. But there are also plays where he's out of position and trying to make a play and trying to be over aggressive. We saw last week he got flagged for an offsides by running up to the line of scrimmage too far. Like he just ran into the neutral zone and stopped. Like that's just like an unnecessary mistake. But that aggressiveness is why he is so good and why he's leading the team in interceptions.
He gets sacks on those plays sometimes. Right.
You know what I mean? When he times up the snap, he's going to make a great play in the backfield. So I think that being a USC guy, having the hair going, training with Troy Polamalu, like his profile and popularity are higher than his, I don't want to say production, but like meaning to the defense.
Absolutely.
And so that's what I'm trying to say is he's a good player, but I think Jair Brown can replicate a lot of what you get from Talanoa Hufanga.
And to be clear, that's not a bad thing, by the way.
Jair Brown's an awesome player.
Well, no, I meant about Hufanga. What I was trying to differentiate is like he's such a fan favorite. The reaction to the injury, of course, you never want anyone to get injured.
Yeah.
But it was so like overwhelming. It was like, oh no, we lost like Nick Bosa. Like, no.
Right.
But you did lose a player that like you
lost a good player.
Yeah, you lost a really good player who like this fan base absolutely loves.
I feel like Hufanga with Jair Brown there, I talked about it yesterday. You may be losing a little bit in the playmaking sense, maybe losing a little bit against the run, like the way he comes up there against the run, but you may be gaining something in coverage.
I agree.
And I don't know how to, quantify that, like what's more important or not, but I think they're different. I think he brings strengths that Hufanga probably didn't bring, and Hufanga had strengths that he may not have.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I wouldn't sleep on Jair Brown as a tackler. Like that was one of his things at Penn State. Like my guy would get down would get down near the line of scrimmage.
Why are you so worried about your words?
Because I was going to say my guy goes down and he's not afraid to stick his nose in the box.
Oh,
wow.
Well, you said, no, don't throw a flag on me.
It's a 10-yard penalty. Holding.
No,
Kyle Madson.
I got
Repeat
baited
3rd down.
I got baited into it. He's not afraid to get down near the line of scrimmage.
They always see the second guy.
I know. I got pushed. I took a swing. Flag on me. No, he's not afraid to go defend the run down near the line of scrimmage. But I do think one of the worries is like he gave up that 41-yard reception against Tampa Bay. That was just a rookie mistake. That was, he ran up to the receiver and then stopped when the receiver, he was over aggressive getting downhill and then not aggressive enough getting back. Like it was but that's a rookie mistake. He also came up with 2 huge pass breakups and an interception in a quarter plus. And that was also his big thing at Penn State was he just generated turnovers. His 2 years as a starter, I think he had like 10 interceptions and 6 forced fumbles. Like that's his thing. Like that is what he does. So I think you're going to gain something, like you said, in coverage a little bit, but I don't think you're going to lose a ton in run defense. I think it's going to be a little bit more versatile of a playmaker, but I also think that you're going to get some rookie mistakes that you would not get from Talanoa Hufanga.
You know, one of the things that I love, I think they had this with Jimmy Ward as well when he was back there to help Hufanga, ironically.
Yeah.
It's Deshaun Gibson. He's seen it all, done it all. You know, and he may not be the most skilled guy or whatever, but he's the old vet that can help the rookie and say, hey, this is where you're supposed to be here.
Yep.
Look out for it. Like, he's going to walk him through everything that he needs to know from play to play. So, you know, the hope is he doesn't get caught off guard with a whole lot. Like, he's got the guy back there to help him out.
That's going to be especially important against Seattle, where you have Tyler Lockett, who's so dynamic down the field. You have DK Metcalf potentially, who's like all of a sudden on the injury report with the toe thing, but you might have DK Metcalf, who's so dynamic down the field, obviously. I think Jackson Smith and Jigba is better than his production has shown this year. So you're going to need Jair Brown to be good. And I think that's a great point with Tayshaun Gibson and just preparing on a short week and making sure that he's not a player that the Seahawks are kind of circling and being like, we're going to put this guy in conflict and we're just going to just take advantage of him.
Brock Purdy named Offensive Player of the Week. We've had a lot of discussions about in recent weeks that it feels like, or recent days, I should say, that it doesn't feel like there's a clear cut front runner for the MVP. And now I feel like the conversation has started to become, it went from, well, it's not Brock Purdy, like it can't be Brock Purdy, to like, wait a minute, why can't it be Brock Purdy?
Yeah.
Who's head and shoulders above Brock Purdy right now? And I think the answer is nobody.
If Jalen Hurts, here's what this is separate from the Brock Purdy thing. Put a pin in the Brock Purdy thing for a second. If Jalen Hurts continues having the season he's having and wins MVP, the MVP award is a joke. He's not he's just, then just give it to the best quarterback or the quarterback on the best team, and that's the award now.
So I feel you. We see this in the NBA a lot. Would if what you just laid out, and Jalen's having a fine season, he's not having a phenomenal season,
right?
But he had a phenomenal season,
right?
That got cut short. And if it really does become I don't really know who it is. Do they lean on Jalen? Probably should have won it last year. Let's give it to Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, and the Eagles are 15-2.
Yeah, and you could argue whether that's okay or it's not. But we see that in the NBA a lot. That could be.
Yeah, it wouldn't shock me. And it's not. It wouldn't be egregious. It's not. Let me backtrack real quick. It's not like Jalen Hurts is having a bad year. He's having a really good season. But this comes down to, again, the award itself now just being a quarterback award. Like Myles Garrett right now, if the Browns go 13-4 and their defense is as good as it's been, like you're going to tell me that Myles Garrett means less to the Browns than Jalen Hurts does to the Eagles? And if you're going to dock
for Nick Bosa last year, the way he played defense.
Yeah, he was right.
I'm agreeing with you.
He was.
If we're doing it for real, he should have been an MVP candidate last year.
Yeah, right. But he had no chance with the way the award is, and I think Mahomes won it last year. And he was deserving. He was really good. But this now brings Brock Purdy into it, where I saw somebody saying the other day, and I couldn't disagree more with this. But because of Brock Purdy's weapons, he can't win MVP. Yeah, and that's stupid. DeAndre Swift is an awesome player. The Eagles' offensive line is the best offensive line in the league. A.J. Brown is one of the 2 or 3 best wide receivers in football. Devontae Smith is a top 15 wide receiver in football. Like the Eagles are loaded too.
Well,
so if that's going to be your argument against Brock Purdy, then fine. But then you also have to take Jalen Hurts off the table.
They arguably have the best duo wide receiver in the game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, that's all a hypothetical for Jalen winning, when all you have to do is look at Patrick Mahomes and say, well, he can't win it because Tyreek Hill is the most dynamic wide receiver we might have ever seen.
Right.
Oh, and Travis Kelce's there too.
It's just it's a dumb argument. So I don't agree with that.
And it's like Patrick Mahomes doesn't get punished for having Andy Reid like Brock Purdy does Kyle Shanahan.
Right.
Like Andy Reid is a scrub.
Right. So here's my Brock Purdy argument at this point. Not even an argument. If he does if he stays on pace for what he is on pace for, 4,500 yards, 30 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, 9.5 yards per attempt, 116 passer rating. And the 49ers, and again, this is in the magical world where all of this goes right for them. He's playing that well. They beat Seattle twice. They win in Philly. They finished the year 14-3. Brock Purdy's going to win the MVP award. I don't like that's what's going to happen.
Mhm.
He's going to be on a 14-3 team, 13-4 team with 4,500 yards, 30 touchdowns, less than 10 picks, a near record yards per attempt. Like that's what voters are going to look at.
Mhm.
But I get right now they're looking at, okay, well, the Niners have lost 3 games and Brock Purdy threw 5 interceptions in those 3 games. Meanwhile, the Eagles are 9-1. Jalen Hurts is the quarterback there. So he's going to be the favorite right now. But a lot can change with this award. And if Purdy keeps playing well and the Niners somehow go on this magical run where they don't lose again this year, then Purdy's going to win the award. So
He's been really, really good.
Been really solid.
He's been really good. He's a little, I don't want to say better than I thought he was. And I was really high on Brock Purdy coming into the season. But like some of this stuff, like it's clear like why Kyle felt the way he felt. Like, and why in February of last year, they were like, yo, he's the number 1 quarterback. Him and John Lynch were saying, oh, he's the number 1 quarterback.
Yeah, he's the guy.
And people were like, this is unfair. Da, da, da. And I remember we were on the show and I was torn because you know how much I love Trey Lyles. And I liked him and I wanted to say, man, it's not fair because he hurt himself. He should get the opportunity. But I was watching those guys like, yo, this dude, Brock, is nice. He's nice. And I was like, yo, this guy's got to be, he's got to be number 1. Like I've seen enough to say he should be the number 1 quarterback. And they got a lot of heat for that, to say the least. But it's clear now why they felt that way.
Yeah, man. He's a really solid player. My questions now with him, I wanted to see, okay, last year was 5 starts. That's not enough. I gotta see it again. We have a season's worth of starts now. Okay. I've seen enough. He's a starting quarterback in the NFL and a very good one particularly in this system. Like, okay, with these weapons, I've seen all that. For me now, he's elevated the offense higher than any other quarterback has under Kyle Shanahan. Like he's doing it with not great pass blocking and his receivers aren't wide open all the time. When you go look at all the metrics of throwing to open receivers, he's a good player. Okay. But none of that matters if they get into a playoff setting and they're down 3 in the NFC title game with a minute and a half left and 2 timeouts and they go 4 and out. That's my question with him. And I don't think that's an unfair question. Well, because we just haven't gotten to see him do it yet.
And so I know you're not saying this. You're very level-headed. So I know you understand this. But if that happens this year and he doesn't do it, that doesn't mean he can't do it.
No doubt.
And I think that's how people will say, like, well, he can't do it. And well, this is one time where it didn't happen. What if in those scenarios for his career, he goes 5-4? Like there'll be other times when he can't do it or doesn't get it done. That doesn't mean he can't do it.
Yeah. That's my last question with him is, can he get the Niners over the proverbial wall they've run into with Jimmy Garoppolo? Like they needed Jimmy Garoppolo to make a couple plays and he never did for him. So can Brock Purdy go make those plays?
Brilliant work over here at NinersWire.com. What can the 49ers do tomorrow that they have never accomplished in franchise history?
Win back-to-back years in Seattle.
Ooh,
never done it. Crazy. Never happened before.
That's crazy.
Like I know they didn't do it.
That's that was the noise I made when wait, what?
Yeah,
clicked on it. Like it was brilliant work by the writer.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, man. It's really, really tough.
Niners Wire edition of the Insider's hoodie available at DeLoandCasey.com.
That's right.
The ones that Kyle's parents didn't buy are still there.
30% off through Sunday.
That's fact.
No, it's
they quietly put the DeMarcus Cousins hoodie back up too.
Oh,
I didn't tell nobody.
Is it that one right there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There aren't very many people who have that, but I kind of felt weird about it. I was like, I don't know, and got a bit of a cosign, so I just quietly put it back up.
Shout out, cuz.
Love that, man.
Always.
Right. Shout out. Yeah. So I thought maybe they'd done it because I knew they didn't do it between like 2010 and now.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, man, 02, 03, they didn't get them in Seattle twice. It's like, nope.
That's
never.
What's crazy about the vision. That's why we talk about the game. If it's 9-7, like just find a way to
throw
win
the records
game.
out the window, dude.
Yeah, just find a way to win the game.
That's it. Yeah.
They should
Seattle.
I think they're 6.5 point favorites. They should win by.
It's up to 7
scores.
now.
They should win by 2 scores.
They should
That's
like
a
they
lot.
like you think okay, Geno banged up, maybe no DK Metcalf, no Kenneth Walker. Think like okay, yeah, the Niners are that much better, but dude, Seattle's a tough place to play. It's like, and it's just dude, weird stuff happens in division games.
You're
Like
right.
if they won, James picked 31-17. If that was the
Wow.
final, I wouldn't be
That was
shocked.
beat down.
I
That's
would
a lot of points.
I'd be
31
surprised.
points.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'd be really
I'd-
surprised.
I'd be like, oh wow, they had a great game in Seattle. That's nuts. But I wouldn't be floored.
Yeah.
But I also wouldn't be floored if the Seahawks won 24-13 or something.
You know, you're right. It is a tough place to play. I heard, one of the stadium upgrades was to upgrade the speakers. And, that's, you got to, that's a big upgrade for them.
Why do you do that?
I'm just saying, we all know they're pumping in noise.
don't think
They've
they
been doing
do.
it for years.
I don't think they do.
I see people sitting on their hands and somehow it sounds like a damn airplane.
I
Come
like
on,
how you
man.
say that, like you see every single person in there not making noise.
It's like those old Goldberg chants. Like, how come no one's mouth is moving? That's weird. How familiar are you with the Goldberg chants, by the way? Kyle Madson, the Insiders, ladies and gentlemen, 10 to 12, Monday through Friday here on D-Lo and KC. Have a great Thanksgiving.
ESPN 1320 is where we're at
What'd I say?
on D-Lo and KC.
Oh,
I
well,
missed
yeah,
it too.
he's here on D-Lo and KC too. We shift on ESPN 1320. Well, you know what? To hell with your Thanksgiving. We'll come back. We'll come back. We'll get back into the Kings in that matchup against the Pelicans. Also, in-season tournament is fire.
Oh,
And I don't
hell
know
yeah.
if it's a coincidence or what, but
I'm
this
all the
thing
way
is
in.
fire.
Yeah.
I'm all the way in. On the
We'll
in-season
talk about
tournament.
that as well.
Also, we'll talk about Mike Brown too. He spoke on that.
On the in-season tournament?
Yeah.
No, we'll talk about it. It's ESPN 1320.
Hey, this is the Seahawks flagrant 2 on the Seahawks for not wearing their throwback uniforms today. as well.
Those are fire. I
They're
do like their
so sick.
throwbacks. Yeah.
The blue throwback, get the silver helmet against the Niners all whites.
Yeah,
That would have been
What are they
clean, but
wearing?
The action green,
Oh my god.
lime
bro.
green pants, lime
They
green
be wearing
jersey,
that
lime
like
green
it's,
helmet.
like it's hot. Like it's not hot.
It's so trash. I get that they're trying to make it like a brand, but bro, your brand is ass.
Yeah,
Facts.
that's not good.
Where their throwbacks are
Facts.
so sick.
Slick Rick. You want 30 minutes? Buddy, you might get 2 hours.
So are we at the point now, because like retro is in, are there any bad throwbacks?
The Bucks ones are kind of overrated.
The creamsicle?
Yeah, they're overrated.
Yeah,
They're a
I've
little
never
overrated,
cared
but it's
for
still
those.
kind of hot though.
I've never cared for those.
It
I mean,
kinda hot.
Lamar is MVP as well, by the way.
Oh yeah. Yeah. He's solid.
The whatchamacallit be
But
going
that's a
too
lot
far
what,
back.
like Patrick's
The
like they all
Packers,
of the
you see
numbers
their-
kind of look the same.
Like
When
they
you
got
look
the
at all of these
blues
quarterbacks numbers, they
with
almost
the
all look the
stripes.
same. Like the
Oh, yeah, those are
Mahomes, the
trash.
Jalen's, the
Garbage.
Lamar,
Mhm.
all of that stuff. Lamar just has those rushing stats and rushing touchdowns
Yeah.
that no one else has.
Yeah.
Except Jalen, who has like 8 touchdowns and 7 yards because they're all half-yard gains.
It's so wild how much of and I think this is in the NBA a little bit too, but in the NFL, how much of your MVP award just comes down to like your last 3 games.
Yeah. I mean,
Well,
we saw
Brian Cruz.
Carson Wentz lose it late because of his injury. We saw Jalen lose it late because of his
Mhm.
injury. Yeah.
And the funny thing about Jalen is that should have solidified his case, because that team was garbage without
Yeah.
him. They couldn't do anything,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but it actually hurt his case.
Well, okay, Brian. No.
That's what I'm saying. Brian Cruz, a wild boy.
I mean,
I think it is a throwback though.
it's a city.
The first time I ever flew into the Charlotte airport and I looked down at my boarding pass and went, I'm sorry. And then
wanna
they
go
made
to
the
Charlotte.
city jersey. I'm like, no way, bro.
No.
Charlotte seems like a nice place. I want to go to Charlotte.
They know exactly what they're
Talk
doing.
y'all out of this.
They know exactly what y'all are doing.
I would. There's a part of me that feels like I would. I could see myself living in Charlotte.
Have you been there?
No, but just
Oh.
looking at it like on TV, like it looks like a place I could live. There's really only like
I love when you can't see Jesse laugh at you. That's a
I'm not laughing. It's just like never been there, but I can do it.
I can see it. I can see it. I can see
I've
it.
watched basketball.
Well,
The vibes
so
look good.
I've watched I like cities and infrastructure, right? And I've watched YouTube videos on like the best cities, right? Like there's this guy who was like top 10 cities in America or whatever. And so it's like an 8-minute video. You watch it. And he describes Charlotte. I was like, I can see myself living.
You're watching city highlights.
Something like that.
Nice. Yeah.
Something like
Search
that.
Thailand in YouTube. You'll find a crazy one.
My brother was stationed at Shaw Air Force Base for a while in Sumter, South Carolina. And it was not a place I want to live. Could not live in Sumter. And one of the first things somebody said to me there, because I made some joke about like Sumter, and they're like, well, you know why Sumter is historic or the historical significance of Sumter. And I'm like, I know nothing about it. And they were like, this is where the first shots of the Civil War were fired.
Oh, cool.
I'm like, can't wait to leave now. Thanks.
Yeah, great.
This is not a place I want to be
good.
at all, actually.
Very good.
Anyways.
Columbia, South Carolina. That's where my family is. I don't think I could live there. I've been
Goodbye,
there.
everybody.
That's the university, right?
Yeah.
Is that Columbia? That's nice.
Yeah. No interest in living in Columbia. But the two places.
Geography class here with dealing with KC.
Somewhere in the DMV and not so much in the. More so in the MV.
Okay.
I was going to say not so much in
the district.
But I was going to say it's the DMV. And I said not so much in the.
Yeah.
It's more in the MV. I could see myself in Maryland or Virginia.
You were going to say not so much in the D is what you were going to say.
Said, hey,
no, that's what he was.
Hey, sir.
Like, no. I could see you thinking.
No flag here, pal.
Hey,
keep it moving.
Hey.
Yes, great officiating right there. Great officiating right there.
Hey, yeah. So more so in the Maryland, Virginia, and then Charlotte. Even though I've never been there, looks like a place that I would like.
Okay.
I think that's about it
Charlotte
for my East Coast
still
living.
Feels like the South.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. I think that's about it for my East Coast living, though. I don't really think I could be anywhere other than those two places.
Charlotte, the district in New York.
Now that I have a family.
Like DC. I don't think you.
No,
like
I'd take DC out of it.
Oh, okay.
It's just Maryland and Virginia. Now that I got a family, I don't think I'd want to live in New York with a family. Before I had,
you could live in Stamford, Connecticut.
Shout out Bridgeport. Wouldn't want to live there.
No, you don't want to live in Bridgeport. You don't want to live there. But Stamford's like on the New York side, and it's right outside the city. And it's a very wealthy. I mean, that's perfect for your lifestyle. Greenwich, Connecticut's not too far away. It's perfect for you. It's right there. I popped so big the first time I drove past that sign, that WWE sign. I was driving back from New York and looked off to the right and was like, oh, hey! I started thinking, could I go in? Like, is it this exit? What exit is it? Can I get into the building?
I didn't see the building. I was on the train going from New York City to Bridgeport. And one of the stops was Stamford. I was like, oh, snap, Stamford, let's go.
We here. It's the stupidest thing. It's got the giant flag waving above it.
Don't forget they had Money in the Bank there.
They did. The pandemic Money in the Bank was there.
That was actually pretty good.
It must be it must be like a hard. No, didn't they throw like Rey Mysterio off the top of Titan Towers? Didn't they throw him off the building?
I don't know. I think there was like.
Jesse, can you look this up? Did they throw Rey Mysterio off of the top of Titan Towers during Money in the Bank? I'm nearly positive they did.
Yo,
it's
come
like
on,
when they knocked the Big Show, when Hulk Hogan pushed the Big Show off of the top of the building in Detroit, and he just came back like 20 minutes later. Like Hogan came out because he thought he killed the Giant, and then like the Giant just walks down the aisle, beats him, and takes the title.
Was it Gronk that got knocked off like the top of the Thunderdome?
No, Gronk jumped. I think it was at WrestleMania. Maybe there was a bunch of guys down at on the bottom, and he jumped from like this pedestal. And there's like a video on the network of Gronk like, how do I do this? And so Vince does it.
Oh wow!
Vince climbs over the barricade and goes, all you do, you just fall. And he climbs over the barricade, and you can see the guy. Oh God, Vince is gonna jump. Get the crash pad, and he just takes a bump off the top of the thing. Gronk had the guys to catch him.
They had another one that I saw,
and they laid him down very gently.
Yeah, he's still playing at the time. Recently,
no, he was retired. because
he came back to play. Well, he was retired.
He was retired.
and
He
came
had
back.
to get beat by someone. I think he lost. He had the 24/7 title.
He lost to R-Truth, I think.
I think R-Truth went to the field at Tampa and beat him on the football field so they could end the story of Gronk being the 24/7 title because he went back to play with Brady.
Ray was thrown off the roof, by the way.
Damn. That's great.
Wow.
Survived.
Ray thrown off the roof of Titan Towers and still hasn't retired. And yet it's Dominic who's his worst.
Who was it? Because I saw this recently on Twitter. Somebody got thrown off of, I don't know if it was the stage, because I think it was an empty arena. Somebody got
take a bump like that in an empty arena.
they got thrown off of, maybe the second floor of the arena or something like that. But obviously they didn't. But they came back. They're like, "Oh my gosh, he threw him off!" And the camera cuts away and then cuts to them on the cement floor, laid down. Like, "Oh my god! Oh my god!" And then they were just back. They were just back the next week.
I think it's WrestleMania 17. It's Taker and Triple H. And Taker choke slams Triple H off of this camera setting. They're outside of the ring, and he choke slam, and in the camera view is incredible.
Yeah.
He takes this steep drop, and good God, he just threw him off the stage. And then the dumbass director gets the replay, and you see Triple H up in the air, and he takes this giant choke slam, and then you see all of this fluffy stuff fly up in the air. When he hits the cushion, it's well, that went to hell. And then Undertaker takes this big jump, and it couldn't have looked more fun.
Uh-huh.
He takes this big jump where he drops the elbow, and it's like in a bouncy house. All right,
at Sky Zone somewhere.
Got him.
Because Slick Rick, I think you're right. He says it was Kurt Angle who got thrown off of something, and then the camera cuts, and he's on the cement floor, laid out. And they're like, "Oh my gosh! Oh my god!"
See, the bad part is AEW is probably going to really throw someone off the top of a building.
Hey, I can't watch AEW for this, man. It's going to get nah, man. It's going to happen.
AEW is just going to throw someone off the top of a building for a stunt and go, "Oh, damn, see what happens."
They got to push the limits.
Every meeting for John Moxley. Hey guys, what if I bleed this week?
Hey guys, what if you stick a fork in my eyeball? That'll get the fans excited.
John Moxley's gonna look like LoJack. Wasn't that his name?
New Jack.
Had all them scars on his head.
New Jack took some wild bumps. He took a second floor to the concrete bump, a real one, and took someone with him. He got up there with Big Boy. I think his name was Vic Grimes or something. Got up there with Big Boy, and he went to throw him off, and Vic was like, No, I don't want to do it. And New Jack was like, "Buddy, we're doing it."
Oh,
and he grabbed him and pulled him, and he jacked himself up bad. That's probably why he's no longer with us.
Oof.
New Jack's not with us, right?
No.
Yeah, New Jack's not with us.
He died about a year or two ago.
You remember when they used to have Zack Ryder in the wheelchair and they used to just wheel him off the stage? That would be
Oh,
the
and
bit?
Kane was a menace.
I saw that yesterday.
Hey, Kane was a menace. I remember Kane tombstone Linda McMahon on the stage.
Oh man, good old wrestling.
Yeah, it's the best.
Gotta
man.
love it.
I'll tune into Survivor Series this weekend.
Yeah, I will. I mean, I don't even know nothing else. It's a lot of good football on college football.
Yeah, I feel like most of the good games are in the morning. Is that 9, 12? What's the night game?
I don't know.
I mean, it's a rivalry game, so you're right. It'll be good because it'll be a rivalry.
I don't know if they
game.
have any BCS or it's not BCS anymore. I'm old.
That's a throwback.
Yeah, I'm old. I don't know if it have any college football playoff implications. So you're right. There's really only one game. This 2 games.
Well, no, I mean, who's Washington? Who's Washington?
Washington plays Washington State. So that's at
so
1 o'clock, though.
is Florida State in Florida, right?
Yeah, but
I know, but
yeah. Let's see, any late games with any implications? Nah, not really. You got North Carolina State. No, you're right. You're right. So it's going to be hard.
The good ones are in the morning. Yeah. The in-season tournament is fire.
Oh man,
that Hawks Pacers game was incredible.
Wow.
Absolutely incredible. Shout out Shavano. I didn't know when I started watching that at the time I started watching, I think Shavano was like 4 of 4. There was no defense in this game. This was so someone and I should find the tweet to give him credit. I posted like, this game is hilarious, and someone responded, this is what people thought the Los Angeles Clippers and Sacramento Kings was. It was not that. These two teams, it was almost like, no, you go ahead. We're just going to try to score as quickly as we can. No, go ahead. Score. Okay, get us the ball. We're going to go try to score. I don't think the shot clock saw single digits. I don't think there was a stop until maybe the final 90 seconds. And Shavano, back-to-back huge threes.
Big-time threes.
Finished, I think, 6 of 6. Tyrese finished with like 37 or something like that. 37 and 16 maybe. And I saw King's Twitter. Y'all got to stop doing this. Stop responding to randos of other fan bases. Y'all, I saw all of y'all getting out there in arguments with a dude who ain't had engagement on his Twitter account.
What was he talking? What was it?
He was talking about Fox and Hallie could have been the backcourt of the century, but the Kings are stupid or whatever. And I mean, I was like, y'all, stop it. Stop engaging with these people. Let them live in their let them live in their stupidity. Keep it moving.
I was thinking about this last night because of that game, really, and get caught up every now and then. I'm not going to act holier than now, but I'm going to try to make it a point, and I have been trying to make it a point to not let NBA Twitter affect my enjoyment of the NBA. Right? You know what I mean? Like, the Pacers ain't never done nothing to me. Tyrese Halliburton.
Hey.
I love Tyrese's game. And like you mentioned the other day, he teetered on the, because I'll be holding grudges. He teetered on the edge of a heel turn.
Yep.
But he came back.
He put the chair down.
He
Yeah.
put the chair down. He came back. He got love. He ain't got no issue with what's going on in Sacramento. I don't have any issue with him or want to see him fail or
The
less
Pacers
than Fox
are
or nothing
fun
like that.
as hell to watch.
They are. That's entertaining basketball. They're going to be in the playing game. I can't wait to see who they play, or excuse me, the in-season tournament. I can't wait to see who they play and how that works out. Don't let NBA Twitter, and I love NBA Twitter. I do love NBA Twitter. It's what makes the NBA one of the best leagues, if not the best league in all of sports. But sometimes it gets a little wild. Don't let those wild times on NBA Twitter affect your enjoyment of the NBA.
Yeah, that was a league pass game, man. That one was a lot of fun. I didn't like the court and the jersey makeup of that one. It got a little like confused. I was watching, so shout out YouTube. They had I got both games on, the Sixers and Cavs. I got the split screen.
Yeah.
So, it was obviously a smaller screen. There was both that they were all like some semblance of blue in both of the uniforms. So I got a little confused, and it was like, wait, where is this game being played? I saw the State Farm thing, and I was like, okay, wait a minute. I remember what Indiana's court looks like. But that game was a blast. And the Cavs and Sixers was good.
It was a good game, too.
That game was really, really good. The Lakers stunk. Like, the Lakers and Jazz was awful. Well, yeah, I should have said the Lakers game stunk. Yeah. But that's another conversation, too. Hey, salute to the Lakers. They won 6 of 7.
They have. Say it, though, because I thought the same thing on Friday night. I think about what you're going to say.
I don't think we are going to say the same thing.
Why the hell are the Jazz continuously on national TV?
Yeah, that's not what I was going to say, but that's a great question.
Why? Like, why? They didn't make the playoffs last year. They're not some exciting team. They've had like 5 national TV games already.
I don't know.
And I'm sitting there on the plane on Friday, sitting up here, after the De'Aaron Fox does what he does. They're like, yeah, let's go to Utah for Phoenix and Utah. Like, what? Why is Utah on here?
Mm-hmm.
Why do we got to see them? And especially because I was like, why didn't they just put the Rockets and the Clippers on there? I know the Rockets are who they are coming into the season, but put the Rockets in it. Why is Utah? And then for them to be back on national TV again on Tuesday, get them out of there. They're almost like the Bears. Have you noticed the Bears have sneakily been on national TV like 4 times?
Yeah.
For what?
Yeah.
The Bears got history, though. Utah is just irrelevant. Like, the Bears, you can make an argument for the Bears. Utah shouldn't just be on league
Bears
pass
probably
forever.
have a big fan base. I get your point. I'm with you.
I'm not a fan of the Bears, and I don't want to see them.
Well, okay.
I don't want to be forced to watch them on Thursday or Monday.
I understand. They're bad. The Lakers won their group last night. Again, they've won 6 of 7. They look, I don't know. They look fine, I guess. I don't know.
All right.
Like I wanted to be like, I'm just still not in. Maybe I set my expectations too high when all this started, because I really thought Lakers could be scary. Now I don't really think they're scary. I don't think they're bad. I don't know. Maybe they're just a cool team.
I mean,
Maybe that's
they're
all
cool.
they are.
I'm you play who you play, you win the games. But I mean, it's not necessarily murderer's row. The Suns win is cool. But after that, in this run, they played Portland, Memphis, the Kings, Portland, Houston, Utah. Like, they've done what they've had to do. They've gotten fat off of.
A good win.
Yeah, Houston a good. Houston and Phoenix are good wins, but
Yeah.
they played another good team in the Kings and got beat up. So they've done. This is something that you would want, right? You would want. All right, we're not playing our best basketball. You got teams coming in that you should be able to handle. Let's handle them and try and start to feel good about ourselves. That's what they've done. But I'm with you. I haven't changed my second opinion on the Lakers. They're not maybe as impressive as I probably thought they would have been at the start of the season.
Yeah.
I'm going to need to see it against some high caliber teams for me to go back to how I felt about them at the beginning of the season.
Steelo and KC here. Understandable on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on 1320 TV as well, on Twitch, YouTube, and the app formerly known as Twitter. Wherever you're at on this Thanksgiving Eve, we truly appreciate you letting us be a part of your day here. What I was going to say about the Lakers was, I need Reggie or Kevin Harlan or Shaq, Kenny, Charles, all of us collectively. We got to stop trying to manage LeBron James minutes. That's a grown-ass man. LeBron is playing at an elite level. LeBron James has never played at anything other than an elite level. And listening to those guys, I love Kevin Hart. Listen to those guys last night trying to, you're up by so you got to get LeBron out. You got to get him this rest. You got to do this. You got to do that. Let LeBron play. I know we went in with this idea because I believe it came from Darvin Ham, and maybe because it came from Darvin Ham, it means it came from LeBron James, about how many minutes LeBron James was going to play per game this year. We all knew, or at least we all should have known, if the Lakers were struggling, LeBron was going to play. He was going to do everything he could to make sure that the Lakers win games. And this undying obsession with LeBron's age is incredible. LeBron James is phenomenal because of LeBron James, the basketball player. It's an added footnote that he's 38 years old. LeBron James isn't phenomenal at the age of 38. LeBron James is just phenomenal. Mm-hmm. And all of this, we're worried about it. We got to do, you can't ask him to do it. Dude's been carrying teams his entire career. Let him figure this out. Let the man play basketball with all this badgering about minutes and minutes per game and all of that nonsense.
Can I play devil's advocate just a little bit?
Of course.
Maybe in the back of their mind, and I don't know if there's any correlation at all to this being an issue, but this was almost like the year Kobe tore his Achilles, where some would say Mike D'Antoni ran him into the ground and broke his body down at that particular age. And maybe that's some of the concern of that you can do this now, but if you're doing this all the way up into March, you're gonna wear this guy out.
That's fair, I guess. It's fair. It's fair. It's fair.
I say we don't know if the minutes played was what led to the Achilles tear.
So that's exactly what I was going to ask, because I'm not a doctor and I try not to play one on this show. But is an Achilles tear a usage injury? If it is, buddy, you've got my attention. If it's not, what are we talking about? Like, you guys, these same people harp on LeBron James spending $1 million or $1.5 million on his body per year and all of the treatments he puts into. Oh, okay. He does that for this. Mm-hmm. He did it when he was 24, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 to play at this level for as long as he could. It's worked. He's doing it now to play at this level. If you trusted it 10 years ago, trust it now. It's just difficult because the Lakers are always on, or I'm tuning in the league. I'm just tired of hearing them talk about LeBron James and managing these minutes. Like, this dude has a handful of years. Yo, enjoy every minute this dude plays. If he plays 40 minutes tonight, let him play. We watched him in that Kings game. He wanted that Kings game bad. He looked gassed. And it was less, I don't think it was the minutes that he played. It was the way that the Kings play that had him gassed, because that's not how the Lakers play.
Right.
And anyone, the play that brought him within 9, the big and one play that got the highlights.
Yeah.
What the camera didn't do was follow him afterwards. Bro was cooked. Like, he was cooked. And that, I think, is I think that's a trait of how Sacramento plays versus LeBron James is playing so many minutes. Like, you got to have him fresh in the fourth quarter. Like, LeBron's not going to be fresh in the fourth quarter. De'Aaron Fox isn't going to be fresh in the fourth quarter. They're 14 years apart, 13 years apart. That's not how basketball games work.
Yeah.
So stop worrying so much about LeBron and let my man cook.
No, I feel you. The other reason I think that comes up too is LeBron, in no direct way, told you that he doesn't want to do. He will do it, and he believes he can. Obviously, doesn't want to.
Yeah.
He was trying to put all this on Anthony Davis and hand it off to him so he can kind of monitor, the minutes, maybe not the minutes per se, but, just how much he's got to go out there and play 39, 40 minutes and have all these high numbers or whatever. He was trying to have games and opportunities in games where he could fall back, but it doesn't seem like AD is going to allow that to happen. And I think that's where it comes from as well, where it's like, all right, well, I got to do this.
LeBron has been one of the most aware players, I think. I mean, don't have to make a proclamation on history. He's a very aware player.
Uh-huh.
Do you think trading Anthony Davis has ever crossed his mind?
Yeah.
You do? Okay.
Absolutely. Because there's times when you look at
I say
AD,
that as if he's in charge. We all assume that he is, whether fair or not. That's all our assumptions. They're not trading Anthony Davis without talking to LeBron James first. That I think we can say comfortably.
There's times I'm sure where he looks at AD, he's like, man, I don't know this guy. I don't know if he can do it. I don't know if he can do it, man. You know what I'm saying? And I think it definitely crosses his mind. I think after it crosses his mind, he's like, nah, we just gonna ride this thing out with AD. Like, I don't ever think he's wanted AD gone. Like, the thought process never gotten that far, even if he's just saying it to himself and not to anybody else. I don't even think it's gotten that far. I think he's like, man, is it time to move on from this guy? And you think about it, and he's like, nah, we just gonna ride it out. And then he moves on with his day. But yeah, I think it's crossed his mind.
I wonder what that looks like in his head. Like, what does he see? Who's the ideal player for LeBron James? Or more related, I mean, you can answer that. More related to this conversation, who does LeBron James see as the ideal player for him?
Probably Joel Embiid.
So a big.
Yeah. And I'm just thinking about AD.
It's a tough look for Anthony Davis. Because if you had said a wing or a point guard, like, oh, okay. But it's just another big. DeMontis Sabonis.
Or Kyrie. Like, I always believe LeBron thought it was just going to be seamless. Like, Kyrie's perfect. He a dog. He can score. I'm going to just hand this thing off to Kyrie at some point. Kyrie didn't have that type of outlook on it.
Well, Kyrie just didn't want to be a part of the Cavs without, like, he saw that. He lived that before. He didn't want to do that.
There's that too. But
I can't say I fault him, but
I would think Joel. That'd be my guess.
Interesting. So he needs another big or a better big. All right. That's a tough look for AD, man. That's a tough look for AD.
AD's super talented, man. But
this is all hypothetical, by the way.
Right.
That's a tough look. That's a tough
LeBron
look.
could be listening to this and saying Casey's crazy.
Well, he's a big fan of D'Lo and Casey. That's what I heard. That's sources.
LeBron gonna call in.
Sources close to the Lakers. I paused because I was like, if this is about to launch into a LeBron James impression, isn't he? And you didn't. Well, that was well done.
Casey, I really know why you would say that.
No, stop.
AD
No,
is
cut,
AD's
cut.
good.
No, cut.
AD cool.
No,
but
Oh, hey, okay. All right, that was good. I don't know why. I don't know. Something about the way you said cool. I was like, oh, wait a minute. That does sound like LeBron James. That was good.
AD cool.
Overall, this is not a good impression, but
I got all the trust in the world for AD. It's just one of those things when
it's not that bad.
when you play with a guy like that, you expect him to be the best player in the world because he is the best player in the world when he plays like that. But
okay. All right,
it's
no,
not
that's good.
always
No,
the
no,
case.
we got it. We got it. Okay, Jesse,
what do you think?
It sounds like Shaq doing LeBron.
Well, look, Shaq speaks a little lower and a little slower. LeBron speeds it up sometimes. Shaq can be like,
I don't know why.
I need AD.
Hey,
to really
so
get back into his bag
now,
and act like a big man.
Now,
he really
now
is.
be loud, Shaq yelling at Charles.
No, Charles.
Okay,
no, Charles. Don't do that. Don't do that, Charles. Don't do it. No, Charles. You ain't never won. You don't know what you talk about, Charles.
That's better. That's better than the other one. That's funny. That's funny. We'll come back. Let's stay with it. We'll get to the Kings and the Pelicans tonight. James Ham, of course, will be with us in the 3:00 hour. I don't know where this conversation started, but we're kind of there. So let's go with it. There's this conversation about the best American-born player, and man, I got questions. CeeLo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
I need drugs.
I need drugs. I need drugs. How many of y'all at work? Yo, this was crazy. I started that, Zabo, because I had to point that out. That was crazy. I always loved that you could see her squeezing his hand to let him know that she's okay. Impact 316. That's what's up, man. Appreciate you. Good for you, Rob Dub. Good for you. Big E. Right on, man. Big E. All right, Michigan. Appreciate you being with us. What you talking about? We're all at work. What you talking about? Your ass called in sick, Leezy. You calm down.
Hella attitude in that
Yeah,
message
you
too.
take the bass out your voice, Leezy. What little you got in there? Calm down. At work. Alan's at work. Right on, Alan. Work from home. All right, I'm with it. At work. Wait, Dwayne, what you do, Dwayne? Warren's working at the house. Joe, appreciate you. Work from home life. All right, B-Dub. Very nice, very nice. I know Brian's at work. Right on, Eric. We all trying to be like you, baby. Okay. All right, Robeson Racing Inc. TV, we see you. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for tapping in. Thank you. Lots of working from home, people, man. Love it. Right on, Wizzo. West Sac Kings. Love to see it. Sorry, Roddy. You work hard enough, baby. You work hard enough. Right on, Russ. Right on. Tyler, we see you. Oh, man. Adam L. Sending you the love, baby. All right. Hey, let's go, Joe. I'm with it. Yeah, that Shaq Loud impression made me laugh. Mary B's retired. Work. All right. Shout out to all the delivery drivers, too. Right on, Jay Lee. We see you. Shout out to all the delivery drivers. Delivery Joe. We know y'all working super hard this time of year. Oh, man. Right on, Joint Baker. Goodness gracious. Right on, brother. We appreciate you, man. Hey, Australia checking in. Right on, Corey. That's awesome, man. We love to see this. Absolutely love it. All right. I see Zebra PT cooking. I started cooking last night. I made the brine for the turkey. Put the turkey in. Got that in the refrigerator and made a couple of desserts last night. Yeah, they repping strong, man. I love it.
Boss is here today.
Stacy?
Yeah.
No, Aaron's here. Stacy probably came in at 1. Like, man, all these other people are going. I can get some work done. Well, as long as Jen's not here, we're okay. That was a wild sentence you just said to me, bro. Let's get to these phone lines, man. 916-909-1320. Our man E-Biz. What up, baby?
What up with it, y'all? What up with it, y'all, man? Happy pre-Thanksgiving, man.
Yes, sir.
It's only one pre
Yes,
because
sir.
it is Wednesday.
No, it's fine. That's all right. Let him cook.
Shout out to you,
All right, I just want to say 2 things, all right? First thing, I like how you guys, it was kind of different, but how you guys had Granite Bay's Most Wanted, the kids from the deep east, Granite Bay. You know, that was a different vibe.
Oh, doubt.
And, you know, the second thing I want to say is, yesterday I was listening to you guys. I was in my room chilling because, you know, it's my week off because, you know, I'm a teacher and all that. All of a sudden, I heard this guy with, what's up with my 2 brothers, you know, TC.
Yeah.
Call in. He tried to say, am I tripping, D-Lo? But did he say that what is it? First person shooter is whack compared to what is it? The other song they made?
the track that dropped on Scary Hours. He's been
speaking
repping
a little
that.
hyperbole. That track is fire.
It's dope. First person
man.
shooter. Like I can't say this enough. That is one of my favorite hip hop records to drop in a long time.
Yes,
And
sir. I feel it.
It's one of the coldest verses I've ever heard from J. Cole.
All right, and one other thing, KC.
Yes,
is
sir.
it true that you were getting emotional over that, like saying how like Cole didn't like eat up Drake, and how you were saying Drake writes all his rhymes and like Drake is extra dope and all that?
He does get emotional about Drake.
Well,
he
first
does.
of all,
He does.
I don't know who you listen to. I've always agreed that Cole went crazy and got him on that record. Drake, I mean, I don't know if Drake writes all his rhymes or not. I don't know, but he
if he doesn't, shout out to the writer.
Yeah, he definitely ain't got no ghostwriter. I can tell you that. Like Drake got bars. I love both of those guys. It was like months ago, E-Biz, when I said J. Cole got the belt.
Yeah, that's facts. You
It
did
was
say
months
that.
before first person shooter.
Yeah,
he
that's
hasn't
facts.
relinquished it since.
Yeah, I agree. He is he's special right now. Like he's on a tear of just he, help. Yeah, hey, salute to Lil Durk. I think Cole's appearance is what helped that get to the radio, what helped that. I mean, he clearly made that song for the radio, but having Cole a part of that, that's part of the Grammy nominations. It got certified 2 times platinum. We talk about that on Corners of the Culture today over on 102.5. The Secret Recipe joint that he did, and this one right here, the 2 Drake tracks, but First Person Shooter is the #1 record.
Tell us about being on support.
Well, that too.
I don't know why he said it like that.
I don't know why he did.
I'm not a big Dirk guy. I don't understand it. But
I liked the album. I thought he had a really good record, and I thought Gunna had a really good record. I thought Gunna's record was. I thought Gunna's record was. Yeah, I thought it was hot.
Gunna killed that.
Yeah.
Hey, I probably late to the show. I didn't know this. Did you know they're coming out with the Color Purple again? A new Color Purple. I didn't know that. Star-studded cast too. Star-studded cast. Fantasia. I think Halle Bailey. Yeah, not Chloe. Yeah, Halle. Taraji. Somebody else is in there too. It's star-studded cast.
Taraji probably playing the Whoopi role.
Well, I think Fantasia's got their role.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I only say I think because I saw The Color Purple, but I was
the play or the movie?
The movie.
Okay.
And I don't remember it. I remember seeing it, but I was too young. I don't remember the movie and all the scenes people talk about. So
yeah, that's not one I ever really went back and rewatched.
Yeah,
I saw it. I just never went and rewatched it.
You know what's one of the most terrifying things right now?
Tribal Chief is leaving.
Oh.
And that's for the Tribal Chief. Yeah, wasn't paying a lick of attention to us. We just have to acknowledge the Tribal Chief as he leaves for his Thanksgiving holiday.
So as you guys probably can hear, a little under the weather, dealing with a little something myself here. But nowadays you got to check. You got to check, man. You got to take tests, and that's nerve wracking.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
because then when you take that COVID test, and if you have it, you got to be isolated. I was gonna have to call you like, yo, bro, I can't, come in. You got a lot of work to do, all this other stuff.
So
it's nerve wracking. There's a lot going on. So I took the test. Luckily, I don't. It's just a sinus infection that I get probably 2 times a year. That's not fun.
I had this. I knew you weren't well yesterday, and I had this in the back of my head as we're trying to get ahead of our. So I'm sure everyone can guess we won't. We're going to take the next 2 days off. At least this station. We'll be on KSFM on Friday because of the magic of radio, and so we were trying to get ahead of some of our work from Friday, and we have the mix show is done. And part of me thought, like, hey, man, if KC's not good, I'm going to voice track like 2 hours. And then all of a sudden, KC's going to appear out of nowhere on the show. So I was like, all right, I'm not going to, because I was going to text you last night, like, hey, Brody, like, if you need the time, take it. And I was like, well, that's going to be weird. Let me see how, let's just wait to see if I hear from him in the morning. And then I was just swamped this morning. And kept looking at got 4,000 text messages. None of them were from Kenny. So I thought, oh, okay, he must be all right.
Yeah, man. Like I said, I took the test this morning. Stressed. I hope this thing comes back negative.
Well, it's because you got to make phone calls after that.
Yeah.
It was positive.
Oh, you got to call HR.
Yeah, man.
Oh, it's no good.
It's like that decision. Like, do I let them know? Like, do I want HR to let them know it's me who has it, or is it like it's someone?
It's a hassle, man.
I bet that message would look different that Jen sends, because if you give Jen permission, she'll tell, hey, Kenny Caraway tested positive for COVID. Tracing was done. Blah blah blah. Oh, they'd be pissed if it was Kenny. Yeah, the dude that daps everyone up when he walks in the building.
Yeah, the one guy's got a special handshake for every person.
The one that's
here.
got a 45-minute handshake with 7 different people in the building caught COVID. So I hate to tell y'all, but your punk ass probably has it. So happy Thanksgiving. Yes.
Whole radio station is just dead air for weeks.
Just gone.
Odyssey Sacramento just down.
What happened, KC? Shut Odyssey Sacramento down. Hashtag life at Odyssey.
Oh, man. Yeah, but came back negative.
Crazy thing, man, I still feel this, like the cough is so weird. It only happens when I talk. It only happens during this show. And it's just something like I feel right here. I've never felt sick. I've never had a runny nose. I've never had a fever. I've never had anything except that cough. And it's just been varying degrees of, oh man, this like hurts. It like scratches. Now it just feels like there's something living right here. And when I talk, it's like, hey bro, you're going to cough one way or another. So you might as well turn the mic off, get it over with, and keep it moving. There was a point we were talking yesterday on 102.5 where I'm like, oh no. Hold on. Casey, I'm like, okay, get say what you got to say so Casey can take over. Hit the mic. Come back. Ridiculous.
Oh man.
local radio host, touchdown station, and coworkers, wild kids.
Shout out to Cooper's clan.
Kelly's Well, let's not go with that name. Let's not go with that name.
That's tough.
Come to think about it, throw a flag on that one. Come on, ref. Come on, ref.
Flag on the play. You know what? No, that's ejection. That's targeting. You're out of here. That's targeting. You're out of here.
I was out of the quarterback box.
Nah.
You can't go back and give it to
This is college. We're going college football. It's targeting. You're out of here.
Hey. I did Impact
with those names. That is not who they are.
Yeah, it's definitely not.
All their heroes are on the side.
That's facts. That's very true. So, hey, tell everyone your name. That man said JaVale McGee. Kelly's raising them boys right, though. I tell you that. If my man says my name is JaVale McGee, she raising them boys right. Shout out, Kelly.
Oh man,
I can't lie. I was holding the dumb button the whole time, just praying.
Yeah.
You thought them kids was gonna stop cussing, or you thought I was gonna start cussing?
Probably both.
Hey, when they wouldn't leave,
yeah,
I was like, all right, it was cute. Get the hell out of the studio.
Yeah, I stopped watching them. I started looking at you because you started shooting dart looks. You looked at Kelly at one. I was like, oh, Kelly, like, come on.
Oh, man.
Hey, and it's memories for Kelly and the kids forever.
Forever. And the crazy thing is, today wasn't even take your kids to work day.
No.
We still got to deal with that.
Bro, there's a kid right there drinking a cup of coffee. Look, there's two of them. There's kids. There are kids everywhere.
And like for the stream and the radio, like
I
there's
would
no
flag Andy down, but he can't see.
Oh, jeez. Goodness gracious. Oh, man.
Come on, man. Stop playing.
Oh, man. Hey. Where's it at for that? Hey.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. We got our test suspended for that one.
Oh, man. Stop it. Stop it. We're doing a radio show here. Oh, man. Come on, man. Andy knows he can't see. Stop it.
Whew.
Okay.
2.5 more hours, guys.
Oh, we got you getting 2.5 hours of this.
Talk about the Pope getting the Kings jersey.
So that was real? Who was that lady?
I don't know. She said she owns the Kings.
Who the hell was that woman?
She said,
she
said she owns the Kings, and I wanted to give you this gift.
Is Vivek married?
No.
So
not that I know. I mean, he might have got remarried.
Jill, who was the woman who I don't know if Jill's watching. I'm gonna text her right now.
He might have gotten I don't think he got remarried.
That was one of those things. Was like, this is AI. Like, this is one of those AI videos. This is not real.
I was like, that's what I thought. I was like, this isn't real. And it was tweeted by NBC Sports California. I was like, wait, what the hell?
I kept seeing it like on my timeline, and it didn't register to me for whatever reason. I was like, oh, King's jersey, Pope, or at the time I was like, Pope looking like figure. Like, it didn't register. I just keep zooming past it. And then I saw the video on Instagram. I was like, let me watch this. I keep seeing this thing. So, she's like, yeah, I own the Kings, and I wanted to give you this jersey. I said, what?
Ma'am, I'm sorry, what? It's turned out, it would be great. She just hustled her way in there, bought a jersey from the store, telling everyone she owns the Kings.
Do we know what player he got?
No, he got the Pope.
Was it the Pope on the back?
Pope Francis.
Is it 13th?
13, yeah.
So he got a 13 with Pope on
that
it.
Keegan number.
That's crazy. The Pope has
Anthony
a Kings
says
jersey.
Pope has no idea what basketball is.
Where do you think that jersey's at right now?
Do you think she brought up the beam?
Maybe she probably like, dear Mr. Pope, like the beam.
And he also looked very unimpressed by the whole thing. Like, why are you bringing this to me, lady?
Minority owner Doreen Dominguez. Okay.
Shout out Doreen. Big ups, man.
She said, I own the Kings and we got you a jersey.
You imagine people.
Ma'am, did she clear that with Vivek? Like, don't you need to clear that? Like, if you're going to hand the Pope a jersey, do you have to clear that with Vivek? Like, hey, boss, I'm going to be at the Vatican this weekend. I was going to drop a jersey off to Pope the 13th.
The other crazy thing to me was she had it in the King's bag like she just came from the team store. Ma'am, you're meeting the Pope. Why do you have that like you just came from the team store?
Maybe she did.
You imagine people start bringing the Pope just jerseys now?
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Indiana's going to go there, drop off a Halliburton jersey.
We'll see the Pope in the LaMelo Ball Charlotte jersey.
The CLT one?
Oh.
What? Get him a city edition.
Yo.
What?
Yo. Hey.
You are braver than I.
Yo, what is the jersey?
Something.
I just suspended the guy. I got John Moran. I just suspended him. He's still going.
What does the jersey say? What does the city edition jersey say?
CLT.
Y'all are a bunch of children. Man.
Oh man. Come on, man. Day before Thanksgiving is wild, bro.
Shout out Sean Cunningham. Our man Sean Cunningham's listening. He texted the name of the young lady to us too.
Yeah.
I need to know how this came about. Did Vivek set it up? Hey, Doreen, we're going to send you to see the Pope.
The people are saying Vivek posted the video. That's how it got out.
Was he there? Oh, he was.
I don't know if
recording.
he was there,
there,
but he posted it. So Vivek is all for it.
Should we send the Pope a D'Lo and Casey?
Hell yeah.
Should we send the Pope a let's smack? Nah, you know,
Nah,
that's
bro.
too much.
Hey,
You
where,
can't-
hey, he gone. Donovan Mitchell.
You can't.
He gone.
You can't wear. Can't wear that jersey. Can't wear that new hoodie around the church. Can't wear that hoodie around. Can't wear that hoodie around the church, man. It might.
Oh snap!
Well, it's all fun and games till Dave Garcia puts it on a shirt. Y'all egg this on for months. And
I've
look
got
what
real
happened.
tears right now.
Yo, that's an all timer, man. Come on, man. That's
I ain't even
fin-
You know what? You know what the true problem is? I didn't even
God.
finish the sentence, and everyone knew what I was going to say. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself. It's y'all. I could have sent the Trista Crick shirt, but y'all knew exactly what I was going to say. Shame on y'all.
Oh man,
Put that on you. I'm about to drink this bottle of Pinot right here.
Might as well. What do we? Oh yeah, we had bottles when the Kings made the playoffs. We were drinking bottles on there.
We were.
It was good times.
Just be easier to drink. I bet this is good. I bet James doesn't have bad wine.
No, this looks great.
I bet this is real good.
This looks great. I can't wait to have some.
I can have my nephew drive me home.
Oh yeah, we got more people coming in the studio.
Oh well, they're not going to come like into this part
Why
of the
not?
because I don't trust the chat. I'm not bringing my sister in here. No, my nephew can come in. My man Max can come in.
Can you get on the Max? Or excuse me, can you get on the mic?
He can get on the mic. Yeah, he's a big hoop fan.
All right, yeah.
He's a Celtics fan, as a matter of fact.
How'd that happen?
Well, put the pieces of the puzzle together. You find out.
Okay. Oh yeah. I got you.
Actually, I think he loved the Celtics before that, but I'm not allowing my sister on camera.
I brought this up yesterday off the air. Jesse, were you familiar with the Tatum tweet that came to life?
No, which one?
So I guess over the summer, he was really just talking about like how I got to be a leader, I got to be consistent, I got to always be locked in. And he said something to the effect of like, yeah, I mean, even though if we play Charlotte on a Monday on a league pass and nobody's watching,
Yeah,
like,
I've seen that before.
you know, I still got to be locked in. And, I think it was PJ Washington after Charlotte beat them on Monday on a league pass game. So not bad for a Monday league pass game. So I thought that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool.
Relax, PJ Washington. Like, look alive. Have some self-awareness, pal. Like, you're still in Charlotte.
He
Bro.
might not be able to say anything all year. He
That might be it.
You got to take advantage of it.
Whatever.
That
Tatum
might
still
be
put
the
up 45 too. So
Well, look, this goes into the discussion, and there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. The discussion we're about to talk about.
Oh, okay. Well, we got a little sidetracked, so let's get into it.
Yeah,
I don't
the
know.
Pope,
Why don't you set
Dave
the
Garcia.
send a care package to the Pope? Where did to set the background? Where did this best American player start? Like, where did this discussion begin?
I believe it started because like the last however many MVPs are not from America. And people
Okay.
are always looking for ways to crap on AAU and the way basketball is played nowadays in the States. So they're like, yeah, they play it the right way. And look at all the stars. All these stars are not from America, and they're overseas and they learn how to play the right way, and they play like it's a lot of coded stuff going on, right? You know what I'm saying? Like they play unselfish and all this other stuff. So that's how the separation between the rest of the world players, the Giannis's, the Jokic's, Embiid, Luka, and American players came about. And what was the last American-born player to win an MVP? Was it Steph?
Yeah, it was because
no, because Steph hadn't won it in a while. He's
Was
a
it Harden?
two-time, right?
Oh, Harden, Russ.
It's probably
Harden won it after Russ, so it's probably James.
Yeah, James, and that was 2019. No, because Giannis won it a couple times. It might have been longer than that.
But it's not. No, just work backwards. Jokic 2, Giannis 2.
Yeah, and then James. Yeah.
So it had to be
That's
James. Yeah,
almost
that's,
6 years ago.
That's right. 2017-18 was James Harden, and then it was Giannis, Jokic, Joel.
So that's where this discussion keeps coming from.
That's a weird discussion to me.
Yeah.
One, I don't know why. One, I don't. Excuse me.
Yeah,
That feels like
cough regardless.
that feels like insecurity. Or what are we worried about this for? We're talking about the best players in the NBA. Why are we worried about if they're American born or not?
I feel like this is how like it's kind of shifting. That like not even like even the ESPNs and stuff like that. Like it gets acknowledged. Like Jokic being overseas, Giannis being overseas, like that gets acknowledged a lot now. I feel like with these guys, so it's kind of like just setting the table, if anything.
Yeah, like I said, I think a lot of it comes from they trying to crap on American basketball, AAU, all this other stuff, and there's issues with the AAU system and the way things go here with grassroots basketball here in the States. I don't think it's all perfect, but I don't think it's also as bad as people try to make it out to be either.
This sorry if this is a dumb question. Does Steve Nash count as an international player?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think he was the first. No, I'm sorry. That was stupid. Olajuwon. Hakeem Olajuwon.
Yeah.
And then
they also don't really look at Hakeem that way.
I don't think they do either. Yeah, I don't think they do either. Yeah. And then you got Nash with the two, and then Dirk right after that, and then it's American born players until Giannis.
The other thing that came about, this was crazy too, and I don't want to misquote him. I'm not gonna do that. But the other day when I was listening to that Hoop Collective with Bon Simpson, all them, and I don't know if they put like multiple caveats on it or something like that, but they were like, "Yo, the best young American-born player is either Ant-Man or Tyrese Halliburton." I was like,
"Wow,
is Jason Tatum 40 all of a sudden?" Like,
I'm sorry, does LeBron James suck?
Well, he said young, so that's the only reason why I said that. But when you talk about just American in general, yeah, LeBron James, yes, he's on the list. It's a trip, but it all came out because I saw somewhere Paul Pierce said Tatum is the best American player in basketball right now, American-born player in basketball. And
I mean, I guess if we have to do that, I don't hate it. But De'Aaron Fox got my belt. He's high on that list for me. Like y'all can force feed Tyrese Halliburton all you want to. He is a spectacular player who I love watching. I don't have him above Tatum. I don't think I have him above Ant-Man, and I don't have him above De'Aaron Fox. You have Tyrese above Ant-Man?
No, I don't.
I don't have him above Fox. If we're just doing this young American-born players, that's probably where the list I'd make right there.
Because we don't get to pick and choose when we worry about defense and somebody playing defense. And De'Aaron Fox
amazing how that's the case, right?
Right.
I can't wait to read the power rankings and see how many times they bring up Indiana's defense and
they're just gonna talk about how fun they are,
not being sustainable.
Right. They're just gonna talk about how fun they are, which they are fun. I enjoy it, but it's not gonna be sustainable with that type of defense that they play.
I think it is going to be. I think it's going to get them to the playoffs.
No, that for sure. But winning in the playoffs, I don't think they can score 150 in the playoffs and be. I don't think they're going to score 150.
I don't think this team is going to flame out.
Indiana?
Yeah.
No, I think they're going to the playoffs.
I think they're
might. Absolutely going to the playoffs.
I think they're. I mean,
what they do offensively and the firepower they have, that's top level stuff right there.
They are. I think that
and Tyrese is the perfect guy to run that offense.
Yeah.
Perfect guy.
Yeah. De'Aaron and Tyrese could both be all-star starters this year. Those two are going to be linked together forever. For better or for worse.
Forever. I did the heat check today.
And Tyrese was not traded for De'Aaron Fox.
No, I did the heat check with Trista today. We was talking about that. Those two. Like it is what it is. Like it's a part of it is the fact that while they didn't get traded for each other, the perception, whether it's true or not, like I think James Hams would tell you probably wasn't true. It probably wasn't even that close. But the perception is Monty and those guys were sitting there and they're like, we got to trade one of them. And they thinking for hours and
put
days.
it to a vote.
Yeah, like
all those in favor of De'Aaron say aye. What are you talking about?
Which one? Let's trade Tyrese. And the people are like, they chose to trade Tyrese over De'Aaron. Once again, reality is, I don't think it was like that.
No.
I think they were like, well, we got De'Aaron, and him and Tyrese, they don't really mix. Let's see what we can get for Tyrese. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't ever think it was, damn, who do we trade? And like, I just don't think that. But that's why they're linked, because the perception is they had to pick one, and they picked De'Aaron over Tyrese.
You said this about Twitter earlier. Don't let this stuff ruin watching the NBA for you.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let all of this rando in Indiana tweeting about the Sacramento Kings ruined your ability to watch the Indiana Pacers.
Mm-hmm.
That team is a blast. Tyrese is a blast to watch. He's a lot of fun. Even though a lot of the stuff is overdone and overhyped, dude is really, really good. And he's fun to watch. And you should be able to enjoy that no matter what. Because, by the way, the Kings aren't 1-13.
Absolutely.
So you're good.
Facts.
It's okay to watch other people prosper. It's okay to watch other teams prosper, as long as it's not the Warriors or the Lakers.
Especially those two. But real quick, the perception and the narrative that always gets pushed out there is the Kings traded away a Hall of Fame point guard in Tyrese Halliburton. De'Aaron Fox, I'm going to say it right now. De'Aaron Fox is going to the Hall of Fame.
Talk about it.
He's going to the Hall of Fame. He's a Hall of Fame player. He's on a Hall of Fame trajectory. And I'm going to comfortably predict right now, De'Aaron Fox is going to the Hall of Fame. So they're going to have a Hall of Fame point guard regardless.
I have to say it. I know we were talking young players, pointed out LeBron. I just remind everyone Kevin Durant's still in the league.
Well,
and watching him play, KD is
sick.
Oh my gosh. And I think he's played every game or almost every game. Like watching Kevin Durant play basketball is such a joy. We'll come back. We'll talk about the Kings versus the Pelicans. And Coaches Gone Wild struck again last night. We'll talk about it.
These boys, wow.
Steelo and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Speaking of enjoying watching people play basketball, you guys see Jordan Poole roll the ball up and not realizing that the clock was taken down.
Oh, man.
One of the kids is running a track meet.
Sal, do I think Charlo is going to win or lose? I'm assuming you're talking about this weekend. Facing Jose Benavidez, I think he'll win. I'm kind of off the Charlos though. I don't really.
They kind of look checked out.
Yeah, I think they've maxed out and they're on their way down as boxers.
I think if Benavidez wins, I think we'll get him versus Canelo eventually. Like next year, I mean.
Yeah, I'm about to say I don't need no eventually.
Yeah, like
I
next
need it
year.
in May, Jesse. That's what he told me. He said he don't care.
Wow.
He
I'll
said he
talk
don't
to
care.
him. I'll
He'll
talk to him.
fight
Said I'll
anybody.
talk to
I
him.
need the next fight to be Benavidez. I don't need no eventually.
Let the champ.
He low key.
Let the champ do what the champ does. All right.
And this Mike Brown interview getting a lot of love.
It was a great interview. It was great.
We can we'll play the. Oh man, King.
Hey.
Hey, yo, Casey don't know. Like, black dude can't go out there and yell, hey, at a bunch of little white girls. What the hell is wrong with you? The hell is wrong with you? Old black dude went out there, yo, hey, at a bunch of little white girls. Well, at least when Kenny gets hauled off to jail, it'll be on camera. God damn.
I bet you they don't run though.
Hey, are you new to this being black thing? What are you doing? That's so funny. They didn't pay Casey a lick of attention. They're like, sir, go do your stupid radio show.
They telling on Casey to Seth right now.
Yeah, that's right. Seth's about to come in. Ain't none of Casey's passwords work no more. I know. I'm not sure that that's one we'll be able to pull off. We're trying to get a couple done. I'm not sure that they'll. I'm not sure. All three of them just walk by staring at you. Yeah, I wish they'd tell it. I think, are those Andy's girls? Oh, okay. Well, there we are. Sensitivity training has entered the chat. Here we go again. Great. Now just got an invitation for a 3-hour class about how to behave when coworkers' children are in the building.
The poor little girls, they just walk by.
Police again. I'm sorry. We've got complaints about a black man yelling at 3 little white girls. Could we direct us to the culprit? Casey out here.
Like
wilding,
everybody
man.
walking by crazy.
Well, you did just open the door and yell, "Hey!" Just for literally no reason.
They were running into the halls.
They were running through the halls.
Oh man, I love when the kids come to work though.
Well, it's always interesting. That's
never
for sure.
A dull moment.
Never a dull moment.
We really just hanging out today. Like nobody's here. It's a bunch of random kids everywhere.
There's actually more people here than I thought. I mean, it's all of the radio workers, like
the kids.
Like Andy's working, Complex is working. The engineers never take a day off. Aaron already left. You said Stacy was here.
Stacy might be gone now.
She probably just left something here. And it's like, go to the office, pick it up, and cut out to my lunch at Bennett.
Oh my God, TCG. Casey gonna enjoy Thanksgiving in a sale. Oh my God.
And Jazz ain't even gonna come get you. She gonna be like, "Yeah, idiot."
Yeah, you should have known better.
I'll come pick him up as soon as the 49ers game is over.
I let her know today because she's cooking already. She's doing a thing right now. The kitchen smell bomb. I said, man, I'm gonna be nice and full by the time the Niners game starts. Because you know I can't eat during the Niners game.
I believe you've mentioned that.
Kings too. I can't really eat during the Kings games either. Be so locked in, man.
Oh, that one I have to cave on a little bit. We'll get home and the game will just be starting. It's like, look, man, I got to eat. Like, yeah. Now, if the game's in the fourth quarter, then it's like, all right, let's wait a little bit here. Third quarter.
Food going on in the
then it's
quarter.
like I just sit there and zero in. But I'm looking forward to Thanksgiving. I'm happy we're having so many people at the house. I like to cook for people. I had to start the turkey process. I do not enjoy that whatsoever. But shout out to my butcher, the Nugget. He does the dirty work for me.
This guy's a butcher. I just be getting the turkey.
I never said my butcher before.
What are you talking about? You walk into the Nugget, you ask the butcher to cut the turkey for you.
You asked the butcher.
Yeah, not your. Yeah.
Damn.
You guys are jackasses.
What do you mean? I've never said like, oh yeah, my butcher hooked me up with a roast beef today or something. The butcher at Sprouts.
Facts.
That's what it was. It was the butcher at Nugget. But that's the guy I go to.
No, that's your butcher.
Big Baller Barley.
That's what it is.
You know, LeVar to buy the Triple Beats from him.
That's where that 22 million came from. Had to pay
I'm about to
him
go
out.
hang out with Andy's kids at this rate. Shoot, I'm about to go hang out with Kelly's kids at this point. They probably wouldn't even let me hang out with them.
Hey, did your butcher cut his thumb off? Did he do that?
Thank God, no. Whoa.
Remember, that's what he did on The Wrestler, just for no reason. It's like, why did we have to have that in the scene?
Yeah, it was so random.
Just
That was so,
leave the job and go back to being a wrestler. Why'd you have to do that?
Nope, he had to quit in all of his glory. Hey, I know you. Oh, so sad. I know you. You're the guy who fought. What was the guy's name?
What
Like
was his
the
name?
Sheik or something like that?
His name was the Ram or something like that.
Yeah, Randy the Ram. Yeah, that guy's headlining WrestleMania.
Oh, that's an 80s WWE name.
Randy the Ram.
Oh, man. On a serious note, I saw something that reminded me of, you got to give shout out prayers. AZ Fudd.
Oh man. Yeah, that's brutal. Like, it looked like Gino was on his way to another run of like 3 or 4 titles in a row. And between Paige and AZ's out for the season.
Isn't this her second ACL? She had one in high school.
She had one in high school, yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah,
goodness
it's tough.
Gracious.
Tough. I don't know. What were we doing?
We were.
I pulled up the Mike Brown. Everyone was talking about the Mike Brown interview.
Yeah.
I have not. I want to. So I
have you heard
watch it?
Have you heard the? Yeah, go ahead and play this. It's some good stuff.
This is I have the Keegan Murray. I believe this is the Keegan Murray clip from our friends. Our man Marcus Thompson.
T2. Shout out.
Friends over at the.
Shout out. He passed Aldridge.
David Aldridge.
Hey, David Aldridge is like, hey, what up, Mike? I said, oh, David Aldridge.
Wait, did he
didn't say.
Oh,
that's the Tony.
That was the vibes though.
The whole interview. I was like,
vibes.
yo, I'm about to start listening to this.
Okay, because I was like, we're gonna listen to it right now if David Aldridge said that.
He passed up a shot. I went to miss the game going. I started cursing at him. I lost my mind. I forgot about the game. I just started cursing Keegan. And then I turned to the bench and I was like, Sasha, get that out the game. And I turned back around and we were on offense. Ball got spun to Keegan. Keegan was deep. Keegan shot that thing and went in. He looked at me. He goes, take that. I'm like, Sasha, go sit your hands back down.
Sasha, you go ahead. You good, Sasha.
He passed up.
What's funny about that? It's what I love about that story is Mike knows that story's over. So it's getting a little bit bigger every time because that's not the way he told it that night. He told it a little bit different. The story got over and now it's growing. And before you know it, like Keegan's going to be doing like Eddie Murphy delirious on Mike Brown before getting back down on the defensive end. I love that. I love Mike Brown, man. I love that dude.
I listened to that interview. He is such a joy to listen to. And this is a guy I didn't really pay too much attention to before he became Kings head coach. I don't remember him too much when he was with the Cavs. Definitely don't remember him with the Lakers. As far as like how he was with the media. But he is so good to listen to in those settings.
Yeah.
So good to listen to talk about the psychology of what this team is, what they're trying to be. And I came away thinking with guys like, excuse me, with guys like De'Aaron, De'Aaron very funny and very like clever and witty himself, but he's not really a big talker. You know what I'm saying? Like if you get him going, like he will talk, but on a night-to-night basis, he's not really a big talker. Domas is the same way. Keegan obviously is Keegan. They have a bunch of guys who are kind of introverts, and Mike Brown is the ambassador for this franchise. And he does a perfect job of being an ambassador for this Sacramento Kings franchise, for the Beam team, all this, because he speaks so candidly, so open. It's a joy to listen to.
He's a special coach, man. He's a winning coach. He is a winner. And I just love that he's here, man. And I'm with you in the sense that I do love listening to him talk. I love his relationship that he has with the players. I love that he can have that moment with Keegan. And I love that he can have that moment with Malik that we saw on video. And Malik's like, yeah, what'd he do?
So part of
It's all
that, and I don't want to give away the whole interview because it's about 25, 30 minutes. It's a good listen. But part of it is they respect him because the players respect him because he doesn't hold himself to a different standard than he holds them to. And he used an example of, I think they did this like yesterday morning. So he talked about the Pelican game on there or whatever and how that happened. But he talked about the Dallas game, and he says he's big on body language, right? And he said something happened with Malik, and Mike's body language, he just kind of like slumped his shoulders and was like, man, this is BS or whatever the case may be. And he said Malik went over to him. He said, Coach, hey, it's that body language you're always talking to me about. Like, your body language bad right now, dog, for real. And Coach Brown was like, you're right. You're right. It is. And they talked about what the issue was, what he didn't like, or whatever. And but the fact that he was open to his players calling him out on something that he talks to them about all the time, and they know they have that type of relationship, respect, and interaction with each other. I think for this particular team, for a lot of teams, I mean, it's invaluable. It's invaluable for those guys to be able to. That's why he can talk to Malik like that in that video, because Malik knows if he's not doing right, he can say, hey, coach, you out of pocket, and Michael accept it. So just dope.
I think that's a unique's not the right word. That's a rare trait in leaders. Leaders, like a lot of leaders, Mike Brown is a leader. He's a coach by definition. He's a leader. Sometimes leaders don't like being held accountable. Sometimes leaders can't take being held accountable to the same standard they're asking the people they lead or are attempting to lead to be held accountable. I think that's part of, you see so many coaches fail across sports. You see often, Josh McDaniels is a great example. Everyone knows the Antonio Pierce Patriot story at this point. If you can't, if you can't point things out like that, if you can't draw on your experience, even if in this case Josh McDaniels was on the receiving end of it to motivate you play, that's a problem. It's what you talk about with Draymond on, like, everyone's saying Draymond it be on TNT, be the next Charles Barkley. Draymond can't be Charles Barkley because he's not self-deprecating. He'll take offense to everything. And it's the same thing. You've got to be able to recognize your flaws and fix them. That's the key part in that story you just told, is Mike is willing to fix him. If Mike ain't doing what he's supposed to be doing, and Malik points it out, or De'Aaron points it out, or whoever points it out, you got to be willing to fix it. And it sounds like Mike is.
Yeah, he does. He does a great job with that. And one other thing that he talked about that you mentioned earlier was he talked about the in-season tournament. And he was like, this thing has been phenomenal. He said these guys, it really gets their competitive juices flowing. He said at first he wasn't sure about it. He was like, this is kind of cheesy or whatever he said at the time. Like, he wasn't really sold on it. But being in it and seeing how everybody responds to it, the crowd, the players, he said the NBA know what they're doing. Like, he said, this has been a joy to be a part of. And, just like everybody's like, I hope we can get to Vegas. He's like, that'll be another opportunity for them to get.
The Friday game is huge.
It's a big game.
Those two teams are 2-0.
You know what I thought about? Kind of setting up for Kings Warriors to be winner goes to the in-season tournament, because the Warriors play the Spurs. It should beat them. That'll put them at 2-1. If the Kings lose, actually, it wouldn't matter. The King, like that game, even if the Kings beat Minnesota, that game against the Warriors might be to go.
If they're still a one-loss team.
Yeah.
The Warriors are still a one-loss.
Yeah, that's because they only got those two games left. They got the Spurs. Like I said, they'll beat the Spurs. They'll be 2-1. And say the Kings
don't gloss over the Spurs like that.
I'm just
maybe they should.
Yeah.
I won't gloss over them like that.
Spurs lost to the Grizzlies the other day.
Well,
they're struggling. Vic had 9 points the other day.
Who?
Vic through Wembanyama.
Yeah, 9?
9
against the Grizzlies.
Yeah, he's
and Marcus is out, right? Isn't Marcus out?
Yeah,
Marcus is out like
he was out against
close to a month
for sure. Yeah. So yeah, they should win that one. So that means next Tuesday, it'll probably we can't get away from these jackasses. Something is meaningful. It'll probably be for a trip to the in-season tournament. Although
which in that case would be a trip to the Golden One Center. Right?
Yes. See, so I think I got to check the standings again. I think the Kings might be leading. Well, they're not because they're number 1, but it feels like the Kings or the Timberwolves might be leading the wild card.
Okay. Well, both of them are 2-0 right now.
Yeah. And the Kings, because the point differential, are number 1 in the group. They lead the group. And
did the T-Wolves beat the Warriors? How come
they did?
Okay. That's okay.
The T-Wolves still have to play the Thunder, I think.
Oh, sign me up for that.
Yeah.
I'll watch that.
Yeah, their stupid standings aren't up on the I'll have to go to ESPN. But yeah, I think
they're not up. I think they're up on NBA.com, aren't they?
On my thing, it's not.
Well, you don't have the special access that I have.
That's true. I'm blocked by NBA.com.
My butcher gave me that special access to the site. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on 1320 TV, live on Twitch, YouTube, and that formerly known as Twitter. It just dawned on me that our scenario might come into play. The Kings versus Lakers game that we talked all.
Oh yeah, the dreaded 5th game or whatever.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. We still
don't know the answer to this question.
Don't nobody know. We just it's whatever.
Can you imagine NBA just sitting in their offices like, we hope this is the one game that doesn't happen, otherwise we are screwed.
Play the Lakers 5 times this year. Yeah. So I don't know. I just look at that Tuesday game and I'm like, Jesus.
The scuffle game was a play-in?
Yeah, it was.
Tuesday. I keep calling it that. Was an in-season tournament? Okay.
Yeah, it was a Tuesday game.
Okay.
So yeah, Kings.
I guess the court didn't really catch my attention with the all of the stuff that
with the
that
rear
took place.
naked chokehold that was going on.
Where were we? Oh, we were at Sac State's game. That's right.
Had that man had a chokehold for 5 minutes.
Hey, shout out to Rudy. He didn't tap out. If you're gonna do it, like if you should have made him tap out.
Yeah.
You just kind of half-assed it. You didn't even
to the ground.
I don't even get your money's worth.
Because we're already sitting there like for the longest time, just like, is anyone gonna get this freaking guy off of me?
You're like, y'all got to be kidding me.
And Rudy, and the crazy part about that is, like Draymond was doing all that. Rudy wasn't even really phased.
He wasn't.
Rudy was like, "Hey, bro, hey, like ball getting choked out. Like, hey, bro, I ain't got
that's
no
why
issues.
I say you should have at least got your money's worth. Made that man tap out.
He up there trying to.
Can you imagine?
And Rudy like, whatever, bro.
Can you imagine Draymond got him in a chokehold and Rudy had to do this.
Somebody tweeted it. Draymond was ready for this because someone came up behind him and tried to grab him. And Draymond starts tugging his chin so they can't grab him.
It was a Cat. Cat tried to get him. Draymond wouldn't let it happen. Cat got choked out by Ben Simmons and was tapping on the floor.
Oh no!
You don't remember that one?
By Ben?
Yeah.
Nah.
That was an all-timer.
You said Cat got Ben? Got by Ben?
Yeah, Ben was choking him out on the floor.
Yeah, Cat was on the floor just like, somebody get this guy off me.
Now we need to see it.
Yeah, pull it up.
Cat.
He was tapping out and everything.
Poor Cat. Poor Cat.
Hold on.
He was tapping out.
Dude, he was distraught. He was distraught. Yeah.
Just pound on the ground. Closed fist and open hand.
Just screaming, get him up.
Oh, I remember. Okay, I remember this. Oh, I remember this. Yeah, it's been a while.
Oh man, poor Cat.
I won't get in trouble by the NBA for putting this on, but this is fun. He's not tapping out. He's trying to get up.
No, look at that.
Well, he doesn't have it locked in. He doesn't have it locked in.
There it is. There it is.
Nah, he's trying to get up.
There's a tap.
Nah, he didn't tap.
Earl Hebner. Earl Hebner rung that bell.
I'm calling Cap. He didn't tap out.
He tapped the ground.
Well, he tapped the ground, but he didn't.
Right
No.
there.
I don't think he tapped out. He tapped, but I don't think he tapped out.
Oh.
He doesn't even have it locked in.
Ben Simmons is out of pocket.
Look, Cat is losing no oxygen right now.
Oh, look at the
Cat is
fist.
perfectly safe. He's perfectly safe.
He just tapped out.
The worst part about this really is all of the feet. All these guys in suits around these guys with hard bottoms.
Oh, man.
Wow.
And Ben, I don't know what Ben was doing. Why?
It's empty cell right
I'm
there.
with,
Let him
I'm
go,
with,
Ben.
I'm
Let
with
him
Mark.
go.
He's trying to establish a base.
He already had the base.
No, he didn't. He's flat on the ground.
No, he had his arm out, his ball in the fist, and then a fist in the ball, whatever. And then he opened it,
I'm
slapped on the ground.
I'm called. No,
No, that was an emphatic tap. It was one tap, but it was a tap.
No. When you tap, you tap because you want it to stop. You don't tap. You don't hit the ground. No, I'm stalling Cat out. No,
It's about time.
That's Earl
It's
Hebner.
the first time
It's
ever.
Earl Hebner over here.
First time ever you stalled Cat out. Poor Cat.
What are you talking about?
People be talking crazy about Cat.
I don't talk crazy about Karl Anthony Towns. Don't do that.
Cat just
What did I
finally
ever
fell
say
into
bad
his
about-
role.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
It's literally all it is.
I don't even
He's
know-
not the
I don't
one.
even know
You
why,
say
why
this
we gotta
all the
bring that up.
time.
Why we
You
always got to
say-
bring that up?
Don't do. You say this all the time.
Do we say that about Domas?
What?
he
Do we,
accepts
do
his
we say
role.
what?
Do we say, oh, Domas fell into his role as number 2? No, we don't do that. We don't, because we don't disrespect Domas.
Was
that way.
Domas the
Don't
one? Was Domas the one in Indiana?
Was he?
I don't know.
I don't really remember. It
I
was
don't
him and
think
Miles
so.
Turner. They didn't really have much of anything.
They were like equal.
He was
Like,
probably the one. He was probably the one. He was 2-time All-Star at that time. He's probably the one.
Was he hyped up the way Karl Anthony Towns was? Is?
No,
Was?
probably
Is?
not. But just let Cat be. Let him cook. We don't have
No,
to
Cat's
talk, we don't have to talk about him.
You
falling back
say
into
no,
anything.
dude. This is such trash. This is pre-Thanksgiving trash right here. You say all of the time he's not a one. Not speaking about Karl, just about a player.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not a one. He make it really good too. He's not a. That's all it is with Karl Anthony Towns.
Let Cat do what he do.
Yeah, be a
Yeah.
solid too.
This
Let
guy.
Cat do what he do.
This
See
guy.
what he says. Yeah, just be a solid too.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let Cat do what he do.
Hey, he's crushing it.
He can come to Sacramento. Well, I think, and you guys didn't say this.
See, I
but
don't know why we're doing
everybody was talking about like they need to trade him. I was like, y'all tripping. You guys didn't say that.
No, they needed to make it work.
Yeah,
That's what they needed to do.
I was like, they needed to trade Rudy. couldn't
Hornets
do
won
that.
that volleyball game, by the way.
Man, girls is beast.
Yeah, they really are.
They killing it.
We got Weber State tomorrow.
When does the national tournament start? I gotta check. I gotta watch.
Is that tomorrow? Yeah, that's tomorrow. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. Stingers up.
You know, I've always wondered why there isn't like a professional volleyball league that got more attention. I like watching volleyball.
It's an Olympic sport, really, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like as far as getting out of college.
always
It's
think
also,
about it.
there's two distinctively different kinds. There's the beach,
I
and
don't
then
like
there's
the beach volleyball.
there's the other one, and I feel
And
like
they have like 2 people on beach volleyball.
well, yeah,
It's
and
no.
like they're stars. Like I feel like that's where you become stars on the beach.
I like the
Because
regular
you
indoor.
you play the
volleyball.
game, and if you're a woman, you're in a bikini, and if you're essentially it's a bikini, and if you're a dude, you're shredded and you're in shorts. Like you get endorsement deals that way.
Some people like the regular volleyball better.
That's what I'm saying. But I think that's part of the thing is there's two
No, I'm talking about-
distinctively different versions.
I'm
Of,
talking about the gear.
well, yeah, I got that too.
I always wonder why.
I feel like you could spot a volleyball player too.
Yeah. I always wonder why volleyball and softball didn't have bigger professional leagues. Those are 2 sports that I enjoy that feel like they should be able to keep playing after college.
Softball doesn't really market to players though at all in college. Like you always hear about Oklahoma, UCLA.
We're like, hey, slow down. We're just getting basketball where
True,
it should be.
True.
Like basketball is just finally getting to the point where it's like, all right,
Mhm.
like there's no will the WNBA make it? All of that's over. It's
Right.
like, yo, this is a sustainable league that people are very interested in, and that's one of the big 3 sports.
Yeah.
I think you start venturing outside of that, it gets tougher.
You know what I'm curious about?
Hell,
And
they'll
how-
barely watch Danica. What was her name? Danica Patrick when she
Yeah.
was racing. They got a girl in this one. I don't want to watch this one.
It's crazy. You know what I'm
Still
kind
uphill
of
battles.
curious about is what happens with flag football. because I don't know if you've noticed, but in high school they've had the girls flag football. I think this might have been the first year or whatever. And I haven't watched the game, but I've heard like some good stuff going on out there. What happens? Does that go into college? Do they start that in college or whatever?
In the Olympics, right?
I think so.
Yeah, 2026 or whenever.
So let me ask you this. Reese wants to play football.
He's you're saying like hypothetically?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you let him?
No. He's tried to ask a couple times about, hey, let me play flag. And I'm like, I'm not even, because what if you're good? Then I'm just going to take it away from you, or you like it. We ain't even going down that road. No.
I'm with you. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't have any kids that I can tell no to, but it is something that's come up. And like, no.
Yeah.
That'd be my answer would just flat out be no.
Yeah, he's asked me to play flag. I'm like, no, we're good.
Oh, so no football at all?
No.
I got you.
Because my whole thought is,
no, I got you. Yeah, I got you.
Flag, number one, if he's good, or if he's like, man, I like this. I want to play more.
Yep. No. Okay, we'll come back. James Ham going to join us at the top of the hour, so we'll get our fun in the next 45 minutes. Then we got to be serious. We should talk. Coach has gone wild. Got that.
Yes.
And
Tom Brady. I want to hear that Tom Brady thing too.
Okay. That's a good one. Yeah. That's a good one. I'm curious everybody's thoughts on that. We got that when D'Lo and Casey return here. Brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Flag football.
That's funny. I said there'd be a 13th round today. No, I'm under the weather. I didn't be able to look at the Alicia Baumgartner story the way I wanted to. But she's wilding from what I see.
Staying with Wyland, you see Jim Irsay?
This dude. This dude.
I think he was tweeting today he's going to sue Stephen A. Smith now.
He is?
Yeah, he was tweeting it because Stephen A. was going at him today on First Take. Irsay's Dollar Tree Jerry Jones.
Facts.
Like, that's who he wants to be.
Facts. Nobody really cares about Irsay unless he's doing something stupid.
Yeah. Crazy thing is, Michigan, you could probably go through like a bunch of teams in the league because I can't stand Stephen Ross from Miami too. I think he's horrible.
I don't know how many like really good owners there are. But actually, I take that back. It's probably more than we realize because we only talk about like the 5 really, really bad ones. Probably majority, all right. Like, I think Jed is cool. Like Jed's cool. Like I wouldn't say he's great or anything like that.
If you're an owner who stays out the way, you're good.
Yeah.
If you're just out the news, then just no one's talking about you.
This is interesting. Hold on 1 second, guys. I'm gonna bring this up when we come back. I don't want to step on it at all. I need to look something up real quick. Yeah, I don't think this guy is on anybody's radar. Sorry, guys. Hold on. I'm just looking at something. The thing ever happened to Chad York in insider trading? That's a good question. I don't know. I do not know. We're back. Pre-Thanksgiving D-Lo and KC. Good times. You know, Damian, there's something I was thinking about. And I wonder if NBA executives think the same way. I'm watching this game right now, Ole Miss in Temple. Spoiler alert, anybody DVR and it, just mute me real quick. 75-71, Ole Miss with about 2.5 minutes.
I think
to
you're
go.
the only person that does that, for the record.
We'll never get those viewers back.
Yeah, they're gone forever.
Shout out, Danny.
We got they got a guy on there. His name is, I think it's Jamarian Sharp. He's 7'5".
Okay.
And I'm looking at like some of these mock draft things. I don't think he's on anybody's mock draft. So I don't know if he's really good at all. But he's good enough to play right now. So there's that. But I don't know if he's like a good ball player or anything like that. Wouldn't you think maybe some Western Conference teams, or maybe even the Sacramento Kings, should take a flyer on a guy like that in the second round? And I say that because of Victor and Chet. Like, well, we just gonna have Domas guarding Wemby forever? Like, that's unfair.
Well, yeah,
Go
but
get you
like,
a 7.
what are you
if there's
gonna
a
start him?
7'4" guy out there,
Are you gonna start him?
you could spell. I don't know. Maybe just have him there. You never know.
I don't. I'm fine.
That's why I would definitely get a 7'3" or taller guy on the roster this year. Absolutely.
Taco Falls in China.
Well, I was told Bol Bol was Victor Wembanyama for Victor Wembanyama.
Those takes get out there still on Twitter.
Bro, they
sometimes.
still out there. There are still people who will fight that battle.
Old boy from Purdue, he's like 7'3", I think. Edie, whatever. I mean, like where he might be a borderline NBA player 2-3 years ago, I feel like somebody got to take him. Now you have to. You got to prepare for this guy. You got to match up. 6'10" ain't gonna get it done against Victor Wembanyama. Got to factor it in.
Yeah, but size isn't the end all be all to guarding.
Yeah, it's a false start. Kenny Caraway, 5-yard penalty, repeat first down. Might even be offsides, but you went with the false start, so we'll go with that.
Bunch of freaking children. Man. I swear.
It's a neutral zone infraction if I've ever seen one.
That's funny.
I don't know, man. These are things I think about watching college basketball sometimes.
Essentially, you'd only be drafting for 2 games, though, right? Because the Kings only played Spurs twice.
Yeah, well, you played the Thunder. No, the Kings played 3
played
times.
Spurs more.
Like I said,
Played
Chad.
Thunder
Those
6 times. And then the thought is you're going to match up with these guys in the playoffs at some point over the next few years. I don't know. De'Aaron Fox did a good job against Vic, though.
Well, as long as we don't see Davion guarding Zion Williamson anymore, I don't really care what you do. Just a little bite-sized Snickers bar out there about to get destroyed.
It's like that old high school video of that one kid guarding Zion where he's clapping in his face. And Zion's just like, what does this dude's do?
That was Cooper. That's Cooper guarding Zion.
Look like, remember, you know that video they show of Andy Reid as an 11-year-old, but he's like,
oh yeah, just a monster child.
That's what it looked like. It was Andy Reid with the other kids in the punt, pass, kick thing he was in or whatever. I want to talk more about the Kings and the Pelicans tonight. We could do that. James is going to join us at the top of the hour. But you mentioned this, so let's talk about it. Tom Brady said, I'm sure we could find a clip of it too, relatively easy because it was on the Stephen A. Smith show. Tom Brady said there's a lot of mediocrity in the league right now, and went on to talk about how defensive players shouldn't have to protect offensive players. They have to learn to do it for themselves. And we can bring up a little reel or TikTok or whatever this is from from the podcast, and you can kind of form your own conclusions. But I've got some questions about this. Here's Brady.
I think there's a lot of mediocrity in today's NFL. I don't see the excellence that I saw in the past.
Why not?
And
why not?
I think the coaching isn't as good as it was. I don't think the development of young players is as good as it was. The rules have allowed a lot of bad habits to get into the actual performance of the game.
Mm-hmm.
So I just think the product, in my opinion, is less than what it's been. I look at a lot of players like Ray Lewis and Rodney Harrison and Ronnie Lott and guys that impacted the game in a certain way. And every hit they would have made would have been a penalty. You hear coaches complaining about their own player being tackled and not necessarily, why don't they talk to their player about how to protect himself? We used to work on the fundamentals of those things all the time. Now they're trying to be regulated all the time. Offensive players need to protect themselves. It's not up to the defensive player to protect the offensive player. A defensive player needs to protect himself. I didn't throw the ball to certain areas because I was afraid players were going to get knocked out.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reality. Wow. I didn't throw it to the middle when I played Ray Lewis because you knock him out of the game, and I couldn't afford to lose a good player. I think there's a lot of mediocrity.
Don't throw it over the middle. Ray Lewis is out there. Find a better example, Tommy, but I got you.
I kind of disagree with Tom.
So let's start with this question. I want you to elaborate on that. So is this a case of, we see it in the NBA once a week?
Mm-hmm.
Is this just the old timer criticizing the game?
That's what it sounds like. Because I don't see a bunch of mediocrity in the league right now.
So you know who else doesn't?
Elite athletes who are crazy, like crazy athletic and strong.
You know who else doesn't? The 29 million some odd people that tuned into that Monday Night Football game. The ratings records that continue to be set in the NFL. Clearly, they don't see it as mediocre. Go ahead.
I don't know if mediocrity is the right word, but it's not as talented, I think, as it has been, the league.
Where?
I mean, quarterbacks. We just left an era of quarterbacks where there was about 8, 10 surefire Hall of Famers with Brady, Manning, Big Ben, like Rivers, those guys, like that group of guys. Josh Allen, like those guys, like they're not those guys at all. Running backs. There's no Hall of Fame running backs right now. Maybe a couple of borderline.
Running back is.
There's a difference. Yeah, the running back position is definitely
running back is where you see
virtually gone.
I think but the quarterback, we left the era with Manning, Brady, Breeze,
Roethlisberger. I mean, Rodgers is in there. Roethlisberger's there.
Rodgers, that's 5. We don't have 5 Hall of Famers right now.
C.J. Stroud,
just Pat Mahomes, I think.
Brock Purdy,
Pat.
Everyone else is
but we're also like we're in the. It's like a transition.
It is transition,
and these guys are really young. Like nobody would have said Breeze was a Hall of Famer in his 4th year.
Right, like Josh Allen is young.
Right.
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow's in there.
Young.
Yeah.
Your boy Tua. Tua's finally coming in to his own.
Well, then maybe it's just one thing where it's like both things can be true. I guess it's like you said, it's a transition period, but like the league isn't as talented as it used to be right now.
I think it is.
I think what it all talented. I think we're in it wasn't necessarily, well, it wasn't that clip, but I think what Brady is really getting at, and this is what old people who cover the game. Speaking of, did you see the skip?
Oh man, yeah.
The sketch Richard Sherman stuff.
Uncle Sherman.
We're getting close.
Oh, it's
we're getting close, fellas.
It's like we're at the point Skip has to be miserable coming to work because he knows those guys aren't going to put up with his crap.
He's getting squeezed out of his own show.
About damn time. That man said, he said, don't interrupt me. I'm talking. Sherman was like, oh.
Don't raise your voice.
Yeah, lower your voice, Skip. Lower your voice. But that's the thing that they harp on. Oh, it might as well be flag football at this point. It might as well be touch football at this point. Okay, no, it doesn't need to be that. Like they're trying to find ways to make this game safer, so I don't have to ask people like you the question that I just asked you before the commercial break about, are you ever going to let your 11-year-old son play football? Because if I had any decision-making power in a young man's life, no, you can't play. Play something else. You cannot play football. And that's what they're trying to, and what you could argue whether it's successful or not. You ban the hip tackle or the hip drop. Hey, fine. The game is still dangerous. You ban hits to the head. The game is still dangerous. It is a violent collision sport. And I think the crux of what Brady is, that's what everything Brady said centers on, is those older players hate that, which is ironic because the beginning of the quarterback protection era started with Brady. Started with Brady and the Kansas City Chiefs, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Guy dove into his leg towards ACL.
Changed the rules forever.
Couldn't hit down low after that, below the knee.
That's it. Yep. Changed the rules forever.
Yeah, I look at, like, this is where I push back on saying, like, the league isn't as talented. And I think I middle child, like J. Cole or something like that. Grew up in both eras. I love both eras. But if Mike McDaniels found a way to get Tyreek lined up against Ray Lewis, what Ray Lewis gonna do with him?
Nothing.
Ray Lewis gonna get
watch
destroyed.
him run by him. Yeah,
he'll get destroyed. So
unless Jimmy Garoppolo was the quarterback, and then
don't let Jimmy point either.
He'd throw it high across the middle and get Tyreek murdered.
Get you murdered. But like that's what I be thinking about. Like, we got guys like that, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase. When you mention guys like Ray Lewis and those guys, they can't keep up with those guys. They were guarding Tony Gonzalez, who was great. But Tony Gonzalez moved at the same pace that they did, and they weren't doing 5 wide receiver sets on a regular, so you could get those guys in space. Like, they get eaten up.
I get what you're saying. I don't know. Maybe it's just a different game.
It is definitely a different game.
Yeah, that's
100%. The running back thing is right, though. They have devalued the running back. I don't think the running backs are as good. We don't have, like, there was like 10 Christian McCaffreys 15 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
There's just Christian McCaffrey right now, and Derrick Henry maybe. That's it. So, yeah, I don't know about mediocrity. I wouldn't have used that word.
Mediocrity is tough. It's too harsh, I think.
I don't think we see it as much in football, maybe because how quickly the game evolves, be it for safety purposes or length of season, like different things like that. This happens all the. Former Detroit Pistons said they'd run the Golden State Warriors 2016 team out of the gym. Like, all right, guy.
I think this is different, though, from the NBA guys to the NFL. I think the NBA guys are haters. Like, Brady has some points, at least.
That's true. The NBA guys are haters. That's fact.
Miles says, name a tight end that moves like Tyreek. You just compare Tyreek to Tony Gonzalez. But that's the whole point. The way these offenses and these play calls have evolved. Fred Warner wasn't lined up with whoever the Cowboys tight end was. He had to run with CeeDee Lamb down the field.
Yeah,
in the playoffs. Like, that's the compromising positions these offensive play callers put the defenders in nowadays, where you need your linebacker to be able to guard the tight end and guard CeeDee Lamb. Like, good luck. Good luck.
Tight ends aren't even really featured anymore either, unless you're like a Kelsey, Kittle, like one of those top guys.
Right. Mark Andrews, something like that. The other thing that I saw here too, somebody asked the question. I lost it, but they asked if Jerry Rice would cook in today's game. Jerry Rice would break Jerry Rice's records in today's game. Like,
no, that's facts.
You can't touch him. You can't. You don't have to worry about getting hit, going across the middle. It's unguardable.
And extra games,
unguardable.
You break all of them.
The thing that frustrates me, because I was listening to the insiders and they were talking to KJ Wright before, and I think I forgot how they got onto this, but they were talking about, like, the inconsistencies with officials, and, like, you don't really know when and what pass interference is, right? Like, sometimes they call it, but sometimes they're both running down the sideline and the defender puts his hand on the shoulder pad and they don't call it.
Yeah.
or they don't call illegal contact
Mhm.
at that point. Like, so sometimes I find myself watching these games like, well, what's the call? What's not the call? And what do you let go? What do you not let go? They have like these little crazy, like he reaches out 8 yards down the field. He reaches out, touches him with his left hand, and they give it illegal contact. So is he supposed to not make contact the entire? That's impossible. How are you going to play defense if you can never make contact with the receiver? So I think that's a bigger issue in today's game, is just when they're going to make these calls.
NFL penalties, a lot of them are like based off of interpretation, stuff like that. It's not like clear, like illegal contact. Like there's no clear what is illegal contact. It's just a matter of if the ref felt it was or not.
Right.
I think that's one of the biggest issues.
The pass interference, non-pass interference rule went away already, right?
Yeah, that's matter of fact, that's what they were talking about. Because it used to be KJ Wright was saying like they need to bring back something where you can kind of look at these calls again, because these are game-changing.
It almost felt like they tanked that rule.
As we talked about, he said he talked to Roger Goodell, and Roger's like, it didn't really show to be much of a difference. And he said that the video would always go with the referee.
Amazing. Every single time.
Right?
Crazy.
So, like, it really didn't help anything, because they were never going to go against the referee more times than not.
Yeah.
And I agree, though. They need something in there, because.
Do you think it makes officials look bad when calls are overturned regularly?
No. Because
I don't think so either. And that's what I thought they felt with that particular rule.
Yeah, that's what they thought. But we always like give them the caveat and give them the respect. Like, man, it's such a fast game.
Just get the call right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, we understand you missing the call because it's such a fast game. Like, go back, get the right call. It's crazy.
We need to have all of Domas's plays reviewed.
Oh my gosh.
Is there anyone that gets beat up more in the paint than he does?
Man, I don't think so.
Because he's getting hit in the like he's getting like swatted to his face.
Yeah,
they beat his ass.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you could do a 13th round every day after a Kings game. Talk about the 2-piece Domas took in the second quarter.
Help me out here. I feel like the refs call Sabonis kind of like not like Shaq, but so more like he's just so physical. It's like you can't call everything, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's 100% what it is.
Sure.
It's one of those. It's one of those strong big men things. The Shaquille, I always use Shaq, Dwight, Boogie.
Yep. And that's the thing I always get frustrated with when they talk about he's soft or anything like that. Don't let him being unathletic, or maybe not as athletic as a Anthony Davis or something like that. Don't let that confuse you with him being soft.
Mm-hmm.
It's a rock fight when Domas says it, and he dishes some out too. Like, he dips the shoulder. He gets just as physical with everybody else in the league.
Mm-hmm.
It is a physical battle when trying to go up against Domas Sabonis. They don't call him the Ox for no reason.
Yeah,
like he gets his
call him
licks
the
in
Ox
too.
because it rhymes with Fox.
Well, there's that too. I never heard the Ox before. You got
right. It rhymes.
Sacramento
rhymes with Fox. Oh, this works. Let's call him Ox and the Fox.
It's like a basketball reference. They call Michael Jordan the Black Cat.
Never heard that. That's probably what he was listening to, the Janet Jackson song, like 89 or so. That's probably what he was listening to. That for them Pistons playoff games, he was like, "This is too aggressive. I need something softer." And that's where Anita Baker and Kenny Lattimore came in.
Kenny Lattimore came in and saved the day.
Did you see the latest episode of Coaches Gone Wild?
I did, and I'm not sure why it happened.
I'm not either, but Shaka was pissed, and Bill Self was like disgusted. You get unbelievable. Like Shaka was going at a player.
He had to be held back.
Shaka ain't here for you. He ain't here for nobody.
He had to hold him back. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there.
Of course, Shaka hit him. So the way Shaka Smart explained it was, and I'm sorry, I forget young brother's name, but he's a talker, and he always talks to him, like when they're on the floor. And I don't know if he said the magic words. I'm not sure if he said something that got his attention. I'm not sure what it was. But he reacted to it, and then it resulted in a weird,
like Chase Carson out there
type thing. And then I think he laid into Bill Self.
Get your players. Control your players. If I'm a coach in that situation,
hold on, I just watching Bill Self makes me laugh in this. He's this guy. And that's not. I'll try to find the play that started the whole thing. But
see, the
Bill
thing
Self
about
is
it,
what made me
one
laugh
of
in
one
the
of the
video.
one of the unwritten rules.
Oh, good. I love those.
Players don't need to be talking to the coaches.
Yeah, I'm okay with that actually.
Players don't
I'm okay with that.
Don't talk to the coaches, especially in a high school, college setting. Like, show some respect. Don't need to be talking to the coaches. And if I was Shaka Smart, I probably would have told Bill Self, and it's probably what he told him was like, "Hey, make it your player, man. Get him. Control these dudes. You know, make sure that they could talk to my players, like player to player. Is cool.
Yeah.
Don't be talking to me. Don't do that." So, yeah, I think
I can't
that's
find
just
the
my
start of the
guess.
play. I just keep finding Shaka and Bill Self arguing.
That was funny.
Which that's not how it started.
Coach is going wild is excellent.
Oh, this is good. Yeah, Coach is going wild is fun.
It reminds me of the classic of a couple of years ago. Juwan Howard got into it with the Wisconsin coach.
Yeah, didn't Juwan like punch somebody? Like, what did Juwan do? Like, Juwan was like that was an intense. Yo, that was
an all-timer.
Yo, that was a crazy one. Them Michigan dudes can't control their temper. They either got anger management issues or they cheat. Come
We're
on,
only a couple
Juwan.
days away from this beatdown we're about to deliver.
Yeah, it is going to be a beat.
Can't wait. Can't wait for this beatdown we're about to deliver at the big house.
It's going to be funny when your season ends. Like, it just ends in like utter disappointment.
Well, that game is going to be 2 versus 3 as college football playoff rankings came out, and Florida State is out
for now.
I don't see a way where they get back in. Actually, I take that back. There is a way where they can get back in. It would take Washington or I don't know. Because if Washington lost to Oregon, Oregon would go in.
If Washington lost to Oregon,
Or excuse me, if
Oregon
if Washington lost to Oregon, Oregon would go in.
And Oregon 6th?
Oregon 6th.
And Florida State, the ACC title game isn't going to matter?
Not if Oregon beat Washington. That's a Pac-12 championship game.
Yeah, Washington's 4.
Washington's 4. If Oregon beats
and Oregon's
Washington,
6,
they will absolutely jump Florida State. You beat the number 4 team in the country.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Absolutely.
But like Michigan or Ohio State's going to fall out.
Yeah, they will fall out.
We tried to work, like, they're almost certainly out unless there's a wild series of losses, which is possible.
Yeah.
We've seen it before. The loser is almost certainly out.
So you're looking at
Michigan is out.
If the loser, if they lose,
then Michigan is out.
Luckily for America, that won't happen.
Yeah, America. That's what we need.
We are America's team. Jim told you that.
America needs Michigan in the.
Jim told you that we're America's team. Stop playing. We need to get Ohio State out of there. The evil empire.
Oh, for goodness sakes!
So,
Ryan Day better get a win, though. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. So here's the thing: they want Florida State out.
Oh no, I agree.
So any opportunity they can get
throwing punches.
Like, hey, back up off me. Don't hold me.
No,
back up off me.
Look it.
Back up off me, dog.
Bully. Look, put your mask on, sir. Look it. Pulled his mask down and everything.
Where's the other guy's mask?
Where's
his mask? He didn't even have one on.
He went to Kim Mulkey school, I guess. And
shout out to the little old lady in the back.
Oh wait, now I gotta see this. What's she doing?
She's just sitting there with her cane, like just probably praying.
Michigan represents right there.
They're being bullied by these guys in Wisconsin.
Hey, Michigan Wolverines in the chat, change your screen name. This is what y'all represent right here.
Stop.
Gross.
Stop.
Gross behavior.
Don't let the media twist this.
Ohio State would never.
Did you hear there was a movement in Ann Arbor by the student body or somebody to boycott game day because game day is going to be there because they think ESPN is sticking it to Michigan. So they're saying boycott game day. Don't show up for for game day.
They're sticking it to Michigan because of the coverage of what's going on?
Yeah.
Oh.
A little excessive. Fine Bond every other day is talking about how disgraceful this is. Settle down.
Feinbaum's
What the
Mr.
hell's
SEC.
going on? Yeah,
Like,
what the hell's going on in SEC?
Michigan turning themselves into the victim in this whole story is top tier stuff.
And people falling for it is even more amazing.
Hey, man. It's got to be accountable.
You call this a...
This is your guys' sport, though. This is why I don't get into college football. This is wild.
Can't deal with this dude. We'll come back. James joins us at 3. We'll talk Kings basketball. We'll talk this matchup. Keon Ellis. He's going to miss tonight's game. He's getting shots up. Chris Peterman just texted that. That's useless, Chris Peterman. Damn it, Chris.
Is he allowed to do that?
Tweet?
Oh, I thought you said he texted you.
No. Oh, well, no, he'd get in big trouble for communicating with me, but he did tweet that for America to read. We'll come back. We'll talk Kings basketball. We'll talk Kings Pelicans as well with James Ham here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Super did. That's why I said get all the fun shit in here. Here, I'll put this on the screen. Kenny's gonna be mad he missed this. He'll love this. What's red?
Bitch, I'm so stupid. Looking like a stick. Baby daddy, come
Don't ever let Kenny tell you he doesn't know this stuff. So, I'm so happy I'm out the game. I couldn't imagine going out. The Tiger, and that's what I'm walking into. Over here, group of ladies talking about booty meat. Wild times, man. Uh-oh. Why is Kanye West trending like that? Oh. Wait a minute. Is that right? 13 years ago, My Beautiful Dark and Twisted Fantasy came out. How about that? That's a classic. I ain't even mad at that. That's a classic. Now it's a good call, Russell. I hope Bruce didn't see that. Friendly wager for a bottle of tequila. Sure. I'm down for that. I got great bottles of tequila at the house, Michigan. I got you. Here's the call piece. I'll go along. I'm in. I actually don't think Ohio State's gonna win. I do not dig this Ohio State team. I don't know why. I don't know if it's Ryan Day. I don't know if it's the fact that I think Michigan is really good. I'm not sure what it is. But yeah, I'm in. I'll bet you bet me your favorite bottle, and I'll bet you my favorite bottle. And I'll turn you on to some new tequila. Or at least I assume it's new tequila to you. It's some good stuff. I just stumbled across it 3 months ago. And went and bought a bunch for the holidays. Olivia, Olivia's great, man. She wrote her second book, and then she does those speaking gigs. So it kind of got to be a little too much, and she decided she wanted to just kind of quietly end it. Hang on. I always struggle with the names. Give me one. I feel like it's Me Familia something. Let me look at my order from the other day. Hang on 1 second and I'll get it to you. Loading. Come on, man. It's a nice bottle too. Yep. So there's 3 like higher end versions. Like once you get to like the Añejo black bottle, there's like a gold flaked golden black bottle, but this is the stuff right here. That's the stuff I'm vibing with right now. It has like a so I'll say about this though. I don't want to say it's sweet, but it kind of is. Like it has a little like chocolate taste to it. But that line of tequila, I love. Mi Familia, Flores, Cristalino, and Añejo. Fire. Yeah, Terramon is not bad. It's pretty smooth, especially I think the Añejo is really. I think the Reposado is really good. I think the Añejo is really good. Okay. 916-909-1320. Our man Ramsey with us. Ramsey, what's happening, brother?
Not too much. Trying to avoid these people in these streets today, the day before Thanksgiving.
Oh, it's crazy right now.
Not the way you drive, bro. Yeah. You ain't gonna be doing nothing but encountering people.
Hold on, real quick while Ramsey's here. Ramsey, did you say there was a goat on the middle of the freeway the other day?
There were goats on the side of the freeway, yes.
Oh boy.
Because they were grazing and eating the landscape on the side of Highway 50.
Yeah, wouldn't have them as pets either. Jazz wants a goat.
Okay.
No.
I think
I got a question before I get. I got one question for Kitty before I get to the whole Marquette thing last night.
For sure.
Did you watch the TCU Cal game that went to like 12:35 on Monday night / Tuesday morning?
Oh, how did I miss that? Damn it! Where were they
And
playing?
it was a buzzer beater. They played at San Juan Capistrano in some high school gym.
Oh, that's right. That's
Sac
the
State was
Sac
one
State's
Sac
in that
State
tournament. Yeah,
Yeah.
Sac State's in that tournament. Damn, I missed that one. I wanted to watch Fresno State, New Mexico State last night, but I was under the weather.
Yeah, but the whole thing didn't start from the dude from Kansas, Kevin McCullough Jr. It actually started from one of the Marquette players that hit a three and basically did a Steph Curry, turned around, looked at the bench, and hit the shot. Kevin McCullough Jr. thought he could do it, and then that's what sparked everything with Shaka Smart and Bill Self.
Man,
it was funny.
These kids is crazy.
Well,
it's all Steph Curry's fault, bro.
First quarter,
Mark Jackson was right. Steph Curry ruined basketball.
All this was in the first half.
That's right. That's the other part of it that's funny. You didn't even have time to build to like a crazy go. And didn't Marquette beat their ass? Didn't Marquette Marquette whooped them?
Yeah, Marquette got that.
Yeah,
they got that. So
Kansas was the number one team in the country.
They won't be anymore. Marquette could be number one in the country if they
number one team in the country doesn't mean anything anymore.
It
Basketball.
does mean something.
No, it doesn't. It's like a week.
Don't do that. It doesn't have to be. Win your games, you be number one for
but they don't. That's not hoop no more. That's not college basketball.
It's musical
anymore.
chairs now.
That's 100% what it is.
Stop.
Purdue will be number one in about a month from now. Purdue will be one.
You remember last year Jamal Howard's back. I wonder when he was coming back. But remember last year UNC was the preseason number one. They didn't make the tournament.
Oh man. What's that say about the group that votes them to be number one?
That's got to be embarrassing. Now that's an outlier too. That don't happen. I don't know.
That dude does look like me. I don't know if that's the guy they always post on Twitter, but I looked up at the host of the show like, oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Steve Harling at halftime, Mount Invitational.
I don't get the Harry Lyles one, but that guy.
That's kind of wild. What's that guy's name?
I don't know. We could rewind it back and see the name.
I'm not sure what his name is. We've looked him up before too. We always forget his name.
That's kind of wild.
Gotta have him on the show.
We don't. We already had Ricky Starks on.
Imagine we have you, Ricky, and him. We do the 3 Spider-Man meme when everyone point at each other. I'm gonna make some calls.
Let's do it.
Get to work.
Let's do it.
Get to work. What do you think about this matchup tonight? Is this a difficult throw the other night out the window? Is the Pelicans a difficult matchup for Sacramento?
Yes and no. I mean, they have components of when they start cooking. They're a problem for anybody, I think. With Zion and Ingram, they're that talented of basketball players, but specifically for the Kings, I don't know, because I don't think they necessarily have somebody to guard De'Aaron Fox. They do match up really well with Sabonis, with Valanciunas. So that's something like usually teams have you'll understand what I'm saying, a Zion or Valanciunas, not a Zion and Valanciunas. So like usually Sabonis will be able to match up with a Zion, But now you got to worry about Valanciunas.
I feel like Valanciunas is a problem for Sacramento no matter what
Now
team
he
he's
is.
on.
He is. And that's 3 guys now that you talk about are just matchup problems. But I don't know. I've seen, not this year, obviously, but I've seen this Kings team handle that incarnation of the Pelicans before. But they have a lot of guys that are, could be potentially problematic. Herb Jones is a problem.
He's good.
No, and
they got capable shooters.
Dyson Daniels is a good little ball player, and so they pose some problems, but nothing that I don't think this Kings team can overcome. What you think?
I don't think I wrote this. I should have wrote this number down. They had points in the one stat I really noticed was points in the paint. It was 64-40, and I think I heard Deuce say maybe in the third quarter it was like 22-2. Like, my goodness, like that number really stood out to me. Again, you can do whatever you want to with Monday's game. If you say you want to crumple it up, throw it away, that's fine. I think, though, just as a matchup, like that stat could repeat itself. That stat could repeat itself and the Sacramento Kings win, right? The 64-40 points in the paint stat. That stat could repeat itself, and it's a much closer game. Like there's just an avalanche of things that went bad for Sacramento in that game on Monday.
Another tidbit from that Mike Brown interview, he said they did not throw that game away. They watched it, they analyzed it. They went out because that was the first thing, coming in like, hey, these games like that, you just kind of toss it aside. And he's like, maybe sometimes, but not this one. We watched it. We went over this one. So he was like, I had to watch it. You guys got to watch it.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. I would say from my perspective, I don't know how to go back and watch it and make heads or tails of it because the Kings were so bad.
I think there becomes a point in time when you don't have to watch it no more, right? Like
I can see why Mike would do it.
Like what are we watching at that point? You guys have kind of checked out. But
if the Kings were playing the Timberwolves today, do you think they're watching it? Like I get the value. Yeah. I get the value in watching it, given that you're playing the same exact team, because there are, again, it's the conversation we're having right now. As bad as things may have gone for Sacramento, the Pelicans did things the Pelicans posed some problems for Sacramento that they've got to figure out a way to deal with.
My guess would be with the way that Mike Brown coaches, they'd still watch it because there's fundamental things that he probably didn't like. You know what I mean? And you need to understand this is a fundamental problem, not just a problem when we go up against the Pelicans, but these are things that can't happen against anybody that we play.
Let's get Lazy in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, Lazy?
Yo, D-Lo and KC. We them boys. What's up, guys? Hey.
HJL.
What's up, KC? Hey, Casey, D-Lo, I hope you guys have a good Thanksgiving coming up, man. I hope you guys have a good one.
You too, bro.
Thank you. First things first, fly, Eagles, fly. And 2, I wanted to call in with a question about Davion. Yesterday, you guys were talking about Davion Mitchell with Tristan Craig. You guys were kind of questioning, if Davion has a future here because he's kind of been up and down in rotations. Do you guys think Davion's struggling because maybe it's his skill, or do you think he's struggling because I think he's not really getting the minutes because he's not the starter? Like, obviously, Fox is a starter. He's doing great. But I think Davion might be suffering because he's not getting those minutes. You see how it's a bad example. I hate talking about it, but you see how Tyrese has kind of been doing better now that he's the star on his team. Do you think Davion would be good on a separate team like maybe the Bulls or whoever?
I do think your happiness actually annoys me at this point. Like, you're so happy it's obnoxious.
Keep being happy, Leezy.
Second of all, no, I don't think so. Yes and no. The last thing Leezy said, I think he would thrive on another team. I just don't think he fits here. And part of it is De'Aaron, which is, you go to Chicago or wherever, that problem solved because De'Aaron isn't there. But I'm kind of past the minutes thing. There's something else, and it's not just minutes. He's going to get Keon's out. He's going to get an opportunity to play today. And to me, it's become just kind of a flip of the coin as to what you're going to get from Davion. He'll be like he was the first night Keon started, or he'll be like he was the second night Keon started. And that ultimately led us to where we got multiple DMPs, and now we got Keon out. Davion could be very, very valuable in the Sacramento Kings game plan moving forward. Or he could not. I don't know what to – I believe in Davion, the basketball player. I don't know how much longer I can believe in Davion, the Sacramento King. And that's where I'm struggling. I think he's a good ball player. I think he has a tremendous defensive skill set. I think he has offensive capability, but there's just, for some reason, something here that doesn't click with Davion, Mike, and perhaps the rest of this roster.
Yeah, I don't, and that's really the kind of the frustrating thing, right? Is for us is we don't know what that is. We don't know what it is that Mike and those guys are looking for that he's not doing. You know, whether it's pushing the ball up the floor, a certain level of defense. I don't know what it is. I have no idea what it is. And sometimes it feels like as clear cut as Mike Brown could be sometimes, is most of the time. It feels like Davion isn't sure about what it is that he needs to be doing or what it is that's going to keep him on the court. And
that's tough.
Frustrating.
Like if the player doesn't know.
Yeah.
But that's also where my mindset is. Like, I think he does know. I just don't know that he could do it. For whatever reason. I just don't know that he could do it. And to be fair, I don't know what it is. But I think he knows what it is. And I think Mike has communicated that to him. Mike may have communicated it to us. You know, in he was asked, I think it was the first night. Davion got a DMP. And someone asked him about Davion, will he have an opportunity to get back in the rotation? And he was like, yeah, if he does the things we're asking him to do. I feel like he might have laid out a couple of things. But I think sometimes when Mike talks, he does a nice job of maybe saying things that sounds like he's speaking in general, when in reality he might be speaking to or about a single person. And I think that's what's happening with Davion.
Yeah.
In some of these situations.
For sure.
Steve, you got 3 more hours in you?
Yeah.
All right.
We cook.
Just checking.
We cook. It's nothing.
Steelo and KC here on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. What are you laughing at?
Kenny, you got 3 more hours left in you, and Kenny's like, yeah, I'm there.
I'm ready, baby. We cooking.
You know what'll happen, Ham, is I'll flip the board. We'll go over to 102.5. I'll set it up to where Sexy Red is like the first or second song, and then my man will be good. Is Sexy Red on your holiday playlist?
It might be. I just don't know because I've never heard of it.
Oh, you know Sexy Red. Yeah. No, you would know.
She had a crazy tweet yesterday. I was like, this has got to stop.
I don't follow Sexy Red on Twitter.
I don't follow her either, but her tweets come up. Well, actually, this was like a quote tweet for somebody I do follow. And it's like, this is ridiculous, Sexy Red. Come on now.
She's doing a lot.
Miss Red, stop.
Yes, Miss Red. You're a mother at this, soon to be.
Yeah.
Hammer, we're talking about this Pelicans matchup tonight, and it's tough to decipher, what exactly we saw Monday, but I think we all have kind of come to the conclusion that the Pelicans, regardless of what happened in that game, the Pelicans are a tough matchup for Sacramento. And if Sacramento was on their A game tonight or today, it's still going to be a tough outing for them.
Oh, I totally agree, especially with how beat up the Kings are right now. The Pelicans are beat up too. They always are, though. They're kind of used to playing shorthanded.
Yeah.
But like at some point, don't you have to see if Zion Williamson can go right? Like, I don't know. It's just asking for a friend. Like, is there a way that you could try to force him to go use his right hand or go try to finish at the rim at the right side? Like it's like a reverse Zoolander thing. Like the dude can't he can only hang a Louis, and you just kept letting him do it the whole game. I think tonight what we'll see is Mike Brown cheering for a couple of guys who step in and take a charge on that left side and just get run over by Zion. And, you'll see Mike Brown cheering on the sidelines because that's what he's begging for his players to do. And I don't know, anyone who watches the game, you got to be thinking the same thing. Like, somebody just go stand in the path and draw a charge because he's out of control, spinning to his left the entire game. Outside of that, it's going to be tough because if you don't have Keegan Murray, who's going to shut down Brandon Ingram? And you might get a couple of bodies back tonight, but it's going to be a little ragged look.
Stepping in front of Zion to take a charge, a little easier than it looks. Easier than it sounds as well.
No, stepping in front of him is easy. Taking the charge is the difficult part.
No, getting up off the ground, that's the hard part.
Deciding this is what I'm going to do with my Wednesday night. Step in front of that giant human being. That's a tough look.
You know what I always think about too, like when people like take away his left, not just Zion, but anybody, is nobody says that about people that go to the right. Like these guys, the right-handed players go to their right, finish with the right all the time. Nobody's like, take the right hand away. Nobody says that. But the lefty, it's just so easy. Just take the left hand away. You don't have anything else.
Well, in theory, it should be easier for a right-handed shot blocker to take away the left hand, a left-handed person's, shot. But he's just so broad through the shoulders that it's nearly impossible. He really does play the game like an NFL defensive lineman, and it's really difficult to keep him from rolling on you. And the other thing I'd point out, it's not like he's dunking on the Kings the whole time. Like, this guy is a highlight reel when he gets loose and, he's got a free run at the rim, but he's scoring on all of these little flip shots. And I know that that's really difficult to stop because of angles and stuff, and because you're expecting something different. But I also think that, there has to be a way to stop a guy from going one direction. It's not like he's using a skyhook. It's not like, he's mixing it up at all. He's just going around you and doing a left-handed layup again and again and again. So at some point, somebody does have to stand in there and take a charge. I don't want to see JaVale McGee standing under the basket waiting to swat at a ball that he's not going to get. And that's what we saw a couple of times last game. I don't want to see these guys, they wall him off. And then as soon as they wall him off, you're fine. Like, he passes out of it. And the problem is you have to consistently do it. And you have to stay out of foul trouble. And it's not easy, but that's the game plan. And you got to stick to it. And you got to hope that your guys, follow the rules of the game plan. And that it's good enough to stop him.
It took 5 minutes and 44 seconds for those who were wondering before James went at JaVale McGee. So 5 minutes and 44 seconds is the new barometer.
Well, you guys, we all watch the same thing, right? It's not like if you have a shot blocker, which the Kings have one, they have one shot blocker, unless you want to count Malik Monk, who has more shots, who's blocked more shots than JaVale has. Unless you want to count one of those guys, that's fine. But you got one shot blocker, and you just have to be in the right position. And the right position isn't in the circle underneath the basket. It's to step up and shield away that left side and go vertical. And you don't have to block the shot. You just have to make it more difficult. The Kings are just late to getting there every single time with him. And I don't get it because it's not like he's moving at the speed of sound.
But my whole thing is this is what he does. The issue is never Zion being able to play. It's if he's playing. This is the Kings are gonna have to figure out. It sounds as simple as just cut off his left hand. This is what he does all the time, and he shoots 67% from the field and gets a layup on the entire league. This is what he does. Now that doesn't mean don't game plan, but this ain't a Kings problem. This is just what Zion. This is what he does every time he plays the game of basketball.
No, I get what you're saying. We had Marvin Bagley here in Sacramento. You can go ahead and put that one down too. James talking Marvin Bagley. There you go. Next up, I'll talk Buddy Hield. How about that?
Hey, Buddy was cooking last night.
He was cooking. He was cooking. Bogey was cooking. Tyrese.
Oh
was
yeah, we
cooking.
didn't even talk.
I was
Bodie
so
had like
happy for Bodie.
26. Yeah, well,
Yeah, he was on fire too. All of them were like going at it. It was a lot of fun to watch. Yeah, but where was I going with that? Like Marvin Bagley, like everyone always talked about how Marvin can only go left, right? Marvin had like a really, really nice array of jump hooks and up and unders, and he could dunk on you. Like that's one thing. When a guy, Al Jefferson only had one move, and it was really effective. This is like a underhand layup he's doing on almost every possession. That's where I'm confused. It's like, how is he getting away with that specific play? It's not like he's doing anything tricky. He's just bull rushing you and getting around you and using his left hand. And so I don't know. Maybe the whole entire league can't figure it out, but it's not like he's averaging 35 a game, you know. So we'll have to wait and see what the game plan is in this one. But I expect the Kings to draw a few charges.
I think Zion Williamson's certainly a focus of any opponent, but man, Hammer, Casey and I were talking about this a few minutes ago. It sure feels like Valanciunas is a problem for Sacramento, regardless of the uniform he's wearing.
Yeah, he's kind of like this weird mixture of the tall guy that blocks shots and the really heavyweight guy who doesn't leave his feet. Right. And so we know Sabonis doesn't do well with like the super strong guys. This is a super strong guy. And it's also a super strong guy that knows Domas as well as anyone. They play together on the Lithuanian national team and they've spent a ton of time together. So like they've practiced against each other a ton. He knows, the book on Sabonis, and you got to figure out a way to be better. You got to move faster. You got to, have your guards playing faster. Whatever it is, you need to figure out a way to get Sabonis loose a little bit in this one. And you can't just say, hey, it's a tough matchup, and so you're going to lose a game. Like you still have to go out there and try to win the matchup each and every time. Like Valanciunas is a good player. Sabonis is a great player. And sometimes a great player has to go out there and do something above and beyond and try to go make an impact for his team. And so I expect to see a better performance out of Sabonis in this one.
What do you think happened on Monday night? Was it we talk about this from time to time, but was it a schedule loss, or, what happened out there? Or credit to New Orleans, they just beat up on the Kings?
Yeah, I mean, I think a little bit of credit to New Orleans. They came out and they did damage. I also think, like, I don't believe in a scheduling loss when it's not like your schedule is so bad that, for me, a scheduling loss would be like a horrible flight and all that stuff. This was a short flight. It was a back-to-back. I would point out it's the Kings' first back-to-back, so that's a little bit difficult. It didn't help that Keegan Murray went down and didn't come back out for halftime. And I'm pretty sure, I mean, he didn't go to shoot around this morning or wasn't at shoot around this morning. It's possible he's getting treatment and that there's somehow he could play, but his questionable feels more like doubtful tonight than it does anything else. Where the questionable for Trey Lyles or the questionable for Sasha Vezenkov feels like maybe they'll play. We'll have to wait and see, but like the Kings don't have a lot of different answers for guys when you lose the length and athleticism and the defensive prowess now that is Keegan Murray. So yeah, it could be another long night, but like, look, the Kings have been a better team than the Pelicans all year long. What you don't want to see is a game where what we saw in Houston, where the first one was ugly and the second one was worse. That would be a trend that I don't like starting to develop, where you let somebody beat you and then you let them embarrass you the next time. That wouldn't be a good sign.
I co-sign that. Let's not do that tonight.
Let's not. Matter of fact, you said, do I have 3 hours left in me? I think I might leave because that game comes on while we're.
I thought of that. I realized we might just have to not watch it. Like the last two times Kenny and I have watched games together in the studio was the Houston Monday game, the Houston Monday Massacre, and the New Orleans Monday Massacre. So it's on us. We may have to take the courageous step to not watch the game together.
Do it for the people.
No, we are the people's show. We always have been. James, what do you expect from Trey tonight? All appearances are he's back. Are we talking minutes restriction? Or hell, at this rate, are we talking starting? Like, what do you think we're looking at with Trey tonight?
Yeah, I certainly think he's going to be on a minutes restriction. We haven't heard that from Mike Brown, but they've done a lot of work behind the scenes. Like it was like maybe 3 weeks ago, we saw him do like a really rigorous workout, and he said that was like his third workout like that at that point. And then he's continued to do that, but they've actually extended it where he's doing half court workouts. It's tough to get the practices in, which is what Mike Brown always wants to see. He wants to see a guy have multiple practices under his belt before they put him back out there. If we saw Trey for more than like 18 minutes, I would be kind of surprised. But either way, I'm going to be surprised because I don't know that, how many minutes are there unless we're just dealing with an injury issue. And so I'm kind of intrigued to see what happens there. To be honest, I think he opens up a whole new world for the Sacramento Kings. And, I think not only in this game could you really use him as a guy who you slide over and say, hey, why don't you go give us like 6 quality minutes on Zion Williamson and we'll see what you can do. Like, I don't know that anyone is going to stop Zion by himself. But Trey's like, he's a big, strong guy. He should be able to at least compete with him. And then on the offensive end, I think getting Trey back just opens up so much for Mike Brown because now you can do small ball action, which they have not been doing at all. So instead of going to a JaVale McGee or an Alex Len, you can go to a Trey Lyles and really try to run teams. And so I think that where we'll really see that potentially is against a team like Minnesota, where, you might give up some rebounds and you might give up some buckets in the paint to Gobert or Cat, but at the same time, you can drag those guys outside and open up the whole floor for your team. So I'm excited to see Trey get back on the floor because, this offense is very versatile, but when you add a piece like him, you even become more versatile. He's a guy who can shoot from the outside. He can take the ball to the hoop. He can rebound. He can pass, and he doesn't make a lot of mistakes. So I'd like to see, what this team looks like at full speed with Trey Lyles playing, maybe at full strength, like 18 to 22 minutes a game on the season. But, I think he just adds a new variable that they don't have right now.
Do you think there's a possibility that Trey Lyles starts tonight?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, starting a guy who hasn't played, I mean, what are the Kings? Kings are 8-5, so he hasn't played in 13 games. He didn't play in the final preseason game or two because that's when he got hurt. I think it's tough. I don't think I would start him. I know people might think I'm crazy here, but like my first option, if Keegan isn't going to play, would probably be to slide Harrison Barnes to the 4 and have him just like deal with Zion the best he can and start Kessler Edwards because I think he gives you the best opportunity to slow down Brandon Ingram and just go from there.
That's where Mike went on Monday.
Yeah,
when they
the second half.
Keegan, yeah, it was Kessler Edwards. So obviously now it's a little bit different because I think we haven't talked. Duarte's back also. Like you have a few more options than you did at the time, but I think a lot of people wondered if Mike would wind up going with Kessler anyways.
Yeah, Duarte is he's still questionable, so I'm not sure if he's playing or not. And I would say like the other option, it's kind of an oddball lineup, but slide Harrison Barnes to the 4, slide Kevin Huerter to the 3, and let Chris Duarte start at the 2. That might give you a little more. Well, it's going to give you a lot more offensive versatility. But I would even expect if they do the other lineup where we're talking about Harrison Barnes at the 4, I would expect Kessler Edwards to go in the corner and be the 3-point guy. And I would expect Harrison Barnes to be up doing the DHO pick and roll game with Domantas for at least a couple of minutes per half. And just kind of switch it up where you're not relying on whatever Kessler can bring on the offensive end. And Kessler can shoot. He's worked really hard on his 3-point shooting. I think it would be good to see him. Now, like, again, I'm not sure that Duarte's playing or not. Like, we have all of these players that are questionable. There are 4 of them. We know that Alex Len and Keon Ellis won't play. But, Vazenkov, Duarte, Lyles, and Keegan are all questionable.
Well, this whole damn game is questionable, if you ask me.
Sounds like it, right?
Yeah, it's not the like we were watching. You referenced him earlier. We were watching the other I don't even know what you do with Brandon Ingram. Like he's when he's on, he's like that. He like approaches that Kevin Durant level of like, what do you do? Like he's dribbling and he's hitting like turnaround. You can't block. Like you could defend it the best you can, but you're not really doing anything to him because he's like 6'11".
Feels unguardable.
And he's just got this beautiful touch. Like he's a really interesting player to me because it feels like he has all of the tools to be one of the greats, but it just doesn't quite come together completely for him. But man, he is just so problematic to me.
Yeah, he's super talented. But at some point it has to like equate. Like, sure, he's doing it on one night against the Sacramento Kings, but the Pelicans are 7-7 for a reason. Number one, they have a bunch of injury problems, which they always do. But also, this is a guy that he's kind of hit and miss. You love looking at the 24, 5, and 5.5. But this will surprise you guys. He's shooting 30% from three on the season. It just didn't look like it against the Kings.
Surprised me. I don't think he missed a three versus the Kings. I think he shot a perfect 50 for 50 or something like that.
Nobody missed a three.
Yeah, it was the first game in history where the Pelicans shot 100%.
Yeah, he's one of those players though that when he is cooking, there isn't a lot you can do. I think you get more and more physical with him, which is why I would say, hey, Chris Duarte might be an option there. Let Duarte go and battle with him a little bit. But this is a Pelicans team. They didn't know that they're going to have Herb Jones for that last game. I think he was questionable or doubtful coming into the day, and all of a sudden he was playing. He adds an element, a guy at like 6'8" who can defend Fox at least part of the time. But I just think the Kings will have a much better game plan coming into this game. It won't be to have Fox go 2 of 12 from three. He's going to have to do better. The rest of the guys are going to have to do better as well. You got to have Kevin Huerter, who's got a banged up finger. He's going to have to start playing better in these situations. And you have to open the spacing for Domas. If you want to know how to get Domas loose, it's for your other guys to hit their shots. Once they start falling, the whole spacing on the court changes, and you allow him a little bit more leeway to get to the basket and do some damage. So yeah, I think that we're going to see a better effort tonight. At least that's what I would
Monday.
hope.
You think that's what happened Monday? They were so bad shooting, they just collapsed on Domas and didn't make his life miserable.
I think their game plan from the beginning was to collapse the middle on both Fox and Sabonis and say, go ahead and beat us. And Fox just kept shooting and couldn't hit. And it's not like he was way off. He just wasn't hitting like he had been the previous game and the previous week or two before that. So, yeah, I think that, again, you have to force a team to do something different. And you don't want to see the Kings come out. And we've seen this before where their first 10 shots are 3-pointers. But that's what the defense gives you. It's kind of what you have to do, right? You have to keep shooting and hopefully you hit them. If you hit them, the game plan changes for the other team. They start going out, they start defending you harder on the perimeter, and then it opens up everything in the middle. And so hopefully the Kings can have that, effect tonight. But, who knows? Again, Herter's playing with a totally taped up index finger on his non-shooting hand, but it's not easy to go get rebounds. It's not easy to hit the three ball. He's got to make adjustments. You need more from Harrison Barnes, 16 points and like 4 rebounds last game. That was nice, but you need more. This is one of those games where everybody has to step up until you get 100% healthy, or you're going to, be in danger of starting a road trip 3-3 with the potential. I mean, starting 3-0 and with the potential of coming back at 500 with a 3-game losing streak heading into a do or die against the Golden State Warriors for an in-season tournament bid. So
don't want that.
Nope.
It's inevitable.
It's gonna happen. Yeah, it's gonna happen. No
It's
matter what.
inevitable. Which and that's so crazy too that you bring that up, because I was thinking about that as well. It's like, oh, they already secured a 500 road trip, which is a good thing. But the way you get there, the story as how you got the 300 road trip, it could take a drastically different turn than what it normally is. Because if you start off 3-0 and you lose your last 3, it doesn't feel as good as if, say, you started off 1-2 and then you won 2-1 in the final 3. You still get to the same place, but you're feeling a little
different road.
Yeah, you're feeling a little different getting there. That's why I think tonight is a pretty big game for this group.
Yeah, you don't want to also start losing series to teams that you're competing with for, or you could be competing with for playoff like standings. And I don't think that that's going to be the case with the Houston Rockets. But again, those are Western Conference losses. You don't want to start stacking up a bunch of 0-2s against. You're already there with both the Warriors and the Rockets. If you add the Pelicans into that, that's not good, because there's going to come a point where you might face a Clippers team that's figured it out, and you still got to face them 4 times. You might face a Suns team that's figured it out and gets healthy, and you still got to face them 4 times. Like, there are a lot of big time teams. I mean, you still got to play Denver like 3 or 4 times. Like, the Kings can't slack off here and just think, okay, they can't let go of the rope, right? We saw that in Houston, the one game where it was just like, oh, wow. Like, I didn't expect this team to just let go and get clubbed. And it's all right to have a bad loss every once in a while, but you can't have the same bad loss 2 games in a row to the same team. At least not in my opinion. You can. They proved it.
Do that
right?
again.
Yeah, and I think that's why all of us are sitting back a little leery on this game, because you're like, okay, we already saw what happened the last time that you guys get in this situation, and do you recover? Do you not? And Houston's a nice town to go out in, but New Orleans is a whole nother level. And so, like, you don't want these guys coming out and looking like they got the Bourbon Street flu or something. And so hopefully they're ready to roll when at 5:00 when it tips off.
We'll come back. I think there's a lot more to talk about with the leeriness of this game. We'll talk about what it means if Keegan's out for a little while. Like, that hasn't really been discussed, and I think part of it is this injury happens on the road, and I think the only person there who is Chris Biederman. I think he only has so much access. We don't exactly know what's going on, so we'll talk about that and get you ready for that game. As Hammer said, it's just about an hour and some change away, so we've got that coming up. We'll close out this week strong with our insider, James Ham, here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
The Jalen Hurts versus Brock Purdy argument is pretty interesting.
Jalen Hurts versus Brock Purdy.
Yeah, we talk about like MVP possibility. I mean,
well, Purdy's gonna have a tough time because they're going to have a really difficult time catching the Eagles at this point for the number 1 seed in the NFC. Like, you have to beat them. You have to beat Philly. I mean, you have to beat Seattle in Seattle. You got to beat Seattle at home a week later. Like, these next 3 games, like, if the Niners have no choice but to go 3-0, and even still,
the whole point of it is, though, like, say everything goes along the way it's been going right now, and the Eagles are the 1 seed. Brock Purdy is better in almost every category statistically.
That's the thing.
It would go to Jalen Hurts because he's got the 1 seed.
Yeah, does he have MVP numbers, Hurts?
I don't know. He's got a ton of rushing touchdowns, doesn't he?
He's got 24 total touchdowns.
Those rushing touchdowns are 10 too. Those are tush pushes.
Yeah, tush push situation. Brock has 20 total touchdowns. So it's not like it's 24-15. Like, he's got 24 total touchdowns. Brock is 26.62 to 24.95. More average yards per attempt. 4 less interceptions. QB rating, whatever you want to do with that, is in Brock's favor. It's because I look at Jalen Hurts. He's got my belt. Like, I think he's an MVP candidate with where his team is and who he is as a football player. But I don't know. I've never really looked at Brock as being an MVP candidate. But
Well, the 5 fumbles and 9 INTs is a big knock on Hurts.
Yeah.
Like,
Who would you guys give it to right now?
I don't know.
I haven't
What's
really
that?
looked at his numbers though.
Who?
Lamar Jackson.
I was going to say the same thing. It's probably Lamar right now. But don't they have 3 losses as well?
3 losses. I mean, Tua's doing his thing too. It really feels like the top 3 should be Tua, Lamar, and Brock.
Yeah, but Hurt's going to get a big boost for being on the winner. So, yeah, you got 2,400 yards for Lamar, but his scoring isn't great. I mean, his what's he got? 12 passing touchdowns, 5 INTs.
Damn, Lamar's only got 12 passing touchdowns.
Yeah, yeah.
How many rushing touchdowns does he have?
Probably another 12.
Yeah, I don't think it's that high though. Rushing, let's see where we at. He's only at 5 rushing touchdowns.
Wow.
And 10 fumbles.
Damn, I thought he had more passing touchdowns than that. So he's
Yeah,
got
like
17 total touchdowns, I guess.
Yeah, if we were looking at like on paper, just solely on paper, Brock Purdy has made the case as well as anyone to be the MVP. 18 and 5, 18 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, 2,662 yards. I did the numbers before, and 2 rushing touchdowns. I did the numbers before last week, and I know everyone thought I was crazy when I said 4,300 yards and 30 touchdowns at the beginning.
Hang on, Hammer. We're coming back. Hold on. No reason we can't continue. Let the beat drop. Thank you. No reason to not continue that conversation on the air, as James and KC were having a discussion about.
I'll let James finish what he was saying, but it spawned from just scrolling stuff, and they have a comparison of Brock Purdy and Jalen Hurts and their numbers. And outside of total touchdowns, there's about 5 or 6 categories right here, traditional numbers. Total touchdowns is 24-20 for Jalen Hurts over Brock Purdy.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen's got that. Other than that, Brock's got him in everything else. He's got him in passing yards, yards per attempt, fewer INTs, completion percentage, QBR, all this other stuff. And I never really thought of Brock as an MVP candidate. Maybe it's subconscious, but I mean, it's like he's got to be in the discussion. He's got to be top 5. Like when you talk,
absolutely.
What is it when we have the finalists? Is it the
Mm.
Heisman? I don't know. But
the Heisman, where they bring in the top 3.
Yeah,
NBA MVP has the top 3 now too.
I think that's what it was. I think he'd be going to New York City for.
I think so too. Yeah, I think so too. James, you want to finish what you were?
Yeah, I was saying, like, at the beginning of the season, I know everyone thought I was crazy when I said, hey, like, I look at Brock Purdy and I think he's going to throw for like 4,300 yards and 30 touchdowns. And he's on pace to throw for 4,500 yards and like 31 touchdowns. Like, he's pacing, and it's not like he's pacing after week 5. He's still pacing right now to do that. And it might even be a little bit more after this last week's yardage. I didn't do the calculations after this week, but like, look, I think he's going to be sort of like a paper MVP for right now. No one is convinced that when the chips are down, that he's a guy that can lead you down the field and go get you a score in crunch time to win a game. And I think a little bit of that you can put on Moody, who missed a field goal, which took away what would have been.
He's the top defense in the NFL.
Yeah. And I mean, if he hits that field goal, the Niners have 2 losses. If they beat Philadelphia and they beat Seattle twice, then they're leading the NFC again.
Mm-hmm.
That field goal has a lot of weight to it. And I think that field goal put them in a little bit of a spiral as well. Then they end up losing 2 more. If I'm not mistaken, I thought the next game was Minnesota, and then the Bengals, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but what I would point out is the last year that Aaron Rodgers won his MVP, it was a joke. Tom Brady had twice the numbers he did. Twice. I mean, Tom Brady he had his most impressive passing yards and touchdowns and everything. He was incredible, but his team came in like second or third place in the NFC, and Rodgers' team came in first, and he got the MVP. I thought it was a sham of an MVP for sure. But at the same time, the wins and losses matter. So Brock Purdy can go in to, again, Seattle this weekend and beat up on the Seahawks, and then he can go into Philly on the second, week in a row and somehow beat up on the Eagles. Now let's talk about the MVP, because that's where you're heading at that point. The head to head would matter a lot more than a 3-game losing streak midway through the season. And then Brock would have one more opportunity to face Lamar Jackson later in the season. And you'd have to see what that looks like. If he beats Lamar and he beats that Baltimore defense, okay. Now you're like, I'm more comfortable saying not only is he a candidate, but he's probably the leader. I mean, he's got 5 interceptions. He's only fumbled the ball 2 times. Lamar Jackson fumbled the ball 10 times. And look at all the interceptions for Hurts. Like he's in it for sure.
Yeah, I proposed an idea earlier that if it's close, I think it goes to Jalen, because Jalen was the MVP frontrunner last year before losing the end of his season to an injury. And whether you find it fair or not, the thought of him being an MVP is already in people's head. Yeah. The thought of Brock Purdy being an MVP is not yet there. So Jalen, while he would be deserving this year, he might get the nod as kind of he should have gotten it last year. So it was, he had an MVP caliber season. Let's make sure he gets it this year. And I don't think the Eagles are going to lose very many games. They're not losing more than 3 games.
I don't think so either.
And they might not lose more than 2. Hell, they might not lose more than 1. I know you don't want to hear that, but that's very real.
It's real.
Yeah, no, they're really good. And I mean, the Niners, if they want their guy to be mentioned in that category, gotta go beat the best. At their home, you got to beat them at their place. That's the way the schedule plays out. And and again, like Philadelphia, there's been at least like 6 games this season where they easily could have lost. Like they have not just been like so dominant that you're like, oh, that's the team.
7 one-score games. 6 of them have been wins.
Yeah,
lost to the Jets.
I mean, they lose last night if Patrick Mahomes has anyone to throw to at all. Like, talk about an embarrassment to a great quarterback. To not only did you realize early in the season that Kadarius Toney cost them a win like by himself, like early on, but then to watch your team not even go out and add anybody except for McCole Hardman, who wasn't good for you the previous 3 seasons. That's tough. So that's a disservice that they've done, and he would be an MVP candidate if it wasn't for that. Well, you got somebody in the house.
We do. Yeah, I'm directing traffic. I'm sorry. I did not want walking in here while we were.
And real quick, the thing about all of this is the 49ers, Brock Purdy, they don't care about none of this. They're trying to win a Super Bowl.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like if he won an MVP and they lost in the divisional round, then he would not be getting props in San Francisco. San Francisco media, all this other stuff. Yeah. It is only about the Super Bowl, which is unfair to a certain degree, but that's just what it is. It's about the Super Bowl with this group. That's it.
And the thing is, sorry, James, I think this is the same thing for excuse me. I think it's the same for Philadelphia.
I do and I don't. I think it's a higher level of like they're real ultra focused on the Super Bowl here in San Francisco, because for this fan base, for this group, it's been so long since they won one. They've gotten so close so many times. It is an act of desperation right now to win a Super Bowl. I think it's different. Not that Philly obviously wants to win a Super Bowl. They have an opportunity.
I mean, they lost last year.
Yeah, but they won 4 years ago.
Damn, that's right.
Like
the Nick Foles there, I forgot. Holy crap.
Right. Like this is it is. That's why
Doug Peterson was their head coach. That was a whole coach ago.
Yeah. I think that's why you see a lot of people flying off the handle in the Bay Area with the media, the fans, all this other stuff. Because think about it, they've been close probably realistically 8 times, 7 to 8 times in the last 20 years to winning a Super Bowl, and they can't get over the hump for a team that prides themselves on being this Super Bowl franchise. I know as a kid, that's what I was brought up on. You win Super Bowls with the 49ers. They pride themselves on that. And they've been so close for so long. It's a heightened level of pressure for all these guys in San Francisco.
Yeah, I'd also throw in this too. The guy that we're not talking about, I know this sounds crazy, but Dak Prescott's numbers are as good or better than any of these guys.
It does sound crazy.
He's 2,600 yards passing. He's got 19 touchdowns, only 6 interceptions. He's got 2 rushing touchdowns. His team is 7-3. If somehow they beat Philly and they put themselves in a position, and we shake our head because they can't, he's not going to.
Well, he might. They got no shot. He's got no shot of being MVP.
Yeah, but we'll see how they finish this last 5 weeks of the season. 6 weeks of the season, or 7, whatever it is now. If he's rolling like he has been, he's finding CeeDee Lamb like he has, you never know. I think this thing is a little bit more wide open than we would have thought at this point in
I'd
the
argue
season.
Tua has a better chance than Dakota.
So just about to say, I know. James says you never know. No, I know. Dak ain't winning MVP.
See, what I think
not to say he's not having a great season,
but remember how big narrative is part of these conversations, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if Dak does everything James just laid out, guess who's one of the front runners leading into next season as an MVP candidate? It's Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's going to do that this year, especially when you have we just focused on Brock and Jalen. We didn't bring up Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson. All of these guys, their numbers are in the same category. I think the differentiating thing is going to be, does Philly lose again? And does last year weigh on voters' pens when they write in their candidate for this year?
Yeah, I think this is a 3-week stretch right here that Brock Purdy, if he wants to be the MVP, if he has the ability to be the MVP, he has 3 signature games, and they walk out of this as a dominant team that everyone thinks is now the Super Bowl contender again.
Who the hell won it last year? Patrick?
Yeah, I think he did.
No one knows. This is how stupid this is. No one even knows.
Niners, I'm looking at 2-1 here. Go 2-1 in this 3-game stretch.
Okay.
Philly and the Seahawks games?
Yeah. You got a short week going to Seattle. That's not easy. Then you got to go to Philadelphia, find a way to win one of those 2 games, and then win the game at home against Seattle. And I'm like, okay, all right.
Yeah, it's a tough stretch. Plus, I will tell you, the Dak thing. I mean, I just threw it out there because of the numbers, right? The numbers
he's having a good season. Oh, yeah, he's having a really good season.
Yeah.
But I would also say that Brock Purdy has more playoff wins than he does.
Oh,
that was
that was
that's going to be.
That was a good shot. That was a good shot. I like that. I like that.
That was a shot.
It's gonna be part of any discussion, though. Like he does. He's got more wins, and the kid's played. He only played the last part of last year, and he's got 2 wins, and you got 0. And I think Dak's got 1, right? Yeah, so if you want to, no one is going to let him be an MVP until he takes a step where you're like, oh, okay, got you. You can win now. You went over the top, and we're okay. We can let you back in the conversation.
It's all narratives. It's all conversation.
What it is.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the Kings as they'll play in New Orleans in just a little bit over an hour. You talked about a little leeriness about this game, and I think it's less of the way that the Kings I think part of it is obviously the way that the Kings perform, but I think that they had that game where you felt like you couldn't take anything away from it. It's like if the Monday night Houston game had happened first, like going into the second Houston game, you saw enough from Saturday, like, Kings clean up a couple of things, they'll be just fine. That winds up not being the case. They get blown out. We all, have the dejected feelings that we had. But we had the Saturday game to know, okay, they do a lot of good. It's fine. They missed a couple of shots. They played fine. They got to correct a few things. They'll be fine. This game, there's nothing to take from it. Like, I know Mike watched film and did all of that. And now you're going in there against a team where it's like, okay, you got this Zion Williamson problem. You got this Valanciunas problem. You got this virtually unsolvable Brandon Ingram problem. You got a bunch of capable shooters, and we really don't know what we have. Oh, by the way, one of our starters is out. Also, we're getting one of our key rotational players back to play his very first game tonight, and it just feels like there's a lot of things. This many things shouldn't be up in the air at this point in the season. But that's where we are against New Orleans tonight.
Yeah, I think if you look at the first half, there were things to take away. Like, I thought it wasn't until the third quarter where the Kings really got stomped on, and the game just, like, totally fell apart. And a lot of it was because Keegan wasn't there. Now you get to a full day to game plan, and it does sound like Keegan's not playing. I haven't looked, but you know, again, he didn't go to shoot around today, so let's just assume he's not going to play. But like, you have a full day and a half to game plan how you use someone else to slow down someone, you know, whether, again, that's Kessler or whoever it might be that's going to get the call here. But I still think that there are some positives that you could have taken away from the first half. And, you know, you just have to be crisper. You can't have tired legs against this team. Your defense has to look right, all of those things. And they weren't the Kings on Monday. They didn't hit their 3-point shots. They weren't moving the same way. And we have to wait and see if that's the same team they are this time, or if they've kind of snapped out of it.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things, which is always the biggest thing, and it's a concern with the Kings. I think this is one of the reasons why Mike Brown was so adamant about the defense, is they're hitting their shots. They've got the opportunity to handle anybody the way they want to. Monday, they weren't hitting their shots, you know, and they had a stretch late in the first, early in the second when the shots started to fall, and that's when they were able to take the lead and stuff. But you mentioned earlier, Fox 2 of 12, you know, that's tough when he's not hitting, when Kevin Huerter's not hitting. Keegan Murray had to leave. That's another one of your shooters. So it really comes down to making missed shots for this team, in my opinion, tonight specifically. They gotta be on from beyond the arc, because, like James, you laid out, those are the shots that are going to be open. And to get everything else to open up, you got to make them respect that jump shot first.
Yeah. It's Kings basketball. It's a style of play that they have. You definitely have to, you know, hit your shots from the perimeter. And because, you know, again, one thing opens up the other. Like, if you start hitting your 3-point shots, then everything else runs smoother, and people start, you know, fading towards the corners and, you know, chasing guys way out at the top of the key. But if, you know, the Pelicans can push them around a little bit again, like they did in the last game, you know, the Kings will be in trouble. I would just point to the fact that, like, the Pelicans that we saw on Monday, that's not always a team that shows up. You know, they're a team that's 7-7 for a reason. And part of it's injuries, but a lot of it is just because, you know, they haven't got there yet. They haven't got to the point where they consistently bring that energy and effort every single night. And until they do, then, you know, we're not going to really look at them in the same way that we do some of the other top tier teams in the Western Conference. Keegan Murray is officially out. Sasha Vezenkov is still listed as questionable. Chris Duarte and Trey Lyles are marked as available, so they will be able to play.
From Chris Biederman, who is in New Orleans right now, Kings coach Mike Brown indicated there won't be any easing in when it comes to Trey Lyles. Pause. Expect a similar workload to what he had last year as he makes his season debut after his calf injury.
And that goes into what I think the philosophy is with this team. When you're available to play, ain't no minutes restriction. Like, whatever you can do to help that night, we ain't doing that. Like, you hooping. So I think that's what usually takes an extra week or something like that. Because and I think it also goes into Mike always wanting these guys to have some full practices.
Yeah.
Because he wants them to be able to go as soon as they get cleared to play.
Yeah, well, if that's the case, and with Keegan out, and if Mike is saying no, like no limitations, or that Trey's jumping right back in, I could see a world where Trey Lyles starts tonight.
So yeah, I'm assuming, does Mike not answer that question? Like, you've done this a million times. Does he wait until the sheet gets put in front of you guys at 30 minutes before the game?
Yeah, most of the time he does. Like
Okay.
he likes the gamesmanship of it. So that's typical for Mike.
The Pelicans are panicking right now because they don't know who's starting in place of Keegan Murray.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's an interesting thing. And actually, to be honest with you, I haven't seen the Kings update the injury list this late like they did in this one, where we can actually see that, again, that Duarte and Lyles are active and available. But again, like Mike could get creative here. You could see maybe Kevin Huerter is a guy that you want to try a little bit on Brandon Ingram, and he's not as tall. Ingram's 6'9", I think he's listed at, but he probably outweighs Ingram by like 15 pounds, and he's 6'7". And that if you started Duarte and had sort of an instigator on defense to start Harrison Barnes at the 4 and see how long you can get away with that. That's a possibility too.
I'm all for Davion on Zion Williamson tonight. Let's see how.
Come on, Davion.
Second time's the.
Come on, big dog.
Second.
We saw that, right?
Yeah, we did. We did. I felt so bad. The man was out there two nights ago. It's just out there playing lockdown defense on one of the greatest playmaking ball handlers we've ever seen.
Yeah.
And then gets thrown out there a couple of nights later against Zion. Or it wasn't even, it was the next night against Zion Williamson.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a great look. And like he did well on the offensive end. Davion, I think he didn't hit a bucket, but he finished with 8 assists. So, he's doing best he could to keep the Kings in that game. Well, to keep it from getting worse than it was. So,
Ham, you start cooking yet?
No, I don't do any cooking for Thanksgiving.
Oh.
Yeah, so
Mrs. Ham, attorney at law, does it all?
Yeah, so I have so we leave early. We leave here about probably 9:30, 10. We get to my mom's. We have a full Thanksgiving at my mom's, and with all my family. I have a big family. My mom's one of 5 kids, and like when I was young, I had 31 first cousins at one point. I think I'm down to like 28 just over the course of time, but then we leave there at about 2:30 and we go to my mother-in-law's house and we have a whole nother Thanksgiving. So I have dinner at 2 and then dinner again at like 4:35. And that's been my Thanksgiving for the last 25 years.
Always interesting to me. I have none of that. I have my sister who's here. I have my sister and now my niece and nephew. And
yeah, that's cool.
But yeah, that's like, I don't like, my mom has like brothers and sisters. I don't talk to none of them. I don't know none of them.
Yeah.
I don't.
It's always hit or miss how we spend our Thanksgiving. Feels like it's never the same back to back.
Yeah, we have our rituals. We will not travel for Christmas. So that's my rule. Like we told our in-laws and my mom and my wife's mom when we were young, when we first got married, hey, we'll travel for Thanksgiving. We will not travel for Christmas. So you have to come to us. And if you don't want to come to us, it's fine. We just won't celebrate Christmas with you. But once we had, little ones at the house, so we host Christmas Eve with my family on Christmas Eve, and then my wife's family comes, and my dad comes on Christmas Day.
I apologize to you guys because I've just been distracted for the last 15 minutes or so. Can I read you a tweet that I just saw?
Uh-oh.
The Sexy Red tweet again?
No, this is wilder.
Okay.
And on First Take, the women that preceded Stephen A., how dare you pretend to know me? I don't know your name, and I don't care. Angry face emoji. If my black mother Dorothy was still alive, you'd be in some big hot water. You are mean and ugly. Upside down happy face emoji. You're a nothing burger. Some weird face emoji. You care to guess who said that?
No idea.
Colts owner Jim Irsay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So now you know why. Let's go back to the big line there. If my black mother Dorothy was still alive, you'd be in some big hot water. So I had to Google, is Jim Irsay black? I haven't seen anything yet that tells me
this is a rabbit hole.
Jim Irsay got a black mother. I'm sorry, and this was all addressed at Stephen A. Smith.
He addressed it to I think my girl Kimberly was on First Take, and they were probably saying something crazy because she responded.
He's been on a tweet storm all day, just going at Stephen A. He's threatening to sue, all that good stuff.
Dorothy, known as Daz, passed in 2002 after raising her grandchildren, Carly, Casey, and her beloved buddy Kaylin. She altered Irsay history. She was the strongest woman I've ever known, and my children will testify that altered our family's history forever. Dorothy Bloodsalt was my black mom.
Why does he keep? So what are you trying? What are you saying, sir? I don't know. Like, is this biological? Is this the nanny? Like, what are you saying, sir?
He had to have gotten hacked, bro. There's no way.
This is one of those discussions, and I'm just not going to say anything because anything I say is going to come across the wrong way. I'm just saying, like,
well, I'll give him. He capitalized the B in black and the M in mom. Dorothy Bloodsall was my black mom.
I just want to know is he black?
Jim Irsay's not black. He's tan.
The title of the show.
I was literally about to say right now. I was literally about to say that's what it is.
Hey, can I shout out my nephew real quick? Because I want to shout out my nephew because he grew up in the Bay Area when it was 49ers and like the Giants and the Warriors winning like titles and titles and titles. He's not even a Warriors fan. You talk about a kid to be proud of, man. He don't like the Golden State Warriors. That's what I'm talking about. He loves his Kings.
That's what I'm talking about.
But he's a Celtics fan.
Well,
which that's all right.
That's not what I'm talking about. But we can talk about it.
That's all right.
Is your nephew Brendan Nunez?
My nephew is not Brendan Nunez, though they're probably the same age. Man, have a great Thanksgiving. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Thanks for hanging out with us this week. Thanks for hanging out with us. As always, we greatly appreciate you. We will. We still got more work to do. We're headed over to 102.5. We got business to attend to there. But I hope everyone has a great holiday, a safe holiday. Enjoy this game tonight. A huge game for the Sacramento Kings on Friday against the Minnesota Timberwolves in that in-season tournament. And then a full day of football and food. So we appreciate you guys. Hammer, we appreciate you. And we'll see you guys back here after the holiday. Have a great Thanksgiving.
Vamos Kings, light the beam.
My black mom. Y'all want to come in here real quick?
What in the world was he thinking?
Come on in. Come over.
Where's that wild boy?
I don't.
Wild boy.
Now I need to Google it. No,
that's what I did.
Did you Google the woman's name?
No, I just said, is Jim Irsay black?
What did you come up with?
Just random. Well, it talks about how he said it was prejudice because he was a rich white billionaire.
Well,
that's all he came up with.
Say heavy door. This is my wonderful sister. That's my man. My man Max. My man Zach. My man Bert.
How are you?
I just realized James is they're not gonna be able to hear you. So we'll say goodbye to everybody. But that's as much as my family as you're gonna get on the chat. So I love y'all. We'll see y'all. It does sound like a sitcom. Next on My Black Mom. That absolutely sounds like a sitcom.
Sounds like something that would come on after Webster.
Well, and I mean, David does bring up a great point.
Oh no!
Never mind. We'll just take that off.
Isn't it The Jerk with Steve Martin? Where, yes,
I'm not sure.
Yeah, where he has he's raised, I think first by wolves or something, but then he ends up with a black family, and then yeah. And then when he gets he does he makes the thing for the nose so your glasses don't slip down your nose. He gives a bunch of the proceeds to his mom.
Hollywood is nasty, bro. Hollywood.
This was a plot to a movie at one point. So good for Jim Irsay for just stealing the plot of The Jerk. There you go.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Yes.
Happy
And on
Thanksgiving,
that note,
everybody.
we'll see you guys next week.
All I need is